Chapter 21. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. As the loud and cheerful sound played in the background, the dazzling white light gradually disappeared. The group finally saw the scene in front of them. In the wide white world, there was a small round stage in the middle of the world. Small, multicolor light bulbs were set around the stage. A giant Mario 2 meters tall stood on the small stage and the light bulbs flashed. He looked funny as he proudly raised his thumb. Above the stage, a LED light board was suspended in the air. The light board showed 6456 in red. The white light receded from the center of the stage and the surroundings slowly appeared. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. A huge Monopoly game map was revealed in the white world. Maria's stage was in the center of the map. There were 150 squares, each square 1 meter long. They were connected end to end and surrounded the stage. The square grids were vertically connected in a slender rectangle, twisting and snaking. Starting from the bottom where the 8 people were standing, they spread forward with 9 bends, eventually leading to Mario's small stage. There was a red square lattice at Tang Mo's feet. This grid was different from the other grids. The edges of the other grids were glowing with a white light, except for the ones under the 8 people's feet which were glowing red. Tang Mo saw that the color was red like blood, with an English word written in the middle. Start everybody, welcome to Mario's Monopoly game. The loud male voice made everyone jump with surprise and look up. They didn't know when it happened, but Mario was no longer posing. He stood on the small stage with hands on his hips. My dear child, welcome to Mario's Monopoly game. I am your childhood's best friend, Mario. Tang Mo often played Super Mario when he was a child. The plumber who loved mushrooms once swept the world and created history for Nintendo. He was really familiar with Tang Mo. Whether it was Tang Mo or the 7 other people, they all watched this giant Mario. None of them could let down their guard. Mario seemed to be unaware of this as he moved. Oh, look at your eyes. Don't cry, children. I am your favorite uncle, Mario. This is the time to celebrate. The children's love, it moves Uncle Mario so much that I secretly wipe off my tears every night in the sewers. You like Mario so much I have decided to start this Monopoly game for you. Kids, this game is for everyone who likes Mario. Tang Mo didn't hear a lot of these words. He seemed to be staring at Mario, but he was actually paying attention to the 7 people around him as well as the grids on the ground. Since all of them had entered the game and these things already happened, he wouldn't focus too many on retaliating against the 7 people who dragged him into the game. He needed to focus on how to pass the game. Currently, the most dangerous thing was this strange game. The young man stood up and spoke in a trembling voice. What is this game? Good question, cute child. Mario placed his right hand on his left side and made a thumbs up action. This is a reward game. Every obedient and sensible child can receive rich prizes from Uncle Mario. Child, come and play the game with Uncle Mario. All these prizes will be yours. Mario moved sideways and a small golden hill appeared behind him. Countless gold and silver jewelry piled up on the small stage like a hill. Mario stood back and all these gifts disappeared. So much gold. And diamonds, lots of diamonds. Mario showed a kind smile. Child, these are yours. Tang Mo said coldly, what are the rules of the game? Do you see these squares? The lovely Uncle Mario wants to play a Monopoly game with you. Only the child who arrives at this stage the fastest can receive all the rewards. Children, have you ever played a Monopoly game? The young woman hesitated for a moment before coming forward. I've played it. There are many types of Monopoly games, but they all require rolling the dice. The number of squares you can move forward depends on the number you roll. The grids might contain rewards, punishment or even make you move backwards. That's it. Yes, I've played it. Someone echoed. Mario laughed. My kids are so smart. The Black Tower character was the familiar Mario. After he spoke kindly for so long, the other people were no longer on the defensive and dared to speak. Tang Mo still looked at Mario without moving. In Mario's Monopoly game, there is a magic dice. Mario stretched out his hands and snapped. A huge dice fell from the sky and appeared in front of the players. This dice is a lucky dice. Every child will throw it in order. The number thrown will determine how many squares you will advance. The one who comes here first and the last lucky person can get all the prizes that Uncle Mario prepared for you. It was that simple. Tang Mo frowned and was preparing to open his mouth. But an old voice spoke before he could. Are any of these squares dangerous? Tang Mo turned to look at the old man who had pretended to twist his ankle. Mario said happily, how can a lucky child be in danger? Tang Mo changed the question. What are in these squares? In a Monopoly game, a player would often encounter rewards or punishment when landing on a square. In an ordinary Monopoly game, the rewards were mainly gold coins or the chance to take a few steps forward. The punishments were mainly losing gold coins or even being forces back to the beginning. Mario explained, among the 150 squares, there are many small gifts that Uncle Mario has prepared for the children. Lucky children can receive these gifts. I call them the reward squares. However, there are good children and bad children. Sometimes, the children will do things that make Mario sad. Thus, there are some squares with props to punish the bad children. These are the punishment squares. Everyone's hearts thumped as they heard the word punishment. The giant Mario looked at everyone with dark eyes and the corners of his mouth slowly moved up, revealing a strange smile. The more obedient the child, the better the reward Uncle Mario will give them. As long as you enter these squares, you can get unimaginable things. For example, an ability or the opportunity to save a game. I call this the King's Square. Tang Mo's breathing became sluggish. Ability. Game save item. They could get these types of items in this Monopoly game. The other 7 people were all stunned. Their eyes were shining and it was impossible to restrain the heat in them. Tang Mo immediately calmed down. With rewards, there were punishments. Such a good reward, the corresponding punishment would be. There are some squares that Mario calls prisoners. Bad kids who do bad things are unforgivable bad people. They no longer like Mario. They like the odd-looking angry birds or the colored candy that disappears. Mario's expression instantly became extremely ferocious. He was still smiling but his eyes revealed his hatred and dislike. Uncle Mario has accompanied you for many years. Why do you like that disgusting bird? Tell me. Boom. Mario stomped his feet and the white world shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. Oh, my lovely kids. What did I just say? Mario's expression swiftly changed. The aftermath of the earthquake hadn't stopped but he put on his amiable face again. Uncle Mario knows that you are good children. Good children won't encounter these disgusting prisoner squares. Only the bad children will land on them. Mario has deliberately prepared an interesting square for the playful kids. It is called the free jump square. The earthquake subsided but Tang Mo's expression was very ugly. The giant Mario's strength was beyond his imagination. The fact that he could cause such movements meant he was stronger than the big mole. Mario didn't seem to see the fear in other people's eyes. He said to himself, when someone lands on the free jump square, they can choose which square to jump to. There are 2 options. First, you can jump forward up to 30 squares. Second, you can jump backwards and return to any square. Kids like to jump freely. This fun square, you will definitely like it. Finally, there is one final square which is the biggest surprise Uncle Mario has prepared for you. It is called the clearance square. Yes, you heard me right. Anyone who is lucky enough to step on this square can directly pass the game. Mario waved his hands and spoke excitedly. After a moment, he lowered his head and looked at the 8 people. Then children, the game is about to begin. Are you ready? Ding dong. The large multiplayer instance game, Mario's Monopoly game, has officially started. The rules of the game: first, you can only advance or retreat according to the number rolled on the dice or the rules of the free jump square. Second, the king squares account for 5% of the total number of cells. The prizes have the black tower's consent and can be taken out of the instance. Third, the prisoner's squares account for 5% of the total squares and the law of causality means you will definitely get the death penalty. Fourth, the free jump squares account for 20% of the total number of squares. Fifth, the reward and punishment squares each account for 20% of the total number of squares. Sixth, only the player who steps on the clearance square can pass the game directly. 7. The rest are blank. 8. Death in the game means death outside the game. The cute plumber uncle likes obedient and sensible children the most, but he doesn't soften for bad children. The crisp child's voice rang in everyone's ears, causing their expressions to change. Great danger was also accompanied by great rewards. The Black Tower said that the prisoner's square would cause death due to the law of causality. This meant anyone who stepped on these squares would die. However, they only accounted for 5% of the total number of squares. What if they stepped on the king's square? An ability or save point, the Black Tower said that these things could be brought out of the game. If they stepped on the king's square, if Mario stood on the small stage, smiling at the 8 people below the stage. His huge body made a creaking sound every time he moved, but no one dared underestimate him. He said, "My children, start the game." The young woman was originally holding the big dice in her arms. Once Mario said the game was starting, she looked with surprise at the young man next to her. Lin Bangcheng, I don't want to roll this dice. You go first. Why me? The young man's face changed. Why should I roll the dice first? The young woman heard this and quickly placed the dice on the ground. A balding middle-aged man hesitated before speaking. There must be an order. In this way, our game has a total of 8 people. I propose that we roll the dice in the reverse order that we triggered the game. The last one to trigger the game should be the first to roll the dice. What do you think? Everyone looked at Tang Yamo, with only the old man scowling. Tang Yamo looked at them calmly. I have no problems with going first. However, you don't seem to know each other. I want to know. Outside, why did you work together to pull me into this game? They were relieved to hear that Tang Yamo was willing to roll the dice first. A middle-aged man with a beer belly said, "Little brother, it isn't just you. You don't know how disgusting this game is." The moment we encountered the flower bed, we were told by the Black Tower that a big instance game had been triggered. But this instance is an 8-people game and requires 8 people to enter. The Black Tower told us that if we didn't find enough people, we wouldn't be able to move 10 meters away from the flower bed and would be stuck there forever. In addition, the people must touch the flower bed during the game time, which is from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I had to wait one day before all 8 people gathered. Tang Yamo nodded thoughtfully. So, you are the 7th. He looked at the old man. I was deceived by these crooks. The old man grunted coldly. Why should we throw the dice in reverse order? You were the ones who tricked us into the game. The first person to trigger the game should be the first to throw the dice. They are the one who risked everyone and plunged us into this game. A middle-aged woman suddenly looked pale. I didn't want to. I just wanted to sit on the edge of the flower bed to rest. Who knew it would become like this? I don't want to go first. Do it from the rear. The 7 people started arguing. If you hadn't triggered the game, would the rest of us be in this mess? I think it should start from you. You are the fifth person, so you don't want to roll the doll from the rear. You were just with us and now you are siding with that old man and young man. How amazing. You. No arguing. Mario's loud voice was suddenly heard, suppressing everyone's voices. Obedient children should never argue. Aren't you obedient children? Everyone recalled the scene of Mario shaking the ground with his feet and trembled, not daring to speak. Suddenly, Tang Mo raised his voice. It is time to start the game. Uncle Mario, we have 8 people playing the game but only 1 dice. There must be an order. As I was entering the game just now, I heard the Black Tower saying all of our names. I think it is better to start the game in that order. Is it okay? Tang Mo reacted too quickly and immediately spoke a lot. The other people couldn't respond. After 10 seconds, someone glared angrily at Tang Mo, what the hell do you? Oh, my clever boy, you're right. Uncle Mario didn't think about this. Let's start with the order of the Black Tower entry. Let me see. The first one was Li Zhen. Li Zhen, my child, where are you? Come and roll the dice. The middle-aged woman's face was dark and her shoulders shook. She didn't dare move forward. Mario asked again, Li Zhen, my child, where are you? The middle-aged woman shivered and took a step forward. Suddenly, Mario's voice was cold. My child, don't you want to play this fun game? The temperature plummeted, causing them to feel a chill. The middle-aged woman almost fell from fear as she quickly ran forward and picked up the dice. I'm playing now. Mario's eyes seemed like a knife, forcing the woman to unconsciously throw the dice in her hand. As soon as she threw it, Mario acted like he remembered something and deliberately uttered a strange laugh. Oh, my children, I forgot to tell you that the first child can receive a reward from Uncle Mario. However, the last child really doesn't know how to play. Uncle Mario will stay here and teach them how to play the game. Tang Mo looked at Mario with surprise. Mario was smiling brightly but his deep eyes contained no hint of a smile. Boom. 5. That I got a 5. The woman whispered the number and cautiously stepped forward. As soon as she got out of the start square, she ran madly forward towards the 5th square, as if something was chasing her. She stood on the 5th square, the white edges of the square turning yellow. The woman waited a while and nothing happened. Mario laughed. This is a blank square. Congratulations, my lovely child. The middle-aged woman flopped to the ground. The second one was the balding middle-aged man. His face was pale as he picked up the dice, placing it on the 5 side. He murmured, 5.5.5. The dice landed on a 6. The bald man gulped and nervously walked to the 6th square. The moment he stepped on the square, the white edge of the square turned red. Tang Mo carefully looked at the light around the square. At this time, the familiar Super Mario game music was heard. The change made the bald man stagger and almost step into the middle-aged woman's 5th square. Ding dong. The reward square has been triggered and one of Mario's red magic mushrooms has been obtained. The edible red magic mushroom increases strength and only works within the instance. It can't be brought out of the game. A round and colorful mushroom emerged from the air, falling into the bald man's arms. The man was trembling with fright only to suddenly be rewarded. He stayed in place for a minute before happily holding up the big mushroom and eating it. It was obviously a raw mushroom. But once the man bit the mushroom, a rich smell spread. Many people couldn't help swallowing their saliva and staring at the man. After 10 minutes, 7 people had rolled the dice. The old man and young woman were lucky enough to throw a 6. Like the bald man, they got a magic mushroom. The beer-belly man stepped on the 5th square like the first woman. The young man and other middle-aged man who never spoke threw a 4. They were afraid to step on it. Fortunately, the 4th square was blank, making them feel relieved. The last person was Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo always felt that his luck was poor. After the Earth came online, he participated in 3 games. One was to help find Mosaic's book, the next was the first floor tower attack game, and now Mario's Monopoly game. In every case, he was forced into the game by others. For the vast majority of Chinese players, they might have only participated in the tower attack game that Fu Wenduo pulled them into. But for Tang Yamo, his life was full of cups. He didn't voluntarily enter any of the 3 games. The official players got abilities like fire or poisonous flowers. He got a book, and it was a very cheap book. It made Tang Yamo feel uncomfortable every day. To sum it up, Tang Mo's luck really wasn't good. He looked at the dice in his hands with a complicated expression and quickly threw it. Boom! The dice fell on 3. No one had landed on the 3rd square yet, so everyone was looking at him curiously. The 2 people standing on the 4th square were happy. Mario said he would leave the last player here. Thanks to Tang Yamo, they weren't last at the moment. Tang Yamo walked to the 3rd square with a blank face. Once he stood on the 3rd square, the white light changed to red. The game music started and Tang Yamo frowned. His right hand quietly pressed against the match tattoo on his left wrist as he looked around vigilantly. Ding dong! The first level punishment has been triggered. The punishment. Within 3 minutes, say something bad that you have done. Tang Yamo. His bad luck was to this point. And what was with this punishment? Wasn't it looking down on people? His heart was agitated, but Tang Yamo didn't saw any reactions on the surface. His mind was moving quickly. A first level punishment square. Perhaps there was a second level and third level punishment. This punishment was easy, but would the other punishment squares be so simple? As he was thinking this, Tang Yamo spoke calmly. In middle school, I covered a classmate's chair with glue. He liked to bully people and often bullied me. During class, he unknowingly stood up to answer a question, but his pants were stuck to the chair and his underwear was exposed. The teacher still doesn't know that I was the one who did it. Tang Yamo paused and looked at the stage in the center. I am a good boy after all. Mario agreed. Yes, punishing evil. You are a good boy. The 7 other people. At the same time, outside a community in the Pudong New District. 2 young men and a young woman entered the community. They soon found the 6 strange corpses in the garden in the middle of the community. The young woman with a ponytail crouched down and looked at everyone's wounds. Finally, she returned to the first corpse. She took off her glove and placed her hand on the fatal wound in the chest of the middle. Aged man. Her hand pressed against it and emitted a white light. The young woman closed her eyes and her brows were knitted, as if she was feeling something. After 3 minutes, the young woman looked up and said, "He was killed by that person." She pointed to a corpse lying next to her. Then she got up and walked over to the other 5 bodies, pressing her hand on their wounds in turn. Finally, she concluded, these 6 people killed each other. The young man in a black down jacket frowned. It meets the characteristics of the second instance. There have been 3 similar dump sites near here. There should be the entrance to the second instance around here. Now isn't the game time. The second instance is safe. We need to seize this time to find the possible entrances to the second instance. Explore 500 meters around this community. Separate to find potential hidden areas for the entrance and meet back here at 12. The 3 people nodded before splitting up. On the other side, in Mario's Monopoly game, the first round of throwing dice had ended and the 8 players had passed the 3rd round. After the 4th round of throwing the dice, everyone had moved over 10 steps. From the 2nd round, Tang Mo's luck seemed to have improved. He had progressed 17 squares and was currently standing on the 20th square. In the second to fourth throws, he stepped on a reward square and 2 blank squares, making him placed in the middle of the 8 people. From the reward square, he received an invincible police flower. The strange mushrooms and flowers were identical to the props in Super Mario. After eating this flower, Tang Mo would receive 5 minutes of invincibility. Unfortunately, this flower must be eaten when it was first obtained. It couldn't be taken with him to another square. Tang Mo ate the flower and a layer of gold light appeared around his body. From afar, he looked a bit like a Buddha statue. He was really out of tune with the others. He was the last one to trigger the game. It was different from the first few people who triggered it early and had to stay at the flower bed for a day or two. They might be strangers but they were a little familiar with each other. And before Tang Mo started the game, they struggled to let themselves be the last to throw the dice. The order in which they rolled the dice didn't seem important. The dice was random and it didn't matter if they were the first or last to roll it. But in the first round, the order was actually the most important. This type of thing didn't entirely depend on luck. The angle and strength at which the dice was thrown could greatly influence the outcome of the roll. When playing flying chess, some people often rolled 6 points and could take big steps forward. It wasn't necessarily good luck. Sometimes it was because they mastered the technique of throwing the dice. In addition, the last person to roll the dice had references to choose from if they stepped on a free jump square. They could use the previous people to choose which square to jump to. Tang Mo also had this idea and wanted to be the last person to throw the dice. He would let the 7 people in front of him explore on their own and determine the contents of each square. Unfortunately, he later discovered that this dice was weird. It was big, heavy and humans couldn't control what number was rolled. Once someone rolled it, the dice would spin freely on the ground. In the 4 previous rounds, Tang Mo tried to roll a certain number but never succeeded. It was the game itself controlled the number that the players rolled. In the current situation, the first-ranked player was standing on the 22nd square, followed by Tang Mo on the 20th square. The last player was standing on the 14th square. In these 4 rounds, 3 players had stepped on the free jump squares. They were smart and didn't blindly move forward. Instead, the players stepped on known reward or blank squares, or they chose not to jump and stayed where they were. The 4 rounds of dice rolling ended and Tang Mo was the last to hold the dice. The 20th square was the reward square and Tang Mo ate the flower. Then the middle-aged woman rolled the dice. The dice fly up in the air and into the hands of the middle-aged woman. Tang Mo kept his head down after eating the flower. He was looking at the remains of the invincible flower in his hand. The body of the flower had already been eaten by him, leaving only the long green stem. This reward seemed better than the magic mushrooms. After other players received mushroom rewards, it was known that red mushrooms added strength, green mushrooms increased a player's strength for 10 minutes and purple mushrooms gave the player a sharp weapon. However, the invincible flower needed to be eaten immediately and there was a time limit of give minutes. The 8 people had reached the squares in the 20s and triggered other punishment squares. There were 2 punishments that were superficial and were easily passed, just like Tang Mo on the 3rd square. But when the young woman stepped onto a punishment square, a huge black mushroom suddenly emerged. The young woman screamed and pulled out a fruit knife. She struggled with the black mushroom for 3 minutes and finally killed it. At the same time, she was bitten so deeply that bone was visible. This was a level 3 punishment square. As Tang Mo thought, the punishment squares were graded. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty of the punishment. So the highest penalty was several levels. What type of danger would they encounter? Tang Mo looked at the stem in his hand and his eyes tightened. The invincible police flower shouldn't be so useless. 5 minutes of invincible time. This was seemingly strong, especially if he met a black mushroom or some other terrible monster in the invincible state. However, the 8 players rolled the dice in turn. It would take at least 10 minutes before it was Tang Mo's turn to roll the dice again. The invincible time was 5 minutes and he needed to wait 10 minutes to move to the next square. The 5 minutes of invincibility were completely wasted. It was impossible for Tang Mo to encounter any danger if he was standing still. So what was the purpose of this flower? What was the point of this reward? Tang Mo squeezed the green stem as his brain worked quickly. However, he couldn't think of an answer. At this time, the middle-aged woman was about to throw the dice when Mario suddenly interrupted. "Oh children, I forget to say something. Memories become worse when older. Mario is 26 years old this year. I am an old man in the game world. Such an important thing, I actually forgot to say it." The middle-aged woman looked blankly at Mario, holding the dice that she hadn't thrown. Tang Mo vaguely noticed something amiss and a strange feeling of unease rose in his heart. No, definitely not. There was something wrong. Mario smiled, his dark eyes looking emotionally at each player standing on the squares. There was something gloating in his voice that he didn't try hiding at all. From the beginning of the 5th dice roll round, all players standing on the same square will trigger the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect. For example, the 19th square. Mario pointed to the middle-aged woman. If you roll a 2, you will move from square 17 to square 19. Then it will become your square. After that, as long as someone steps onto the 19th square, the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect will be triggered. Mario's smile became wider, his excitement and gloating becoming obvious. Once the effect triggers, no matter what the original square is, it will immediately become a level 7 penalty square. It is only when there is one player remaining on the square that the level 7 penalty will change back to the original square. No matter what method is used, as long as one player is left on the square, it will change back. Mario added, "Oh yes, it doesn't matter if you go to the 19th square right now. There is a child on it but he arrived there on the 4th round. The "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect only works on players after the 5th round. Tang Mo's eyes slowly widened as the hairs on his body rose. The 7 other people didn't understand Mario's meaning at first. After a few minutes, they understood it one by one. The middle-aged woman was so frightened she fell on the ground and shuddered. No, you are asking us to kill each other." Tang Mo finally understood the role of the invincible police flower. If someone gained the invincible police flower, they would become invincible for the next 5 minutes. The person who stepped in after him would no longer obtain the invincible flower, because the moment they stepped in, the square would change from a reward to a level 7 penalty. The 3rd level penalty was the dangerous black mushroom. What was the level 7 penalty? Everyone was overwhelmed with panic. Tang Mo took a deep breath, suppressed the unease in his heart and raised his head. His eyes suddenly swept over the LED board above Mario's head. He asked, "What is the special meaning of the numbers on that sign?" In the white world, Mario stood on the stage and looked the 6456 number above his head. Mario smiled strangely and replied, "Ah, you are asking about this. Dear child, your curiosity is really heavy. This is the total number of children who have played the Mario's Monopoly game with me. It is a pity that they are all unlucky and disobedient bad children. They couldn't reach here and get my prize. Number 6464 child, will you be the lucky boy?" This was Mario's Monopoly game. The game had only started. Chapter 22. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. The middle-aged woman trembled as she held the big dice with red eyes. She sat on the ground and stared at Mario standing on the stage. She was slow to roll the dice. Mario asked her with concern, "My lovely child, what is wrong? Why aren't you throwing it?" The middle-aged woman looked at Mario in horror. Mario's voice was suddenly cold. "Don't you want to play the game with Uncle Mario?" "Yes. The middle-aged woman cried out in horror and threw the dice. The big dice rolled 3 times on the ground before falling on the number 3. The middle-aged woman cried out in fear. She almost crawled towards the 20th square where Tang Mo was standing. Mario watched her crawl on the ground and laughed. Then it was the bald man's turn. When he picked up the dice, he was afraid of the middle-aged woman. The bald man was standing on the 19th square and was about to start the 5th round of dice rolling. Just now, the middle-aged woman had moved to the 20th square where Tang Mo already was. There were now 2 people standing on the 20th square. However, because Tang Mo was only on the 4th round, he didn't trigger the effect of, who will share your joys and sorrows. But if the bald man threw a 1, he would enter the 20th square. Tang Mo wouldn't be affected, but the bald man would face a severe punishment with the middle-aged woman. The bald man started to sweat. He raised his sleeves nervously and wiped the sweat on his face, while his legs shook. He stared at the big dice in his hand. The middle-aged woman was sitting on the ground, looking at the dice with hope in her eyes. Don't be a 1. Don't. The bald man roared as he closed his eyes and threw the dice. Boom. He opened his eyes when the dice landed. It was a 3. The bald man relaxed and he walked to the 22nd square. These 2 people were afraid, but the 3rd man with the beer belly was confident when throwing the dice. He held the dice and shouted fearlessly, I don't believe that my luck is so bad. How can I roll a 1 or a 3, certainly not. He wasn't nervous of the middle-aged woman and bald man standing in front of him. Tang Mo looked at the beer-bellied man standing on the 19th square. He looked at the other person's hand holding the dice and saw that they were so stiff that the dice could barely be held. The man with the beer belly took a deep breath and rolled the dice. His eyes were wide and he stared at the dice as it rotated in the air. Once it hit the floor and revealed a positive number, he panted as he ran to the 21st square. The 4th and 5th people rolling the dice were a bit more relaxed. One stood on the 15th square and the other the 14th, they were behind and separated from the others. The 4th middle-aged man seldom spoke and he had the least presence among the 8 people. Tang Mo remembered that he was called Zhaoguo. This name was also very ordinary. He rolled the dice with a pale face. Once he saw the 1 on the dice, he gave a heavy sigh of relief and went to the 16th square. The 5th one to roll the dice was the young man. He seemed to be a couple with the young woman who was 6th. One was at the rear on the 14th square while the other was at the front on the 22nd square. The young man's pressure wasn't particularly large. He wouldn't be in danger unless he rolled a 2. In the end, he stood on the 18th square and it was the young woman's turn. Among everyone else, this woman was the most relaxed. She was standing 2 squares in front of Tang Mo. She held the giant dice and kept muttering, 6, it must be a 6. Tang Mo lightly raised his eyebrows. Boom. The dice landed on a 5. The young woman saw the number and beamed with excitement, even if it wasn't a 6. She didn't hesitate to go to the 27th square, once again opening a large gap. However, she had just stood there when the white light around the square turned red. Ding dong. You have triggered the level 4 punishment square. Boom. A huge black turtle fell from the sky. It stared with small green eyes at the young woman standing on the 27th square and suddenly attacked. It happened so quickly that the young woman didn't have time to react. The black turtle had bitten her thigh and tore off a bloody piece of flesh. The woman screamed in pain and pulled out her fruit knife. She struggled to use the fruit knife to stab this huge and ferocious turtle. However, the turtle shell was very hard, causing sparks to fly every time the knife hit it. May May. The young man cried out anxiously. The turtle constantly hit the woman's waist with its head. An invisible wall was raised around the 1-meter-long square. No matter how the turtle moved, the young woman was unable to leave the square. She was bleeding and had pieces of thigh meat bitten off. No, don't kill me. The young woman waved her knife in a flustered manner, dealing superficial damage to the turtle. Among the remaining 7 people, the young man's eyes were red and anxious as he stared at his girlfriend. But he was powerful. The other 5 looked on in horror while the middle-aged woman whispered, "The 27th square is a level 4 punishment. I can't go there, can't go." Tang Yamo shouted, "Don't chop as its shell, aim for the head." The young woman heard someone giving commands and hurriedly said, "I will cut off its head, its head." She tried to chop the turtle's head with the knife. But the turtle was very fast. Her knife hadn't even descended yet, but the turtle's head had already retracted into the shell. The woman tried desperately several times, but she could never cut the turtle's head. "I can't cut it, I can't cut it," she cried out in despair. Tang Yamo frowned. Then he saw that the turtle emerged from the shell again, biting the woman's left hand and tearing off a piece of meat. Then the head shrank back into the shell. He shouted, "The next time it bites you, take the chance to cut off its head." The woman promised, but it wasn't that easy. She was bitten 2 more times by the turtle before finally finding the opportunity to cut off its head. The turtle shell was very hard but the turtle's head was very soft. Once the head was cut off, the turtle's limbs shook before falling to the ground and disappearing. The young woman's body was a mess and the ground was full of blood. The strange thing was that although people couldn't leave the square, the blood flowed out of the 27th square and the people standing behind the square had to escape the blood. The young woman gasped and sank down in the pool of blood. There were horrible holes where the turtle had bitten her, making her look terrible and ugly. The young man hesitated for a moment before saying, May, have a good rest." The young woman nodded. Fortunately, everyone's physical qualities had greatly improved after the Earth went online. Even if they were reserve players, they were far more physically fit than champion athletes. The woman had so many wounds yet she didn't need to treat them. She stopped bleeding within a minute and her wounds started to scar. But she was badly wounded and couldn't move from the ground. The old man rolled the dice and moved from the 18th to the 24th square. After he finished, all eyes fell on Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo took the dice in an expressionless manner. He bowed his head and looked calmly at the numbers on the dice. He was standing on the 20th square. Right now, there were people present on the 21st, 22nd and 24th squares. The squares he could go to were the 23rd, 25th and 26th squares. There was a 50% chance he would go to someone else's square and trigger the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect. The players in front of Tang Yamo all held their breaths and looked at him. Tang Yamo stared at the dice without much expression on his face, but his hands were squeezing the dice tightly. He took a deep breath, let it out and threw the dice. Boom! The dice landed on a 5. Tang Yamo went to the 25 square and the white light turned yellow, indicating a blank square. Everyone was relieved. However, the next second, the big dice floating up from the ground and flew into the hands of the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman standing on the 20th square was pale and didn't dare roll the dice. She looked almost helplessly at the 4 people standing in front of her. The bald man, the man with a beer belly, the old man and Tang Yamo. They were standing in the 22nd, 21st, 24th and 25th squares respectively. The woman only had 2 options left. On the stage, Mario smiled wickedly. He looked at the 8 humans below like this was a fun game. It was like watching Super Mario that humans played for the past 30 years. The happy eyes waiting for the beginning of a new game were the same. Meanwhile, the community outside the game. A man in a trench coat walked to the flower bed and stopped. The warm glow of the sun shone from the west. A few of the trees in the flower bed were covered with a faint golden light. Several big bags and 2 suitcases were placed around the trees. The young man leaned into the flower bed and examined the bags. He opened every bag and looked at what was inside. He also opened the suitcases and carefully identified the contents. Finally, he carefully observed every suitcase and bag for signs of blood or fighting. The last thing he looked at was Tang Mo's bag. There was very little inside it. The bag contained a flashlight, a knife, a few bags of instant noodles, biscuits and bottled waters. After examining all the luggage, he made an ugly expression and blew a whistle in his pocket. 5 minutes later, the young man and woman who previously saw the 6 bodies in the community came over to him. As they approached, they saw the suitcases and bags lying around the flower bed. Their faces sank and they carefully examined the belongings, just like the young man. After the inspection, the 3 people glanced at each other. Based on the situation, it should be the second instance. Yes, it is the second instance. The woman with the ponytail looked around at the luggage and said, I had no idea anyone had entered the second instance. I don't know how many bodies will appear this time. She looked at the baggage with a hint of regret, as if their owners were destined to die. Designate the 50-meter radius around this flower bed as the 31st entrance of the second instance. Okay. Mario's Monopoly game. The middle-aged woman rolled the dice. She dreamt of the goddess of luck giving her a chance to roll a 3 or a 6, just like Tang Mo was lucky. The huge dice rolled on the ground, the woman watching with flushed eyes as her body became as tense as a string. The big dice spun faster and slower, gradually stopping. The number 4 was facing upwards. The old man standing on the 24th square looked gloomily at the middle-aged woman. The woman's last hope was broken when she saw the number. She trembled as she looked at the old man. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. Mario's malicious laughter was heard at this time. Congratulations, you have triggered the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect. My lovely child, you must like this interesting rule. Aren't you going to hurry and accept your reward? The middle-aged woman was slow to move. The old man was staring at her with a cold expression. Mario whistled and didn't press them. He looked at them like he was watching a good show. After a full 5 minutes, he finally seemed tired. My child, why aren't you over there? Do you not Uncle Mario's game? You don't want to play this Monopoly game? Ha! The middle-aged woman raised her head and looked at the giant Mario standing in the middle of the neon stage. There was a bright smile on Mario's face. He was prepared to speak again, but the middle-aged woman had already walked over to the 24th square. The 2 middle-aged men standing on the 22nd and 21st squares gave way to her. There was a hint of sympathy in their eyes, but they were more curious. Once the middle-aged woman stood on the 24th square, the remaining 6 people, including Tang Mo, stared at them intently. Then they heard, ding dong. The "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect has been triggered. Opening the level 7 punishment square. The unparalleled Uncle Mario cuts turtles, steps on mushrooms, kills evil dragons and rescues beautiful princesses. Mario's world doesn't need companions. Because he is his own companion, he wants to share his joys and sorrows with you. Uncle Mario laughed. I like the Black Tower praising me when this effect is triggered. You see, the Black Tower likes me so much and the children also respect me. No one listened to him. The 24th square turned from a white light to a black light once the middle-aged woman stepped in it. Tang Mo carefully looked at this scene. The square would glow with a yellow light when it was a blank square. Both the reward and punishment squares were a red light. Triggering the effect was a black light. The middle-aged woman and the old man stood face to face. Both stared at each other, neither one moving first. At that moment, the ground shook and everyone swayed. Tang Mo saw something black. He looked up and his eyes widened in horror. Boom! A huge black Mario fell from the sky in front of everyone. He wore a black hat, black overalls, black gloves and black shoes. Everything was the same as the Mario on the stage, except that he was entirely black, including his dark eyes. The young woman who activated the level 4 punishment was trapped in the square and couldn't leave. She was nearly killed by the turtle. But with the level 7 punishment, the old man and middle-aged woman weren't restricted. Black Mario found them, his huge eyes staring at them before he gave a slap. After the slap, the sound of broken bones was clearly heard in this white world. The two people were thrown 10 meters away due to this horrible slap, scaring the other players who moved to the side. Black Mario used the running method often seen in the game to reach the old man and middle-aged woman. The two people slapped by him fell to the ground, vomiting up blood. Mario kindly reminded them. "Oh, the other children don't have to be afraid. You haven't triggered the, who will share your joys and sorrows effect. It won't be a problem." Once Black Mario ran out of the square, many players were terrified and tried to escape because they were afraid he would also hit them. On the 150 squares Monopoly map, Black Mario chased after the old man and the middle-aged woman. His eyes glanced between the two of them before he smiled, suddenly reaching out and grabbing their necks. After all, the old man was older. Even though his physical fitness had improved, he was inferior to the middle-aged woman. When Black Mario's giant hand reached over, the middle-aged woman pulled out a small knife, closed her eyes and quickly turned to the old man. "I'm sorry, I don't want to die." Bang! The loud gunfire stopped everything. From the perspective of Tang Mo, Black Mario used his huge body to block the old man and the woman, not allowing him to see their current situation. After the sound of the gunshot, Black Mario's movement suddenly stopped. His hands had just touched the hair of the two people. He chuckled before his body suddenly disappeared. The old man and middle-aged woman were near the red start at the beginning. The middle-aged woman held a knife in her right hand and madly pounced on the old man. The hideous expression on her face hadn't disappeared, but her eyes were full of fear. Tears slowly spilled out as blood emerged from her mouth. There was a huge bloody hole in her chest and she slowly fell. Before she died, she stared at the old man, her trembling lips asking, "Why?" The old man held a pistol in her hand and looked at the middle-aged woman on the ground. "I'm sorry, I don't want to die." It was the exact same words, but the result was completely different from what the middle-aged woman expected. Her body movements became stiff. Thick blood flowed from her body and dyed the ground red. The old man walked back to the 24th square, holding his chest. Black Mario's slap just now had broken 3 ribs. It wouldn't heal for a while, even if he had a good body. Everyone stared at the old man vigilantly. A gun was still the most terrifying weapon for most players. Tang Mo didn't know how many official players and stowaways were present in this Monopoly game, but it was certain that the reserve players were the majority. In the absence of preparedness, Tang Mo couldn't escape the bullet. If he had been attacked just now, he certainly would have been shot. He wouldn't necessarily die, but his condition wouldn't be good. Tang Mo looked at the corpse of the middle-aged woman and turned to the other 6. Out of all these people, at least one should be an official player. 2 hours ago, he was plunged into this game by the 7 individuals. The old man's acting was okay. Tang Mo really couldn't confirm if he twisted his feet or not. But in this world, Tang Mo wasn't in the mood to help a wounded old man. He didn't come forward. The thing that let him know that was an act was the performance of the young man and woman. They were too eager to immediately run for help. It was truly suspicious. The problem was discovered early and Tang Mo immediately ran. His speed was faster than the 7 people. If someone hadn't suddenly displayed a strange wind ability, Tang Mo would be able to escape and not get involved in this game. Therefore, at least one of these 7 people had abilities. Looking at the appearance of the 7 people, the possibility of a stowaway wasn't high. The reserve players were less likely to have an ability and temporarily wouldn't be considered. Tang Mo looked carefully at the 7 people before his eyes finally stopped on the bald man and the man with a beer belly. The bald man was looking at the corpse of the middle-aged woman with a complicated expression. The beer belly man was silent without expressing his opinion. Together they turned to look at the old man. There wasn't much worry or fear on their faces. The person with an ability should be among these two. The bald man began to roll the dice. In the new few rounds of the game, no one triggered the effect. It was also a coincidence that the bald man rolled a 6 on several occasions and suddenly led the pack, standing on the 59th square. In addition to him, Tang Mo was also very lucky and stood on the 53rd square. The number of the young man and woman were very similar, as they stood on the 45th and 42nd square. The man with the beer belly was standing on the 36th square. His face didn't look very good. There were 2 more. One middle-aged man standing on the 47th square and the old man standing on the 39th square. Once it was the old man's turn to roll the dice, the young man and woman standing in front of him were very nervous. The young woman's body had almost completely recovered. She was still injured but she was holding the fruit knife. If the old man landed in her square, she wouldn't hesitate. She would certainly kill the old man before the other person fired at her. Her boyfriend was no exception as he stared at the old man's every move. The dice turned twice in the air. Boom! It was a 1. The young man and woman were relieved, while the sweating old man stepped on the 40th square. Ding dong! The free jump square has been triggered. You can choose to advance forward to any square, up to 30 squares, or backwards to any square, can't be a square that you once stood on. Before the old man, the bald man had also stepped on a free jump square, which was the 29th square. Originally, he was behind Tang Mo and Tang Mo was in first place. The bald man jumped to the square Tang Mo had stood on previously, then threw a few 6s in a row to reach first place. Now it was the old man's turn to choose. The old man's voice was very steady. He pondered for a long time before looking up. I choose to go back to the 29th square. Ding dong! You have chosen to jump back to the 29th square. The 29th square is a free jump square. Consecutive skipping isn't allowed and it won't be activated. The old man nodded and didn't reply. On the stage, Mario looked at the old man and smiled thoughtfully. The bald man standing in front of Tang Mo thought it was strange. This old man is sick. He is the last one and will be left behind. He is far from us and won't trigger the effect, but he will be killed by the wonderful Mario. Tang Mo glanced at him. The old man's plan wasn't that simple. He chose to retreat instead of moving forward. The first obvious purpose was to avoid a big gathering of people. The old man's most powerful weapon was his gun. However, he had already revealed his own card. If the effect was triggered again, there was no guarantee that the pistol would win. It was safer to be far away from others. Secondly, the old man had chosen a very good position. The 29th square was determined to be a free jump square. Regardless of whether he could jump again or not, this square was certainly very safe. In addition, this square was just 7 numbers away from the previously last place beer belly man. The number 7 was very subtle. First of it ensured the old man had a very low chance of catching up with the beer belly man. He could be safe for a long time. In addition, this gap wasn't large enough that he couldn't catch up. As long as a few big numbers were rolled, the old man could catch up with the beer belly man and not be last. Tang Mo looked calmly at the old man. The old man found his gaze and looked back. The big dice floated leisurely through the air and Tang Mo caught it. He randomly tossed the dice in the air. It was a 1. Tang Mo moved forward 1 square to the 54th square. There were now 8 rounds of no one triggering the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect. Everybody's mood was relaxed. Soon it was another round of dice rolling. Everyone moved forward and it was still peaceful. The bald man was standing on the 60th square. Once Tang Mo was going to roll the dice, the bald man glanced back and said, "Is it going to be a 6? It can't be." The big dice rolled on the ground. Boom. The number 6 was facing upwards. The bald man's smile froze on his face and Tang Mo frowned. The two men looked at each other across 6 squares. No one moved first. The bald man put his hand in his clothes, like he was planning to grab a weapon. But he didn't take out his hand, leaving it in his clothes. Tang Mo didn't dare relax his vigilance. His right hand touched the match tattoo on his left wrist. Then he raised his feet and walked towards the 60th square. The 5 people in the back all looked at them. Ding dong. The "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect is triggered. Tang Mo stepped onto the 60th square and the voice couldn't even finish speaking. The bald man suddenly took out a sharp knife and directly stabbed at Tang Mo. Tang Mo was already prepared. He swiftly sidestepped, raising his left leg and moving it downwards. His legs cut through the air and hit the man's elbow. The man cried out and the knife slipped from his hand. The moment his left foot landed on the ground, Tang Mo took advantage of the force to move his body in a half circle through the air. His right left swept past and kicked the bald man into the distance. These series of movements were flowing. The people behind him and the old man were shocked as they carefully looked at Tang Mo. In fact, Tang Mo didn't think defeating the bald man would be so simple. Tang Mo rarely fought and didn't learn any fighting techniques. While dealing with the stowaway with the poisonous flowers, Tang Mo might have had the big match and be stronger than the other person had one less arm at the time. Tang Mo was beaten by the opponent and could only rely on his physical qualities to win. He could now make such smooth blows purely with his physical strength. The bald man was too weak. At least, he was a lot weaker than Tang Mo. The bald man coughed out blood when he was kicked. At this time, the Black Tower spoke the last sentence. Because he is his own companion, he wants to share his joys and sorrows with you. Boom! Black Mario fell from the sky and struck the earth violently. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and he didn't hesitate to take out the big match. The beer belly man exclaimed in the distance. An ability. The bald man was kicked away from Tang Mo and the Black Mario saw Tang Mo. He looked at the big match in Tang Mo's hand and his eyes lit up. He trotted over and kicked Tang Mo's right leg. Tang Mo's reaction speed was extremely fast. His legs jumped over the blow while Mario's right hand aimed at Tang Mo's head at a terrifying speed. The speed almost surpassed Tang Mo's vision. As a note, Tang Mo could now see the track of an ordinary bullet and swing his hand faster than a bullet. There was no time for Tang Mo to swing the big match beside his head. He responded quickly. His head moved to the back while he returned the big match to his wrist. Then he took out the big match at an angle just to the right side of his face. Bang! Mario's fist bumped into the big match. The match head rubbed against Tang Mo's cheek, taking a piece of skin with it. The first slammed down on it and the big match wasn't broken. However, Tang Mo was hit by the force of the match and his jaw was injured. Tang Mo flew away. Then Black Mario turned and looked at the bald man on the ground. The bald man got up in horror and ran quickly. He didn't dare run to Tang Mo. Tang Mo's actions just now frightened him and he knew he couldn't beat the young man. Running rashly over might mean his death instead. He could only keep running. However, Black Mario ran much faster than Nim. Mario punched the bald man, who didn't have Tang Mo's strength and luck. Blood and pieces of internal organs spewed out. He flew and fell not far from Tang Mo. Black Mario saw that the two people were together again. He smiled and no longer played with the bald man, heading for Tang Mo instead. Tang Mo fought hard to avoid the attacks, occasionally using the large match to block Mario's attack. But although the big match could block the attacks, it couldn't counterattack at all. Tang Mo's body eventually became covered with wounds. The intense and frequent offensive gave Tang Mo no breathing room at all. He naturally wanted to use his only attacking ability, but Mario didn't give him the time to put his hands on his hips and shout, "Return my grandfather." At this moment, Mario kicked again. Tang Mo clearly felt that his right arm was broken and a severe pain was coming from it. This arm wouldn't recover for 10 minutes. On the stage, Mario smiled with glee. He kindly reminded, "Poor child, did you forget? As long as there is only one player remaining on the square, this effect will stop." As if echoing Mario's words, the Black Mario smiled and his palm slammed into Tang Mo's abdomen. Bang! Tang Mo was blown back, spitting out a large amount of blood. He sensed that he had internal bleeding. If he was struck again, his physical recovery wouldn't be able to catch up and he would die. Mario smiled and reminded again, "Lovely child, there are 2 players on the square now." Black Mario slowed down and walked over to Tang Mo. Tang Mo stared at him coldly, as if thinking about something. 3 seconds later, he held the big match in his left hand and ran towards the bald man who lost consciousness not far away. The big match moved in a parabola through the air. The match head was only half a meter away from the bald man's chest. Suddenly, the footsteps behind him stopped. Tang Mo stopped his movements and looked back. Black Mario's body was frozen. On the stage, Mario said regretfully, "Poor child, why couldn't you hold on for a few more seconds? It is a pity." Tang Mo looked at the bald man on the ground and examined his nose. He was dead. Tang Mo used the big match as a crutch and limped back to the 60th square. His body rested on the big match and his right arm was drooping because it was broken. Blood flowed down his fingers and onto the ground. Behind him, the 5 players held their breaths and looked at him in astonishment, as if they had seen a monster. Tang Mo looked blankly at the Mario on the stage and seemed to remember something. Then he suddenly squatted down and with his right hand stained with blood, he drew a neat red circle on the ground. Mario looked at him curiously and asked, "Cute child, congratulations on living. What are you doing?" Tang Mo looked up and spoke in a cold voice. "I am drawing a circle to wish you a long life." "Oh, you are such a lovely child." Tang Mo didn't answer. The game continued and Tang Mo stood at the forefront of everyone. His whole body was leaning against the match and he looked very weak, but nobody underestimated him. The 5 people behind him stared at him in horror, praying that they wouldn't enter the same square as the man. Tang Mo closed his eyes and felt his wounds healing. The healing rate was slow but he certainly wouldn't die. However, Mario's malice didn't end there. Tang Mo seemed to be isolated by others. As they rolled the dice, he stood on the square and closed his eyes. He seemed to be resting and thinking about something. The old fortunate enough to be at the very end and he didn't trigger the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect or any punishment squares. However, the other 4 people encountered a penalty. The most unknown middle-aged man met a level 5 punishment. Once he stepped on the square, countless winged flying fish emerged from the ground and flew at him. The middle-aged man cried out in pain and didn't have time to resist. The flesh on his body was eaten by the flying fish, not even the bone residue being left behind. Tang Mo stepped on the 80th square. Behind him was the young man on the 70th square and the young woman on the 64th square. It was the young woman's turn to roll the dice. At first, she was still talking to her boyfriend. Once the dice landed on a 6, both of them fell silent at the same time. The young woman looked at the man and the young man looked back at her. Bang, bang ching, the young man gulped. "Don't be afraid, Mei Mei. Come over here. We will work together to fight Black Mario. That man couldn't even beat Mario. How can we possibly beat it?" The woman cried out as her finger pointed to Tang Yamo. The man gritted his teeth and said, if we can't live together, we can die together. I'll die with you, Mei Mei. Yes. The young woman was moved to tears. She nodded and quickly ran to her boyfriend. Ding dong. The who will. The Black Tower's game queue abruptly stopped. Tang Yamo turned and looked away. The woman's fruit knife stabbed the man's chest. The man also held a kitchen knife that was stabbed into the woman's abdomen. Both of them looked at each other, blood dripping from their mouths. You are like this. Woman, you are this cheap. The woman was even more mad. She cried while smiling, men are all liars, cheats. Their voices stopped and the two people fell down together. They really fulfilled their promise to die together. At this point, only Tang Yamo, the beer belly man and the old man were on this game map. Tang Yamo stood on the 80th square, the beer belly man on the 62nd square and the old man on the 55th square. Next, it was Tang Mo's turn to roll the dice. He looked at the dice in his hands and didn't hesitate to throw it. It was a 3. Tang Yamo walked forward 3 steps and went to the 83rd square. Ding dong. A free jump square has been triggered. You can select. Mario was already sitting on the ground in a bored man, his right hand holding up his chin as he watched the remaining 3 players. Tang Yamo leaned on the big match and asked, Dear Uncle Mario, I have a few questions that I am very curious about. Can you answer me? They are very simple questions. I don't think Uncle Mario will refuse. Mario was interested and stood up. Lovely child, what problems do you have? The kind-hearted Uncle Mario never refuses the problem of good children. Say it. Tang Yamo said lightly, the 6456 people, they all died here, right? Mario laughed. They didn't die. They wanted to stay here forever and play the game with Uncle Mario. Tang Yamo nodded and asked, if there is only one player left in the game, assuming he reaches the finish line, is he the last one? Of course not. If there is only one person left, they will be a lonely and poor child. He is as lonely as Uncle Mario. How can they be the last one? Tang Mo's eyes focused on Mario's body. He was silent for a long time after hearing the answer and didn't ask again. A long time passed before he spoke. The Black Tower announced the rules, but I would like to confirm it again. Uncle Mario, do you really have the king squares and prisoner squares? So far, the furthest square that the 8 players reached was the 80th square. 80 squares passed, but no one triggered the king squares or prisoner squares. There were only the blank squares, the reward squares, the penalty squares and the free jump squares. Mario raised his thumb and smiled brightly. Of course there is. This cute Uncle Mario will never tell lies. Is that so? Tang Yamo raised his head, his dark eyes fixed on Mario's body. My last question, Uncle Mario, is there really a clearance square? Mario narrowed his eyes at these words, staring at Tang Yamo. After a long time, he laughed. Uncle Mario never lies. Child, of course there is a clearance square. Okay, now choose what square you want to jump to. Tang Yamo replied, yes, I know. As he spoke, he pulled out a white egg from his pocket. Mario looked at the turkey egg and touched his chin. What is this? It looks a bit familiar. Tang Yamo stretched out his right finger and drew a S on the white turkey egg. The next moment, the sound of water filled Tang Mo's eyes. He frowned and listened to the sound, asking in his mind, Mr. Fu. Thousands of miles away in Beijing, a deserted residential building. Fu Wenduo suddenly stopped the hand that was washing his head and turned off the tap. Tang Yamo asked again, Mr. Fu. The soap covered Fu Wenduo. White light shone from the ceiling of the bathroom, illuminated the tall and strong body. He had smooth and beautiful muscle lines, and long and straight thighs. Small droplets of water fell down the beautiful abdominal curve, slipping into a secret place. After a moment of silence, Fu Wenduo said, "Yes, I am here." Tang Mo didn't notice the strangeness on the other side. He whispered, "I want to trouble you to help me open the archiver. The author has something to say." "Fuwa, author. Didn't you say you would never shout, 'Return my grandfather,' in your life?" Doge, Tang Tang. Shut up. Angry and shamed face, Major Fu. Fortunately, this Momo doesn't have a video function. TL. For those wondering about the 7-day restriction on the turkey egg, remember that there are 2 eggs, each with their own save function. Fu Wenduo used the save function with his own egg, but that doesn't mean that Tang Mo used it. Hence, him being able to use it when 7 days hasn't passed yet. Chapter 23. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Talking to a wise person required the least effort. Tang Mo asked Fu Wenduo to open the archiver. 3 seconds later, he noticed that the S symbol drawn on the white turkey egg started to flash. In his head, a male voice murmured, "It will last for 1 hour. Once this time is up, the contents of the archive will automatically disappear. There is only one chance to load the file." "Yes, thank you." Fu Wenduo's words were concise and clearly explained the functions of the turkey egg. His voice could only be heard by Tang Mo. In the eyes of Mario and the 2 others, they only saw that Tang Mo suddenly fell silent. Mario's patience ran out and he impatiently said, "Child, do you hate this game? Don't you want to play with Uncle Mario? Why aren't you choosing the square you want to jump to?" Tang Mo calmly placed the turkey egg in his pocket and looked at the giant figure not far away. "I was thinking from the beginning that 6,456 players participated in this game. There are only 150 squares, but no one cleared it. This type of probability was abnormal." Mario slowly blinked. "Lovely child, Mario doesn't understand what you are saying. Just make your choice." Behind Tang Mo, the man with a beer belly was also annoyed as he yelled, "Quickly choose which one to jump to. Don't waste time or anger this guy. If you are going to anger this guy, stay away from us. Don't harm us with your actions." An old voice was heard at this time. "Yes, the probability is too abnormal." Tang Mo looked at the old man standing on the 55th square. Before the game began, 8 people had been standing on the start square. Tang Mo had casually asked about the number 6,456 on the LED light board hanging above the stage. Since then, Tang Mo had a great deal of doubt about this game. There were 6,456 players in groups of 8. This meant a total of 807 groups. These 807 people participated in the Monopoly game that needed luck to win but were wiped out. Tang Mo guessed that the group of players most likely faced this type of scenario. Only 1 player remained and continued playing the ground. Once 2 players entered the same square, the "Who will share your joys and sorrows" effect would be triggered and the 2 people faced a level 7 punishment. Tang Mo didn't feel that normal players could defeat the terrible Black Mario. Even Fu Wenduo wasn't necessarily his opponent. In this way, as long as the effect was triggered, at least 1 person would die. Cases like Tang Mo where a player widened a gap and reached the 83rd square with 3 players remaining should be a minority. The real majority was that everyone killed each other, leaving 1 person remaining. From then on, the "Who will share your joys and sorrows" effect would never trigger. The last player would continue to roll the dice until the finish line. It was a bit cruel to say, but this game required such an outcome. Originally, Tang Mo had doubts because maybe the last player would win the game. But Mario just denied his speculation. The last player left was a poor child and wouldn't be considered the last one by Mario. Therefore, the probability of victory in this game was abnormal. 6,456 was also a sufficient sample. There were only 150% squares. There were 30 punishment squares and the prisoner squares were 5% of the total squares, so there would be no more than 8. The fact that none of the 6,000 people reached the end illustrated a problem. Tang Mo quietly looked at the 120th to 150th squares. In these 30 squares, there are 6 consecutive prisoner squares. Tang Mo's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he was saying ordinary things. However, the beer belly man's face changed while the old man tightened his grip on his gun. Tang Mo looked at Mario and repeated, "A guilty person will die. Since the Black Tower said so, any players who step on the prisoner squares won't be able to survive. 6 consecutive prisoner squares would eliminate the players from moving forward. Regardless of the number of points thrown, they must step on a prisoner square." Mario's black eyes froze for a moment. The cute and classic game character placed his hands on his hips and laughed. "Lovely child, how can you say that? This game is a reward from Uncle Mario for the children. Uncle Mario will share many treasures with you." He spread open his arms and asked Tang Mo, "Didn't Uncle Mario give you the opportunity to receive rewards?" Tang Mo smiled. "There is a way to win. Whether you want to give it or not is another matter." Mario's smile disappeared. "Child, you aren't cute." The beer belly man roared, "Don't provoke him. Are you sick? None of us can beat him. If he becomes angry and rushes down, I won't care about you. I have nothing to do with you. He will kill you." Tang Mo looked at the man with the beer belly. If he can come down, would he stay there for so long? The beer belly man froze. Mario couldn't say a word. There was no way to refute Tang Mo. Tang Mo believed that a Black Tower game would definitely have a way to win. It was just like when he participated in the "Who Stole My Book" game. Finding a book from 23 large bookshelves and thousands of books seemed impossible, but there was a strategy to succeed the game. When playing Mario's Monopoly game, he needed to pay attention to 2 points. First, the flexible use of the free jump grid. There were 2 ways to use the free jump square. The first one was to move forward any number of squares, up to 30 squares. The second method was to jump back any number of squares, apart from the squares the person had already stood on. This jump mode proved something. After 120 squares, there could be no free jump square. Otherwise, players could directly jump to the 150th square. This wasn't in line with Mario's bad character. If there really was a jump square, there must be many people among the 6,456 people who arrived at the 120th square and landed on the free jump square. Then they could win. Secondly, they needed to remember the contents of each square that people stepped on. After becoming an official player, Tang Mo's memories had improved. He always kept in mind what square it was staring from the 3rd square. The 8 of them had stepped on 61 squares during the first 83 squares. Among them, there were 16 free jump squares, 13 punishment squares, 8 reward squares and 24 blank squares. The free jump squares could appear anywhere in the 120 squares. 16 free jump squares were landed on among the 61 squares. This meant that the possibility of a free jump square was very low. The last 30 squares might not have a free jump square. At the same time, it was very likely that the first 83 squares didn't have the king squares or prisoner squares. Tang Mo suddenly expressed his thought. The king squares can be connected with the prisoner cells. After continuous king squares, there will be continuous prisoner squares. His voice was very soft. Both the beer belly man and the old man didn't hear him. Mario smiled sinisterly, as if acknowledging his words. Treasures of silver and gold were useless to the people of today. The players in this Monopoly game didn't think about getting the gold or diamonds. Apart from being forced into the game, this game was tempting for them because of the 5% king squares. If the king squares and prisoner squares were really placed together in a row, it would be hard for the players. They were injured and could almost see the end. Then they suddenly stepped on the king's squares and their joy was indescribable. Players with good luck might throw several small numbers and step on several king squares, gaining a lot of rewards. However, after the king squares ended, the continuous prisoner squares were waiting for them. In the absence of the free jump squares, as long as there were 6 consecutive prisoner squares, it was destined that no one would win. Tang Mo put his hands in his pocket and raised his head, his voice calm. I thought well and decided the square that I want to jump to. Mario didn't expect Tang Mo to suddenly jump after hesitating for so long. Mario asked, "Son, you have no more words to say. You plan to jump now?" Mario's smile was still bright despite Tang Mo's words. He fixed the skewed red cap on his head and said, "Uncle Mario likes smart children like you the most. Don't talk about the many surprises Uncle Mario prepared for you." The 6 consecutive prisoner squares were a surprise. Tang Mo coldly looked over Mario. "I want to jump back." Uncle Mario waved a big hand. "What square do you want to jump back to?" "The first square." "Oh, it is the first." Mario's words abruptly ended as he froze. It was like someone had pressed the pause button on the old TV set from the last century. 2 seconds later, he twisted his head awkwardly and stared at Tang Mo with dark eyes. The beer belly man asked in a strange manner, "The first square? Isn't this wrong?" The old man frowned and didn't speak as he thought attentively. Mario stroked the corners of his mouth and grinned. "Child, did I hear wrong? You want to jump to the first square?" Tang Mo ignored him. He looked at the sky and spoke in a loud voice. "I want to jump to the first square." Ding dong. You have chosen to jump back to the first square. Tang Mo turned around, walking step by step to the first square. Mario's voice suddenly rose. "If you go to the first square, you will be the last one. You must play the game from the beginning. Even if the 2 players in front of you fall, you will be left alone. Child, next time you might now have such good luck. What if you trigger the level 6 punishment square?" Tang Mo didn't turn back. "I like to start from scratch and challenge myself." Mario was flustered. "You aren't a lovely child. You are a bad one. You will run into a terrible punishment next time." "I think I'm lovely." Mario had never seen such a brazen person. "You." The sound of low and shout laughter was heard in his mind, making Tang Mo pause for a moment. Fu Wenduo asked, "Am I disturbing you?" Tang Mo knew that Fu Wenduo could hear all the dialogue. But Tang Mo had no way to block the other's ears. In order to use the save mode, he could only let this person listen in. No, in the distant Beijing, the tall man had long washed the soap from his head and body and covered his lower body with a towel. Fu Wenduo sat on the sofa instead of continuing his bath. He took a book of psychology from the bookshelf and casually looked through it. Once the archiver was turned on, both sides would hear sound from the other side. There were few opportunities for Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo to contact each other, but he knew that Tang Mo wasn't a stupid person. The game was already dangerous to the point of needing to open the archiver. This must be a very difficult game. Fu Wenduo couldn't take a bath while the other person was playing such an important game. It wasn't that the other person would care about the bath and Fu Wenduo didn't have much interest in the game. However, the sound of the water would reach Tang Mo's ears and might disturb his judgment. Of course, there were other reasons why he didn't want to let Tang Mo know he was bathing. He might not be a kind person but he wasn't malicious enough to disturb other people when playing the game. The archiver was only halfway open. Therefore, Fu Wenduo only heard a few keywords when reading the book. Mario, free jump square, king square, prisoner. It sounded like a very interesting game. The people playing the game were also very interesting. In the Mario's Monopoly game, Tang Mo didn't know that a man in a towel was listening to the sounds of the game. Tang Mo went to the 70th square and met the beer belly man. The beer belly man walked to the side, letting Tang Mo walk away. Once Tang Mo reached the 69th square, he said, "Hey, do you really want to go? Do you want to go back to the first square?" The beer belly man rarely cared about other people. Tang Mo looked at him with a little interest. "You have a wind-related activity." The beer belly man spluttered, How do you know that?" Tang Mo said lightly, "Once we leave this game, I will kill you." The beer belly man, After a moment, he replied, "You are insane." Tang Mo reached the old man's square. The old man also moved sideways, not saying anything. He just watched Tang Mo with cautious eyes. Tang Mo walked forward step by step. In this white game space, the beer belly man, the old man and Mario kept watching him. No one said a word or expressed their feelings about Tang Mo's madness. Once Tang Mo arrived at the third square, Mario suddenly raised his voice. "The 100th square is the King's Square. This is the only King's Square before the 120th square. You can jump to the 100th square from the 83rd free jump square. It still isn't too late to return. You are now returning to the first square. Even if you aren't the last person, you won't necessarily be fortunate enough to land on the 83rd square again." Tang Mo stopped walking and turned to look at the giant Mario. "You saying this makes me feel more relieved. You wicked bad boy. You aren't human. You are the devil." Tang Mo was calm as he spoke sarcastically, "I'm not the devil, but you are certainly not human. You." Mario struggled to jump off the stage. He bounced around, shaking the entire world as his eyes furiously glared at Tang Mo. The beer belly man and the old man didn't doubt that Mario was now trying to kill Tang Mo. But just as Tang Mo said, Mario was stuck on the stage. His fierce movements caused the cheap neon lights surrounding the stage to fall to the ground. However, Mario didn't leave the stage. He just stared at Tang Mo with angry eyes. Tang Mo turned back around. He stood on the third square and was looking at the second and first squares. His eyes gradually tightened as he looked back and forth between the second and first squares for a long time. Finally, he stepped past the second square and stood on the first square. The moment Tang Mo stepped on the first square, his tense expression changed. His lips slightly curved as he sighed, "You weren't insane to that level. I wasted a save chance." Then a crisp and clear child's voice was heard in the white world. "Ding dong. The clearance square has been triggered." At 22.49 on November 22, 2017, the player Tang Mo has successfully cleared the large multiplayer instance, Mario's Monopoly game, and won the reward Uncle Mario's Treasure. The beer belly man straightened and stared at Tang Mo with disbelieving eyes. The old man looked at him with astonishment, his eyes full of doubt and confusion. Mario angrily pounded on the stage where he had been stomping his feet. He exclaimed, "You are the devil, you are the devil. That was my baby. Uncle Mario worked hard in the sewer for 26 years on that. You lazy human, wanting to steal Uncle Mario's treasure when you did nothing. I will never give it to you." However, as Mario spoke those words, a huge golden hill emerged in the white world. The golden hill floated in front of everyone's eyes. Uncle Mario jumped in horror, trying to grab onto the flying golden hill. But his clumsy jump only allowed him to pull out a piece of gold. The huge golden hill flew straight to Tang Mo, falling behind him. Countless gold and diamonds piled up on the hill behind Tang Mo. A few gold coins rolled down from the hill and to Tang Mo's feet. He leaned over and picked up the gold coins. "Why the first square?" the old man asked. Tang Mo shifted his gaze from the gold coin. "This is a game, so there must be a way to win." The old man frowned and whispered, "The first square, the first square." He kept talking, trying to find a clue from the first square. Tang Mo explained, none of the 6,000 people passed the game. This proves 2 points. First, there is definitely no free jump square after the 120th square. Secondly, there are 6 continuous prisoner squares in the squares after the 120th square. This guy is bad to this degree. Tang Mo looked at Uncle Mario crying on the stage. He should have set the last 6 squares to be the prisoner squares. Before that, it would be continuous king squares. A person finally came to the end, suddenly got the king square, and there were 6 squares left to victory. However, those players could never reach the end. From beginning to end, this game was to allow the players to find the clearance square. In the beginning, I thought the number of free jump squares was too much. There are 20% of the free jump squares, meaning a total of 20 squares. At least 9 adults could jump on one free jump square, but normal people wouldn't choose to jump to the first square. The squares in front of a player were unknown. Players would generally choose to jump to a square that had already been stepped on, or to move back to avoid triggering the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect. The old man did this. The first time he stepped on a free jump square, he jumped back to the rear of the group. The beer belly man was still ignorant. Then why the first square? Tang Mo asked, if there is no free jump square among the 150 squares, which square is the player least likely to land on? The beer belly man thought for a while before finally reacting. The first square. Yes, it is the first one. At least he wasn't stupid enough to be hopeless. Originally, Tang Mo was planning to leave the game and beat the person who pulled him into the game, breaking his 2 legs. In any case, the other person was an official player with an ability. It was estimated that he would be able to jump around the next day. Right now, the beer belly man's brain was finally working. Tang Mo decided to only break 1 leg. If the beer belly man could understand the truth, then the old man would naturally understand. Mario's Monopoly game had a total of 150 squares. Most people that it was most unlikely for players to arrive at the 149th or 150th square. But in fact, it was most difficult to enter the first square. There were numerous ways to get to the 150th square. If there was no free jump square, there was only one way to get to the first square. It was to throw a 1 at the beginning. There were 2 ways to get to the second square. Throw a 2 at the beginning or throw a 1 first and then another 1. There were 4 different ways to get to the third square. Throw a 3 directly, throw a 2 and then a 1, throw a 1 and then a 2, or throw a 1 3 times in a row. Later, the way to each cell was multiplied. If there was only one person, the probability that they would reach the 150th square was extremely low. Even if they made it to the 100th square, they might face a terrible punishment. Before Tang Mo, a total of 6,456 players participated in the game. At least one of those 6,000 people must have stepped on each of the 150 squares, maybe even the 149th square. But none of them stepped on the clearance square. There were only 2 possibilities. First, Mario deliberately set 6 consecutive prisoner squares. In this way, the player would die before stepping on the clearance square and it would be impossible to encounter it. But this situation didn't exist. The clearance square couldn't be set after the prisoner squares. Otherwise, this game would be impossible to win. If the Black Tower really wanted to kill all players who entered the instance, there would be no need to set up such a complicated game. Mario alone could kill everyone who entered the instance. So there must be a way to win. The second possibility was that from the beginning, it was impossible for all players to step on the clearance square with luck. Out of the 150 squares, the players had to rely on luck to step on the first square. But if someone had a bit of bad luck and rolled a 1 directly, there would be no need for this game. There was a 1/6th chance to roll a 1 on the first roll. Mario had spent so many years gathering the treasures. He wouldn't allow so many players to take away his treasure. Therefore, the black tower should shield this option when rolling the dice the first time. The only way to get to the first square was through the free jump square. Tang Mo had always wondered why so many free jump squares were set up, since their usefulness didn't seem to be too great. After confirming that the first square was a clearance square, the existence of so many free jump squares was obvious. It guaranteed that all 8 players had a change to reach the clearance square. At the same time, it also implied that players could only use the free jump square to reach the clearance square. Mario lay on the stage and cried loudly. Tang Mo took out the turkey egg from his pocket. "You can close the archive, Mr. Fu. I'm sorry for disturbing you for so long." Fu Wenduo had already closed the book as he devoted himself to listening to the movements through the turkey egg. He gave a low chuckle. The archiver didn't seem useful. Tang Mo spoke helplessly. "Yes, I wasted the save function. I thought that Mario would be very mad. The prisoner squares being 5% of the total number of squares is a very subtle figure. I wasn't sure if it was 7 or 8 squares. Like the king square, I think that Mario should put a prisoner square before the 120th square. It is most likely between the 100th to 120th squares. He himself said that the 100th square is a king square. The prisoner square should be within 6 squares of that. He would find it interesting to see if the person who got the king square also received the prisoner square." Fu Wenduo said, "He is very bad. If he is even more insane, he could set the 7th or 8th prisoner square on the first square. As a result, there is only one way to go to the second square. This is the same probability of reaching the first square. I was more inclined towards the first square. But if the first square was really a prisoner square, then at least I can load the file again and choose the second square. It is a pity that he is still a bit too gentle. You seem to be hoping that the game boss is more brutal. He is brutal enough." Tang Mo was expressionless when he suddenly realized, "I'm sorry. I said so much but I forgot you don't understand the game." Fu Wenduo shook his head. "No, it is a very interesting game from what I heard." Tang Mo looked at the turkey egg in his hand with no expression on his face. But he had a strange feeling in his heart. It was probably similar to the experience of meeting the same type of person. Perhaps it was due to this reason that he said so much extra words. After all, there was no point saying these words to the other people. Mario just wanted to kill him and wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, the beer belly man didn't have any brains. The old man was the only one listening and he just asked, "If the first square is a prisoner square, wouldn't you die?" Tang Mo didn't tell him about the archiver. He looked down at the turkey egg with deep eyes. The game safely ended and Tang Mo closed the archiver. Mario sat on the stage and cried. His tears seemed to rain down on the white world, drowning the souls of the 3 men in a moment. Tang Mo stepped on the clearance square but the 3 people hadn't returned from the white world. The old man came over. "Is it true that you can accept this gold mountain if you cleared the game?" Tang Mo looked at the huge mountain of gold. "That I think I won't be able to take all of this gold away." "What is this?" the old man asked. Tang Mo looked away. In the middle of the gold mountain, a small red gem was embedded in the depths of the gold coins. Tang Mo reached out and took the ruby. In a flash, all the gold disappeared and Mario's cries became louder. "My baby, my baby." This was the real clearance reward, Mario's treasure. After taking away this ruby, Tang Mo's body gradually faded away from the white world. Mario saw this scene and stopped crying. He got up and shouted, "You devil, you are the devil called Tang Mo. I remember you. I will definitely. Ah." Mario's face was covered in a faint layer of black gas. He took a step forward, only to step in a puddle of his tears and fell backwards. His head fell towards the ground and hit the edge of the stage. Coincidentally, a piece of gold he had pulled from the hill had fallen onto the stage and was caught in a small crack. Due to Mario's jumps, there were many cracks on the stage. He had been so stingy about the gold coins and now the gold coins were stuck in the gap. Mario was so busy scolding Tang Mo that he slipped on the tears and his head hit the gold coin. Suddenly, blood flowed from his head. Tang Mo, dot. The old man, dot. The beer belly man, dot. Mario suddenly fell stupidly. The three people who saw it were stunned. Tang Mo suddenly didn't want this ruby. He wanted the gold coins. This gold coin could even crack Mario's head, it was a big killer. If Tang Mo really had the gold hill, he wouldn't need to fight at all. He just needed to smash the gold coins on the enemy's body. However, the vanished gold hill was unlikely to return. Tang Mo looked down at the ruby in his hand. He hoped the treasure didn't disappoint. In the blink of an eye, the trio returned to the flower bed. It had been evening when they entered the instance. When they came out, the moon was already up. In the dark night, the evening breeze whistled past and rustled the trees on the street. Once the trio emerged, the dead bodies were thrown out of the air. It was as if someone had held the bodies and violently dumped them from the sky above the flower bed. The force was so great that they were thrown to the opposite side of the road. The first to be thrown out was the middle-aged woman, followed by the bald man and the young couple. The body of the middle-aged man with the lowest sense of presence wasn't thrown out. Tang Mo remembered that in Mario's world, the man was eaten by countless flying fishes and not even the bones were left. It was estimated that there was no body. Everyone had entered the same game but the 8 people didn't know each other. Tang Mo went to the opposite side of the street and confirmed that the 4 bodies were indeed players who entered the instance with him. He took off the coats on their bodies and covered their faces. This was an acquaintance of fate. The beer belly man said emotionally, "Fortunately, I survived until the end and wasn't killed by that disgusting Mario." The old man said, "Thanks to this lad. Sorry for being forced to pull you in. What are you doing?" The old man looked at Tang Mo with astonishment. Tang Mo was holding the big match in his right hand, calmly looking at the old man and the man with a beer belly in front of him. They had seen the power of the match in the instance. The old man took a cautious step back. The beer belly man also said, What do you want to do? You want to kill us?" Tang Mo was indifferent. "I told you in the instance. After we leave, I would kill you." The beer belly man's face changed. "You weren't joking." "I never joke." Tang Mo twisted his wrist. "I won't fight the old man for the moment. If I hit him with this match, he might die. As for you. Sorry, your ability has dug your grave." The big match waved through the air as he spoke. He didn't hesitate to hit the beer belly man. Tang Mo never intended to make a joke. Mario's Monopoly game was so dangerous that 6,461 people died, including the 5 people this time. He had been forcibly pulled into the game. In the end, nothing happened and he emerged safely. However, he still had 2 ribs that hadn't healed and his lungs were bleeding from Black Mario's hit. Tang Mo's quick and decisive actions didn't allow the beer belly man to counterattack. Tang Mo's reaction speed, strength and speed were all stronger than the beer belly man. The big match struck the man's right leg. The man's right leg visibly bent after it was smashed. The man shouted in pain. "Don't think that winning the game is great. We could win without you. I'll cut you up now." The man opened his mouth and his chest bulged. The next moment, he leaned forward and exhaled. A strong wind blew the trees on the side of the road back. Tang Mo grabbed an old tree in order to stabilize himself. The old man wasn't so lucky. He was blown to the edge of the flower bed. The man's wind blew for 3 minutes before finally stopping. Tang Mo's face was pale and he wasn't injured. On the other hand, the old man was hurt. The beer belly man looked at Tang Mo in horror. He used his ability but Tang Mo wasn't killed. He had to escape. I'm sorry. Spare me. Aren't you okay now? Please spare me. Tang Mo looked at him calmly. You are the one. Everyone doesn't matter. You are the one who pulled me into the game, so you are dead. The beer belly man's voice stopped. Tang Mo put away the big match. Then he leaned over and grabbed the man's coat. The man looked at him with horror and didn't understand what Tang Mo was trying to do. Tang Mo looked at him coldly. This is mine, I am taking it. The man nodded straight away. Tang Mo took the tattered coat and turned to leave. He intended to find a remote place to open the ability book and see what the man's ability was. This was to teach the other person a lesson as well as gain his ability. Tang Mo had too few offensive abilities. The man's ability didn't seem to be of much use, but it was somewhat offensive. As long as it was used properly, it could have a surprise effect. Tang Mo was just about to leave when footsteps were heard from a distance. Tang Mo immediately turned to look at the end of the road. A tall and thin man was staring at them in amazement, then he saw the 4 corpses next to them. The young man and woman's method of death was too clear. Their knives were clearly stabbed in each other's chest. It was obvious they killed each other. Tang Mo remained vigilant as he cautiously looked at this stranger. The man approached and looked at the 4 bodies for along them. Then he turned his head and looked at them strangely. He seemed to be checking if they were ghosts or not. Then he said, I want to be sure that you are people who came out alive from the second instance. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. I think I am very lovely. Major Fu. I also think my wife is very lovely. Chapter 24. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. The young man's expression was very sincere. He didn't move closer and stood 2 meters away, keeping a safe distance with Tang Mo. He seemed to be afraid of Tang Mo misunderstanding and hastened to explain, I mean, these 4 bodies seem to have killed each other. Their bodies match the characteristics of the second instance. There is the second instance nearby. You are right at the entrance. Therefore, I wanted to ask if you guys just came back from that instance. He seemed to be worried about whether the 3 people were human or black tower creatures. The beer belly man beaten by Tang Mo was on the ground and didn't speak. The old man nodded and said, yes, we did just come out of an instance. But I don't know what you mean by the second instance. The man asked tentatively, then these 4 people died in that instance and you came out. He pointed to the 4 bodies on the ground. The old man nodded. Yes, only the 3 of us came out. The young man's eyes slowly widened. Then he pulled out a silver whistle from his pocket and blew it. 1 minute later, a man and woman approached from a distance. Once they saw the 4 bodies on the ground, they responded in the exact same way as their companion. Then they saw the Tang Mo trio next to the bodies. The young woman was startled. They can't be. Yes, they have just come out from the second instance. They cleared it. The 3 people looked at the beer belly man, the old man and Tang Mo. The young man with the whistle stepped forward. Tang Mo stared at him while quietly pressing a hand to the wrist tattoo. The man said, my name is Nye Fei. These are my companions, Tang Xiao and Yi Yuanza. The 3 of us heard about bodies suddenly appearing in nearby areas. We came here to see if there was an entrance to the second instance. What is the second instance? The beer belly man couldn't help asking. Nye Fei patiently explained. This is the code we gave to the instance you just played. The 3 of us belong to an organization. The organization doesn't have many people as it takes the elite route. We have 17 people and only recruit those with a certain level of ability. After the Black Tower game officially started, we discovered 7 instances. The one you experienced was numbered 2. The young woman nodded. Yes. The Black Tower game has officially started for 4 days. Perhaps you have discovered that the Black Tower isn't just the tower attack games. There are instances similar to the second instance. The way to trigger every instance is different and any action can trigger an instance. For example, the 7th entrance to the second instance is an unobtrusive little shop by the side of the road. Taking anything in the store will trigger the instance. Tang Yamo started to think. He didn't doubt the origins of these 3 people or think they were lying. They didn't need to lie or make up a non-existent organization. The two sides had just met each other and Tang Mo's trio had barely disclosed any information. The other side already said many things that Tang Yamo hadn't heard of. In today's world, information was far more precious than money. Assuming that the second instance was Mario's Monopoly game, it wasn't surprising that the entrance was a small store. After all, Tang Yamo entered the instance because he touched a flower bed beside the road. Tang Yamo stood behind the beer belly man and the old man, separated from the other group by 3 meters. The old man asked, "Why are you telling us these things?" The 3 people looked at each other before saying, "We would like to ask you to come to our base and give a detailed account of the second instance. The biggest feature of the entrance to the second instance is that there must be dead bodies around. The number of dead bodies is generally between 5 and 7, and there are obvious signs that they killed each other. After discovering the second instance, we have found a total of 391 dead bodies and no survivors. You are the only players to beat the second instance." The old man frowned. "What would we get for telling you?" The old man asked the question that Tang Yamo was wondering. Tang Yamo had no interest in this type of thing. He didn't want to join an organization. In this world, joining a small team with a tacit understanding could greatly improve the survival rate. However, the 17 members in this organization was too many. It was easy to become a target and was very dangerous. Nia Fei said, "Since you passed through the second instance, there must be something extraordinary. If there are no surprises, we will invite you to join the organization." It turned out to be this benefit. Tang Yamo threw the beer belly man's jacket into a roadside bin and turned away. Nia Fei looked strangely at Tang Yamo but didn't try to stop him. The 3 people in Tang Mo's group knew the situation in the second instance. As long as someone was willing to go to the base, they could learn the truth. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2 people. The old man said, "I'm not a powerful person. I won't join your organization." This condition wasn't attractive. Nia Fei thought for a moment. "It doesn't matter if you don't join the organization since we have a certain threshold. Not just anyone can join. We can exchange information with each other. You tell us the information of the second instance and we will provide you with information of the same value." Tang Mo's steps paused. He turned around and slowly came back, standing beside the beer belly man. The beer belly man panicked. "You were leaving, why did you come back?" Tang Yamo glanced at him and asked lightly, "I can't walk." "Okay." The beer belly man was angry but he didn't dare speak. Nia Fei's trio saw this and immediately understood as they stared at Tang Yamo. This person was the backbone of the 3 cleared players. The base of the organization was in Pudong. They walked for half an hour and saw a mall. The beer belly man's leg had been injured by Tang Yamo. He limped along in the rear of the group. On the way to the base, the old man thought these 3 people would introduce the organization. However, they didn't say a word and just took them to the base. The mall was located between several communities and consisted of 5 connected buildings. It covered an extremely wide area. A shopping mall surrounded by buildings. There were many people around the mall and they kept going in and out. After seeing strangers come over, the crowd were wary. Then they saw the Nia Fei trio and their eyes widened. The large shopping mall had supermarkets, clothing stores and household goods stores. After the earth went online, the manufacturing of human goods halted. If they wanted to live, they needed to find a suitable place. Shopping malls and supermarkets were the most suitable for survival. These types of places had the most players. Nia Fei's organization had their base in the innermost fifth building. There were fewer players along the way. As they walked through a large supermarket, a tall and strong foreign man came over and asked in sloppy Chinese, "Nia Fei, who are they? Why did you bring them to the base?" Nia Fei replied, "Jack, they are the winners of the second instance." The foreign man suddenly became very excited. He opened his eyes and looked the Tang Yamo trio up and down. While he was looking at Tang Yamo was also looking at him. This foreign man was around 2 meters tall and had sturdy flesh. The thickness of his arms was around the size of the waist of an ordinary woman. Some people had deeply hidden powers that were difficult to detect. Take Tang Yamo for example. Before he took out the big match, no one knew he had an ability and he didn't feel dangerous. But some dangerous opponents were exposed, such as this brawny man. Tang Yamo had no doubt that this person could lift him and throw him dozens of meters away. The foreign man named Jack joined the Nia Fei trio. He led them through a down and downstairs into the mall's underground garage. He said, "Nia Fei, you must tell me how they survived the second instance. I can't even get through the S3 instance. It is incredible that there are humans who can beat the second instance." Nia Fei nodded. "I will talk to you once I meet Dr. Luo. Yes, don't forget to tell me. Maybe I can get some inspiration from it and figure out how to beat the S3 instance." The strong man sent them to the basement level of the garage before going back. Tang Chi and Yi Yuanzi left first. Nia Fei walked with the Tang Yamo trio to the second underground floor. He opened a room with lights and entered first. "Dr. Luo, I brought 3 players who passed the second instance. Maybe you can get some information about the Black Tower from them." Under the bright lights, a young man in a white lab coat took off his glasses and smiled at Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo was surprised for a moment before nodding at him. "Luo Fengcheng." Nia Fei was surprised. "Do you know Dr. Luo?" Luo Fengcheng got up from the chair and walked to Tang Yamo. He turned to look at his companion. "It seems you haven't asked his name." "Nia Fei, this is Tang Yamo. On the 19th, he was the official player who survived the first floor of the Black Tower with me." Nia Fei understood. "You are Tang Yamo." Tang Yamo didn't answer. Luo Fengcheng warmly extended his hand and Tang Yamo grabbed it. Luo Fengcheng smiled brightly like it was a reunion with an old friend. Tang Yamo raised an eyebrow and waited for the next words. "There is no mistake, you should be the one who cleared the second instance." Luo Fengcheng released Tang Mo's hand and came to a conclusion. "If it is you, it is possible to pass an instance of that difficulty. Okay, Nia Fei, take these 2 guests out first. That friend's leg seems to be injured from the instance. Take him to the pharmacy on the 2nd floor and find something for his wound." Nia Fei nodded. The beer belly man looked back and forth between Tang Yamo and Luo Fengcheng. Finally, he gritted his teeth and dragged the leg that was broken by Tang Yamo after Nia Fei. The only ones left in the room was Tang Yamo and Luo Fengcheng. "You do not need to look at me that way." Luo Fengcheng sat in his chair and gestured for Tang Yamo to sit. "We might not count as friends but we were teammates." Luo Fengcheng added, "I won't trick you, don't worry." Tang Yamo pulled out a chair and sat down. He put his backpack on the ground and looked at Luo Fengcheng. "I thought only those with abilities could join the organization. Are they also national researchers?" Luo Fengcheng asked, "You mean Nia Fei and Tang Qiao?" "No. After the game officially started, I was the only Black Tower researcher in Shanghai left alive. The leaders almost completely disappeared. Nia Fei was a senior student before the Earth came online and Tang Qiao was learning to dance. They don't necessarily need to have an ability. As long as they have a strength and have gained the approval of all members, they can join. By the way, do you know how to log into the Black Tower? Tang Yamo didn't hide it. In the 3-day elimination period, the official players have to participate in a Black Tower game and win. The stowaway needs to kill at least one person in those 3 days. As for the reserve players, they need to win other types of games. He spoke vague information. Almost. Luo Fengcheng poured a glass of water for Tang Mo. We call these 3 days the candidate selection. In the 3 days of candidate selection, the reserve players needed to eliminate one player. This isn't limited to a game. The first way is as long as one person says they are eliminated, it is a success. Tang Yamo took a deep breath. He realized what Luo Fengcheng was going to say next. Luo Fengcheng smiled. The second way is to participate in a reserve game recognized by the Black Tower or show some type of special behavior during the game that is approved by the Black Tower. Then they will become a reserve player. There are 52 official players and 823 reserve players in this mall. It was easy for me to obtain such information. Tang Yamo spoke calmly. If I join you, I can get this information. Luo Fengcheng nodded. Yes. The two men didn't speak again as they stared at each other. After a long time, Tang Yamo opened his mouth. Let's exchange information. Tell me what an instance is, the second instance and the S3 instance. Then I will tell you what is in the second instance. Deal. Luo Fengcheng already told Tang Yamo some information about reserve players. Some of it was information that Tang Yamo already knew, but the other side showed sincerity. Therefore, Tang Yamo wasn't stingy. The second instance is a game called Mario's Monopoly game. The game boss is Mario and his strength is higher than the big mole we saw in the underground cave. Luo Fengcheng listened attentively. The game has 150 squares, including 30 reward squares. Tang Yamo simply described Mario's Monopoly game. After he spoke about the "who will share your joys and sorrows" effect that triggered on the 5th round of rolling the dice, Luo Fengcheng frowned. Then this is why those people died. It must be admitted that the vast majority of players who died in the Mario Monopoly game died from their own hands. They had no chance to go to the end and were defeated by the 6 consecutive prisoner squares. According to normal dice probability, at least 6 out of 8 players would walk on the same square and trigger the "who will share your joys and sorrows." At least one of the two would die. Then Tang Yamo described the way he won. Luo Fengcheng nodded lightly and said casually, "Your luck is really good." The probability of the first square being a prisoner's square was also very high. Tang Yamo bet right, wasn't this good luck? Tang Yamo said lightly, luck is also a type of strength. Luo Fengcheng glanced at him and didn't speak. Tang Yamo said, I'm finished. It is your turn. Luo Fengcheng opened his mouth. Our organization is called Attack. I left the Black Tower on the 19th and joined the organization through some coincidences. On the 15th, the Earth went online. Attack's 11 members entered a Black Tower game on the 15th and gained the status of official players. At the time, they didn't know they were official players. They wanted to tell other people about the game they went through but found it was impossible to say anything about the game. Therefore, some of them chose to post a hidden message on a large local forum in Shanghai to find companions. In 3 days, they found 11 companions, and once the game official started, the Attack organization was formed. Tang Yamo repeated it. Attack. Attacking the tower. Luo Fengcheng. After the formal start on the 18th, Attack found the first instance and numbered it S1. At present, we have found a total of 6 S instances and 3 other instances. The Mario's Monopoly game you experienced is part of the other instances and is number 2. What is the difference between AS instance and other instances? S is safe. The 6 S instances are safe for average official players. Even if they can't win, there is a way to safely leave the instance. Luo Fengqing opened a drawer, pulled out a filer and handed it to Tang Mo. The 3 other copies are numbered from 1 to 3 and are ranked in order of difficulty. So far, no survivors have been found. Oh yes, the second instance is closed. It will be automatically closed once you passed it. Tang Mo took the folder. On the first page of the folder. Instance type. Other, number. 1, number of deaths found. 623, number of entrances found. 42, instance features. The people died from beasts eating the chest and the heart is gone. There are 610 bodies around the entrance. Conclusion. The number of people in the instance is around 10. There is no obvious information and it is extremely dangerous. Don't access. Then on the second page. Instance type. Other, number. 2, number of deaths found. 391, number of entrances found. 30, instance features. Players show clear signs of killing each other. 5-7 bodies appear around the entrance. Conclusion. The number of players in the second instance is less than 10 people. It is likely to be a game against each other. It is high dangerous and shouldn't be entered. The third page. Instance type. Other, number. 3, number of deaths found. 156, number of entrances found. 19, instance features. Suffocated to death. 3-5 bodies appear around the entrance. Conclusion. This is likely to be a survival-type instance under extreme conditions. It is dangerous and shouldn't be accessed. After the 3 pages, there was a detailed map of the Pudong area marked with a black pen. Tang Mo looked at it casually, quickly remembering the entrances of the first and third instance before returning the folder. Tang Mo said, "You just said that the second instance has been closed. Since it is closed, the information I have given you isn't worth your information." Luo Fengqing put away the folder. "Since you passed the second instance, the first and third instances shouldn't be very threatening for you." Tang Mo had seen the known entrances of the dangerous instances. Such information was too precious. Tang Mo stared at him. After a long time, he asked, "This organization, does it want to attack the Black Tower?" "The strongest defense is offense." Luo Fengqing smiled. "Originally, this organization's name was Exist. They just want to exist, to survive. Then 3 days ago, Fu Wenduo opened the Black Tower and all Chinese players were dragged into the tower attack game. 2 of the first 11 members died. If their strength had been high enough, they would have survived. Attack was the best defense." Tang Mo didn't deny this perspective. The second instance would be closed after it was cleared. Everyone in the organization knew this. However, the trio led by Nye Fei still wanted to get information about the second instance from Tang Mo and even exchanged their own information. They did it for 2 purposes. The first was to get tips from the cleared instance. Perhaps other instances would be inspired by it. The second was to use the difficulty and contents of the second instance to comprehend the difficulty and pattern of the first and third instances. Once dangerous instances were faced in the future, there was a certain amount of knowledge to make a decision. Tang Mo had got the ruby from Mario and the beer belly man's ability. His strength rose again. There must be rewards in the other instances. In order to improve strength, clearing an instance was the fastest way. Understanding the second instance meant developing strategies for other instances. The attack organization was a rather radical organization. They might gain more information but they would also face more danger. They wouldn't avoid risks and would look for ways to improve their strength from the dangerous instances and games. Tang Mo was silent for a moment. "I will consider whether I will join or not." Luo Fengqing nodded. "Good." Tang Yamo left the room and found a shop with no one present on the top floor of the mall. He locked the store's door and spread a few clothes on the ground, ready to rest. He lay behind the cashier's counter, the large wooden cabinet blocking his body. Tang Yamo carefully listened to any movements and saw a camera in the corner. He took out a coin from the cashier and moved his wrist. The coin flew and broke the camera's lens. Now the camera couldn't be used, but he wouldn't be careless. Tang Yamo turned around and put his hand in his backpack. He used the barrier of the barrier and took out his abilities book. No matter which direction, it looked like the book came from the backpack, not thin air. Once the book was pulled out, Tang Yamo turned to the latest page. Ability. Swallow energy from far away like a tiger. Owner. Lu Feihao, official player, type. Atomic, function. An intense storm will gush from the start. Lasts for 3 minutes and the wind speed goes up to level 10. Level 2, restrictions. Can only be used by exhaling air. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Note. Swallow energy from far away like a tiger. Lu Feihao. Meow, Tang Yamo version usage instructions. The violent storm can only be activated for 1 minute. The maximum wind speed is 8 and it is limited to be used twice a day. This ability is hot and spicy. The owner is concerned. Do you think Tang Yamo looks like Hello Kitty? Tang Yamo gave a cold Hello Kitty face to the abilities book. Lying on the cold groan, Tang Yamo turned to the first page and read it from the beginning again. In addition to don't give money for eating, Tang Yamo now had a total of 6 abilities. The first was a storage type. Tang Yamo used it to store the large march. The second was Li Bin's curse. This was the ability that Tang Yamo used the most. It didn't necessarily play a key role every time, but there was no problem using it against disgusting opponents. The third ability was to identify the type of players and was almost impossible to use. Then it was Chen Shanshan's ability. This ability was subtle. Tang Yamo never felt its performance, but it was reflected all the time. The only offensive abilities he had was Return My Grandfather and Swallow Energy from Far Away Like a Tiger. Tang Yamo tapped the pages with his fingers and the look in his eyes was deep, as if he was thinking about something. He put the book back in his backpack and pulled a ruby out of his pocket. It was night and the mall was silent. Faint moonlight shone through the huge glass windows of the top floor of the mall. It shone into the stores, leaving a faint light. In the dark environment, the ruby color was very deep, like a rich red wine. Tang Yamo squeezed the ruby with his fingers and gently moved. When the gem shook, the red inner sheen swayed with the amplitude of the shaking, as if it contained a strange blood-red liquid. Tang Yamo learned from observing the turkey egg and tapped the ruby 3 times with his fingers. No reaction. Tang Yamo grasped the ruby tightly with one hand. Still no reaction. He held the ruby in front of him and observed it carefully. Just as he raised the ruby near his hair, there was a dark red light and a stinky hat descended from the sky, falling directly on Tang Mo's face. Tang Yamo, Tang Yamo almost fainted because of the smell and took off the hat covering his face. He didn't have time to wonder where the hat came from before finding that the ruby in his hand had disappeared. Then he took a closer look. The red hat was familiar to anyone with their childhood memories. Above the big brim was a white M. Almost everyone had played this funny game. The game player who wore this hat jumped on top of blocks, kicked monsters, defeated dragons and saved the princess. Tang Yamo met the owner of this hat 2 hours ago. When they last met, the owner of this hat was lying on the stage and crying. Before leaving, he was so moved by Tang Mo's blessing of longevity that he threw himself on the stage and started bleeding. At this moment, there was another red flash. The red hat became a ruby again and small lines of text appeared on the game. Prop. Mario's hat, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Excellent, level. 3, attack. None, function. When wearing this magical hat, there is a chance to use your head to gain magician treasures. Restrictions. You must use the top of the head in order to trigger the treasure. The trigger probability is 10%. Wearing the red hat will make you grow a Mario-exclusive mustache, very manly. Note: a beauty doesn't necessarily wear a red hat. It may also be Mario. The very manly Mario's mustache. Tang Mo's eyes twitched as he carefully read these lines a few times. He tried to raise the ruby to his head. In an instant, the shining gem turned into a stinking hat. Once the hat was lowered, it turned into a sparkling gem again. Don't be deceived by TV scams. If this stinky hat had been hidden in the Golden Hill, it was absolutely impossible for Tang Mo to grab it. It would have at least hesitated for 3 seconds. Tang Mo felt a little regret for the first time. He shouldn't have taken this jewel. At least the gold coin could be used as a weapon. It was better than this stinky hat. Tang Mo cursed the stinky hat and Mario in his heart 100 times. However, he finally put the ruby into the inner pocket of his jacket and tightened the zipper. He closed his eyes and rested for an hour. Then, taking advantage of the intense night, Tang Mo quietly packed his things and left the mall. Everywhere was quiet and Tang Mo's footsteps were extremely light. There was almost no noise on the ground. But the moment he left the mall, a dark shadow ran into the underground garage and knocked on Luo Fengcheng's door. Dr. Luo, he is gone. Should we chase him? Luo Fengcheng was holding a pen and kneeling on the ground studying something. Taking a close look, the ground was covered with a 2 meters long white paper. The center of the paper was a small stage, with 150 connected squares leading up to it. Luo Fengcheng held a dice in his left hand and a pen in his right hand. Once he heard the voice, he stopped moving his pen. Attack isn't the triad. The man nodded and left. Luo Fengcheng got up and walked to the table. He opened the drawer and removed the folder inside. He turned to the second page and looked at the number of deaths found column. Someone had used a pen to cross out 391 and write 6,461 on one side. When you wrote this, you didn't plan to stay. Tang Mo walked quickly in the night and left Pudong. He left the mall late at night in order to not disturb the attack organization. Tang Mo decided to leave the Pudong area and found a roadside store to hide in until dawn. He walked very fast this time and reached the gate of the Shirbei Middle School in 2 hours. He entered the familiar gym and saw that it was empty. Tang Mo found a piece of bread in the equipment room that was left by someone eating it. The bread had fallen beside a pool of water and there was a thick layer of mildew on it. It looked as if the children had gone the next day after he did. There wasn't much perseverance in Tang Mo's heart as he left the gym with his back. He was heading towards the door when he stopped and looked at a match that fell on a corner of the floor. His eyes narrowed and he looked away from the match towards the white wall in front of him. After carefully observing for a moment, Tang Mo stepped forward and wiped the layer of white ash on the wall with his palm. Tang Mo brother. We will be going first. When you play games later, be sure to live. Chen Shanshan. Zhao Ziang. The last words were twisted. They were ugly compared to the previous words. At first glance, he knew that the chubby boy had engraved it. Tang Mo smiled and erased the words engraved on the wall. Then he took his bag and left the school. As he was walking to the school gate, a loud child's voice was heard through Shanghai. Ding dong. Europe's Zone 3 stowaway, Franz Liszt has successfully cleared the first floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo's footsteps paused. Someone in Europe cleared the Black Tower. When did the Europe Tower attack game begin? According to the time, Fu Wen Duo spent around 3 hours on the first floor of the Black Tower. Mary van der Sar of the United States took 5 hours. The attackers in Europe should be weaker than China and the United States. The time spent was more than 5 ohas. Based on arithmetic calculation, if the attacker took 7 hours, then Tang Mo was still in Mario's Monopoly game when the European players started attacking the tower. At this point, Tang Mo no longer hesitated and looked calmly forward. The sun was rising and there were more people on the street. Tang Mo didn't have anything else to do in Shanghai. He planned to go back to Suzhou and see if he could find any surviving friends. He walked to Nanjing Road, where people could be seen everywhere. There weren't many people, but no matter where he went, there would be at least 2 or 3 people. Tang Mo carried his big bag and walked forward. He just walked by a flower bed when Tang Mo's body stiffened and he stopped. Nobody noticed his strangeness. In 3 seconds, Tang Mo's face darkened, his fingers tightened and his face became very ugly. It was because a crisp and cheerful voice had been heard in his mind just now. Tang Mo looked around at several people walking past, checking if they heard the strange sound. However, the 3 people passing by didn't seem to hear anything. Tang Mo staring at them caused them to jump, one muttering, "Psycho," before rushing away. In Tang Mo's head, the child's voice was still ringing. It spoke 3 times in total, every time sounding more joyful. Ding dong. China Zone 2's official player Tang Mo has reached the first level of the Black Tower. In 10 days, be prepared to attack the tower. In the bright sun, the Black Tower suspended in the air shone brightly. The author has something to say. Uncle Mario. Let me scold you. Let me scold you. Let me. Tang, can you give me a break? Fuwa, author. There is a 10-day break. V. Major Fu. I remember that I am the only one in China with experience clearing the floor. Chapter 25. You are listening at Novel Full.audio. The Earth is Online. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. 4 days later, Shanghai, Jingan Park. A fat little youth walked as fast as lightning into the convenience store. The food and drinking water in the convenience store had been taken by others. The fat youth didn't give up and ran into the store's warehouse. He entered the room where half-day employees slept and found 3 boxes of biscuits and a case of drinking water. Few people survived, but food had a shelf life. These days, there were fewer things that could be eaten. After finally finding food and water, the fat youth quickly ran back to a tall and thin boy. The bamboo-pole-like boy immediately took a big sip. I can live. Zhao Ziang, you said that food is hard to find now. Let's leave Shanghai quickly. There are too many people in Shanghai. If we keep eating like this, there will be no food left. The fat youth ate 2 cookies in one go, stuffing his mouth. I will eat less than you. The tall youth turned red. I didn't mean it like that. I know. The fat youth swallowed the biscuit. I'm not hungry every day. You are a reserve player and your physique isn't as good as mine. I feel like I am eating less every day, but I don't feel hungry at all. You are also eating less. Maybe it is lie what Shanshan said before. Our bodies are becoming better after the Earth went online. Just like plants, we are gaining energy through unknown methods other than eating. Is that what she said? The bamboo-thin youth twitched. How can I remember? We have been separated for several days. The fat youth recalled this matter and became depressed. Once we are stronger, we will go together. See who will dare trouble us. The 2 of them put food and water in the backpacks and started walking. The fat youth changed the topic. You said that there is someone with a big match attacking people in the middle of the night. Is it Brother Tang? Probably not. Why does Brother Tang need to sneak up on others? He is a good person and powerful. There is no need. Yes, it is certainly not Brother Tang. The 2 youths left Jingan Park and went west. The person with a big match was now hiding on the second floor of a jewelry store on Nanjing Road. The jewelry store faced north and sunlight shone from the south, unable to illuminate the store. The match man shrank back against the wall, moving his hand lightly as he looked at the people downstairs. If someone looked closely, they would find that reconstructed binoculars was the strange thing in his hand. The two mirror tubes were removed and the bottom of the barrel pierced through. A similar-sized cylinder was used to connect the two barrels in a Z shape. A flat mirror was placed on the two corners of the Z character, creating a simple reflective telescope. The match man aimed one end of the Z-shaped telescope to the pedestrians on the road while the other end was in front of him. He intently observed every person passing downstairs from morning to afternoon. In the evening, a strong middle-aged man in a black leather jacket and a cigarette strutted down the road. The match man put down his telescope, picked up his bag and ran downstairs at a fast pace, following the middle-aged man. Tang Mo hid in a dark alley, his eyes locked on the man. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There was a flash of light once he opened his eyes again. In his vision, three big characters floated above the man's head. Stowaway, Tang Mo bit his lip and quietly followed the man. As night fell, the man in the leather jacket placed his hands in his pockets, kicked open a door and walked into a specialty store. A middle-aged woman was lying in the store. Once the door opened, the woman shrank back and slammed into a cabinet. "What are you looking at? Get lost." The middle-aged woman opened her mouth to say something. However, the man raised his foot and kicked the woman's stomach. The woman grunted painfully and ran out of the store, not even taking her bag. The man in the leather jacket smiled arrogantly and lay on the bed that the woman had been sleeping in. The clock ticked on the wall of the specialty store. The man in the leather jacket closed his eyes and snoring was heard after a while, drowning out the sound of the clock. In the darkness, a thin shadow flashed past the door of the specialty store. In the next second, a huge match fell from the sky and hit the man's right leg. Snap! There was the sound of bone breaking and the man howled. Tang Mo didn't give the other person a chance to breathe. The big match aimed at the man's belly, thigh and buttocks. Hitting the meaty places would cause the person pain but they wouldn't die. The brawny man was very big and the internal organs couldn't be hit. Therefore, he continued to howl with pain. "I will kill you." Crash! A huge table suddenly appeared in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo wielded the match and it fell towards the table, instantly smashing it and scattering sawdust. Surprise flashed in Tang Mo's eyes and he sped up his hits. The strong man saw that his ability was smashed by the big match and cried out desperately for mercy. Tang Mo leaned down and grabbed the leather jacket. "This is mine, understood?" The strong man took off the leather jacket. He hugged his chest and kept nodding. I understand, I understand. It is yours, yours." The white and fat flesh burned Tang Mo's eyes and he turned away with the leather jacket. After he left, the middle-aged woman who had been driven away quietly came back. She saw that the brawny man had been beaten and angrily threw him out of the store. She kicked him several times before running away with her bag. Tang Mo walked into an alley, threw away the leather jacket and took out his abilities book. Ability. You hit me, hit me. Owner. Zhao Longfeng, stowaway, type. 4-dimensional, function. Use a nearby object as a shield. The interval time is 0 seconds. Level 1. Restrictions. The object itself must be able to be moved. The object can't be more than 10 meters away and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. Note. Zhao Longfeng, you come to hit me, hit me. Tang Mo. I will beat this tortoise to death. Tang Mo version usage instructions. The shield area of the object won't exceed 0.5 and the object can't be more than 3 meters away. The cooldown time is 10 minutes. Hey, kill Tang Mo, this little goblin. Tang Mo became accustomed to the cheap mouth of this book from the moment he opened his abilities book. This cheap book belonged to Tang Mo. Sometimes it scolded him and scraped a layer of skin off Tang Mo. Originally, Tang Mo thought he had become completely immune to it. But once he saw the phrase, little goblin, he couldn't stop his eyelids from twitching. He forcibly closed the book and endured the urge to throw it. His ability, it should comply with him. With him. This absolutely wasn't complying with him. Tang Mo gritted his teeth and stepped into a nearby house, waiting for the night to pass. From the day when the Black Tower told him that, there are 10 days to prepare to attack the tower, Tang Mo started his ambushes near Nanjing Road. Of Tang Mo's 6 abilities, only the fire-breathing and wind-blowing ability were offensive. He was lacking abilities. Other people's abilities might not be useful, but there were no restrictions on the use. Tang Mo's abilities could only be used once a day. They wouldn't work if he encountered a strong opponent and had to fight for a long time. Now he was going to take part in the tower attack game. 4 days ago, Tang Mo used Xiao Feifei's ability to find a stowaway across the road. Tang Mo thought the little girl's ability was useless until this time. Players with awakened abilities were almost exclusively official players and stowaways. There was almost nothing special about their appearance. Tang Mo had met many players with different abilities. Apart from Jack in the attack organization, who obviously looked strong enough to have an ability, the difference between official players and reserve players was very small. It was easier to find a stowaway. The stowaways were all murderers before the game official began. Some murderers were deeply hidden and didn't look any different from ordinary people on the surface. However, some murderers looked cruel and ferocious, like an evil spirit lingering on their forehead. Tang Mo's abilities could only be used once a day, so he couldn't use them easily. He only used the ability on someone who 90% looked like a stowaway. All stowaways had different abilities and he didn't dare take them lightly. He observed them closely every time and then attacked from behind. Finally, he ate without giving money and copied the other person's ability. Tang Mo lay in this house's bed and thought about where to go tomorrow to find the stowaways. He selected Nanjing Road because there were many stores with a large number of players passing by every time. It was easier to find a stowaway. Unfortunately, the 4 consecutive days of sneak attacks made people vigilant and the nickname of "Strange Match Person" became louder. The players coming to Nanjing Road for resources were reducing at a visible speed. Tang Mo touched his chin and thought for a moment. It seems that there is a supermarket not far away. I can set up an ambush there. It was deep in the night. It wasn't game time and China was silent. The next morning, Tang Mo quickly left Nanjing Road and went to the supermarket. 3 days later, a shopping mall in Pudong. A strong foreign man stepped out of the underground garage and left the man. He was fierce and the ground shook slightly with every step. The other players were careful to avoid the place where he was walking. The blond, brawny man scratched his head and headed eastward. Once he left the mall, Tang Mo opened his eyes from where he had been waiting for over an hour. He wanted for Jack to walk for 3 minutes before quietly following. After 20 minutes of stalking, Tang Mo saw Jack walked into a factory. He bypassed the old factory building and went to the iron fence. But just as he was about to leave the factory, he stopped and stood in front of an old manhole beside the gate. Jack stepped on the manhole cover and his body disappeared. Tang Mo exited the factory building and walked to the rusted manhole cover. He didn't hesitate to step on the manhole. A loud voice was immediately heard in his mind. Ding dong. The single-person instance game, Kill Bill, has been triggered. At 11:26 on November 30, 2017, player Tang Mo has safely entered the game. Sandbox loading. Data loading complete. Tang Mo's body fell rapidly. The fall came very suddenly and Tang Mo didn't react for a moment. However, he wouldn't be caught off guard like last time. This feeling was the same as when he met the big mole. Tang Mo opened his hands and placed his both on both sides of the tunnel as support, stabilizing his body. After a long fall, Tang Mo landed on soft ground. He was surrounded by darkness, so Tang Mo took out a flashlight from his backpack and illuminated the surroundings. The cave was exactly the same as the mole uncle. The soil was wet and it was much more humid than the mole's cave. Tang Mo stepped on the ground and left a clear footprint. This wasn't a closed cave. On one side of the cave, a dark underground tunnel stretched out to a point where the flashlight couldn't reach. Tang Mo pricked his ears and watched for movements around him. At the same time, he quickly looked around the cave before returning to the tunnel. This tunnel was around 1.8 meters high. Tang Mo had to stoop slightly if it walked in it, otherwise the wet soil would touch his hair. Once he determined that there was nothing in the underground cave, he thought carefully before entering the tunnel. As he moved deeper into the cave, the humidity increased. Tang Mo focused and paid attention to movement around him. Suddenly, a hurried running sound was heard from the depths of the tunnel. Tang Mo's eyes tightened as he turned off the flashlight and stuck himself to the tunnel wall. The soil in the tunnel was very damp and Tang Mo's shoes were covered with mud. The extremely wet soil made it easy for Tang Mo to grab a lot of soil. He didn't care about being dirty as he covered himself in it and stuck to the wall. The mud all over his body allowed Tang Mo to integrate with the tunnel wall. The footstep neared as Tang Mo held his breath and tried to erase his presence. He couldn't see the thing running over, but he wasn't going to confront it directly. However, it didn't matter if Tang Mo turned off the flashlight and covered himself with mud. The footsteps ran past Tang Mo before running back. Tang Mo's body tightened. He heard the footsteps stop in front of him. He tightened his lips and his right hand prepared to grab the match and attack. Then a surprised but weak voice was heard. "My God, are you the co-worker sent to take over?" A faint light shone on Tang Mo's face. There was a young foreign man with reddish-brown hair in front of him. He wore a red and white uniform. It looked exactly the same as Uncle MacDonald's clothes, except that one had a horizontal stripe while the other was a vertical stripe. An old-fashioned kerosene lamp was held in his hand. It had obviously been dark in the tunnel while he was running, with no kerosene light. Now he pulled this old-fashioned kerosene lamp out of thin air and shone it on Tang Mo. After hearing his words, Tang Mo stopped trying to take out the match. He thought for a moment and nodded silently. "Oh God, it is really unlucky that you came. Bill is crazy. Do you see the wounds on me? They were caused by Bill. You." Tang Mo barely said anything before there was a strange hissing sound from the depths of the tunnel. It was similar to a snake but different. There was the sound of something great hitting the tunnel. Bang bang. The tunnel was hit by an unknown creature and shook like there was an earthquake. Tang Mo and the red-haired man's bodies swayed. They relied on the wall to stand upright. The red-haired man was terrified. "That is the voice of the monster. Crazy, it is crazy." The fearful man took 3 steps back and almost sat directly on the ground. At the same time, his light flashed over Tang Mo's face that was covered in mud. He placed the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hand extremely quickly. "Partner, it is your turn to be on duty. Check what the situation is. I am going out to find someone." The red-haired man said this before turning and running away. "Check what's going on. Don't let that monster out. I will come back, I'll be back." He said this but his body was very honest as he ran away. Tang Mo held the kerosene lamp and resisted the urge to yell at the man. A crisp, childish voice sounded in his mind. "Ding dong. Main mission has been triggered. Kill Bill in 20 minutes. The author has something to say. Tang tang. Follow your sister. Major food and I thought I would get to play today. Chapter 26. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Main mission. Kill Bill in 20 minutes. Tang Yamo didn't hesitate. He took the kerosene lamp and quickly walked into the dark tunnel. The deeper he walked into the tunnel, the greater the soil moisture and air humidity. The incoming air almost felt like real water droplets. There was a strange hissing sound from the depths of the tunnel, accompanied by a banging noise. Tang Yamo tried to control every step to 70 centimeters and counted the seconds in his heart. He couldn't go so quickly that he wouldn't be able to defend against sneak attacks. He also couldn't go too slowly because the mission only had 20 minutes. By the time Tang Yamo counted to 560 seconds, a faint whining sound caught his attention. He carefully identified the sound and quickly discovered it was a human voice. Tang Yamo quickened his pace for 30 seconds and saw a blood-stained blonde man at the edge of the tunnel. The man was wearing a McDonald's uniform like the reddish-brown haired man and was lying breathlessly against the wall. There was a big hole on the left side of his forehead and blood flowed down from the hole, wetting the left side of his face. His right leg was twisted in a strange posture. The lower leg was at a 90-degree right ankle and the whites of the bones were exposed. Once he saw the light of the kerosene lamp, the blonde-haired man looked up at him with difficulty. He cried out once he saw Tang Yamo, "Go! Go quickly! That monster is scary! You have to go!" Ding dong! Tip. You can currently choose to exit the instance. Do you want to exit it? Tang Yamo had counted the first 610 seconds in silence and half of the 20 minutes was left. He replied as he made up his mind. "I won't quit." Tang Yamo looked at the blonde-haired man. The red vertical striped T-shirt and bright yellow vest was no different from the red-haired man. Tang Yamo looked at the blonde man's shoulder and leg again. The T-shirt was stuck at the shoulders and the length of the pant leg was very suitable. These clothes were his own. It seemed that this man and the reddish-brown-haired man who just fled were employees doing some type of work here. Tang Yamo looked at the man's name tag on his left chest and spoke to the blonde man. "Kavis, what is that monster?" Kavis raised his head in a daze when he heard his name from Tang Mo's mouth. "Do you know me?" Tang Mo's expression didn't change as he reacted quickly. "I am the new worker who has come to take over the shift. You turned out to be a new colleague." Kavis struggled to raise his upper body with body hands in order to lean against the wall. Tang Yamo helped raise his body and made his position more comfortable. Kavis smiled wryly. "I won't live long, half an hour at most. Perhaps I won't be able to hold up until other people come." Tang Yamo looked at the big hole in Kavis' head and thought in his heart, a normal person would have died already. There is a devil inside. You don't want to go in. It is terrible, it is crazy. Kavis seemed to think about something terrible as his scared face distorted. He kept saying, "I can't escape." "You can escape. Don't care about me and leave. Maybe you can escape." Exactly 1 minute had passed. Tang Yamo wanted to tell this Kavis not to talk nonsense and quickly explain. But he had to be tolerant. "Kavis, you aren't going to die. What the hell is that?" The hissing sound got close and the monster suddenly let out a sharp howl. The tunnel started to shake violently. Kavis' head struck the wall and more blood poured from the hole. Tang Yamo almost fell. He went down on one knee, propping himself against the wall as he asked again, "What is it?" Finally, this time Kavis didn't speak nonsense. "It is a big earthworm." "My God, you have never seen such a big earthworm. It is a monster." The boss said that audiences like to see this type of novelty the most. As you know, every spectator who comes to the circus wants to see things that can't be seen in ordinary life. The more curious they are, the more they enjoy it and seek stimulation. A big earthworm, the circus. Tang Mo memorized these two keywords. I have said that the monster is a big earthworm. The head of the group wants to use it to make money. Now the earthworm has gone crazy and wants to kill me. It is going to escape. The hissing sound came closer and Kavis immediately said, "Companion, you should go first. It must have freed itself from the cage. Go and don't worry about me. It is just an earthworm. I will kill it." Tang Mo currently didn't have many abilities, but he should be able to kill an earthworm. Kavis thought that Tang Mo was unwilling to give up on him and was moved. "If you really want to kill it, I have a weapon here. Quickly take it. I just used it to hit the head of the earthworm and escaped from the cave. It didn't catch up with me, so this should kill it." Kavis handed a large wooden stick on the ground to Tang Mo. Tang Mo intended to refuse. However, he couldn't say anything as his expression suddenly changed and he picked up the wooden stick. Kavis warned, "Companion, you must be small." The last word wasn't spoke as Kavis saw his strange new colleague rushing out. The left hand carried a kerosene lamp while the right hand held a big stick. Tang Mo rushed deep into the tunnel at great speed. Kavis curiously muttered, "Why is the new colleague so anxious?" Kavis didn't know that the moment he took out the wooden stick, a child's voice was heard in Tang Mo's mind. Ding dong. The single-person instance game, Kill Bill, has been officially opened. During the game, first, the use of all abilities is prohibited. Second, players can only use the kerosene lamp for lighting. Third, only the big stick can damage the earthworm. The circus leader has prepared 3 types of treasures and is intending to surprise the audience in the underground city tomorrow night. However, he is destined to go bankrupt. Even the rats in the dungeon knows that Bill can't see the light. There were only 5 minutes of mission time left, so Tang Mo had no time to speak nonsense with Kavis. He rushed forward and ran straight down the tunnel. After running for a minute, Tang Mo's left hand suddenly hit the wall. He borrowed the force to roll back and steadily land. The kerosene lamp in his hand shook slightly, spilling a few drops of oil. In the dim light of the kerosene lamp, a huge shadow appeared in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo grunted and tried to calm himself down. This earthworm was much bigger than Tang Mo imagined. The tunnel was 2 meters high and the earthworm's size accounted for half of that. In the place where the kerosene lamp didn't reach, the earthworm's tail slammed against the wall. Once it saw Tang Mo, it made a shrill sound and raised its dark head. Then it rushed towards the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hands. Tang Mo reacted quickly and moved sideways. He ran back 3 meters and placed the kerosene lamp on the ground. This distance allowed the light from the kerosene lamp to shine on the earthworm and prevented the kerosene lamp from being hit by the earthworm. The earthworm found that it couldn't destroy the hateful light and screamed angrily. The next moment, it opened its toothless mouth and bit Tang Mo's shoulder. Tang Mo's moved his right leg to avoid the assault. He waved the big stick and struck the earthworm in the back while it was trying to bite him. He used 10% of his strength when swinging the stick. Unexpectedly, Tang Mo was hit by a huge shockwave and fell against the wall. The large earthworm twisted its body, but there was only a small injury on the back. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and he hurried to attack. The earthworm's shell was like the hardest armor. Every time Tang Mo's stick descended, only a small injury was left. Now Tang Mo realized why Jack had been annoyed finding a way to defeat the S3 instance, despite being so strong. After being instructed by the Black Tower to prepare for the tower attack game, Tang Mo planned out his life for the next 10 days. For the first 7 days, he would try to find as many stowaways as possible and copy their ability. For the remaining 3 days, he would use the help of the attack organization to enter a variety of S-type instances. He would try to pass the instance and get the prop rewards. From the beginning, Luo Fengqing only let Tang Mo see the map with the entrances to the 3 most dangerous instances. He didn't show the map of the 7 S-type instances. Therefore, Tang Mo could only stay near the shopping mall and track attacks members to find the entrances. It must be a S-type instance if the attack member entered. All other instances were too dangerous. There was no player in this world willing to take the risk. Tang Mo also didn't dare take this risk. Tang Mo spent a day and a night near the mall and finally picked Jack. During this time, he heard about it from the other reserve players in the mall. Jack was one of the most powerful people in the attack organization. His strength lay in not his intelligence, but in that terrible body. Originally, Tang Mo thought that the S3 instance was an intellectual puzzle. Tang Mo missed a key clue and couldn't defeat the powerful Black Tower monster in the instance. Now Tang Mo finally understood. Abilities weren't allowed to be used and he could only use this big stick to hit the earthworm. This was why Jack was willing to enter the S3 instance again and again. If he had the physical fitness of other players, he would have probably given up after playing it once. Tang Mo's physique was far worse than Jack's. He used the narrow terrain so that the earthworm couldn't hit him. But the steel shell of the earthworm didn't give him a chance to hit the target. It was as if he was playing hide and seek with the earthworm as they continuously collided in the narrow tunnel. Tang Mo's foot slipped and the earthworm's head hit his abdomen. He flew back and fell by the kerosene lamp. Tang Mo wiped the blood at the corners of his mouth and looked at the earthworm not far away. The big earthworm raised its head and hissed a warning to Tang Mo. Suddenly, it once again tried to hit the kerosene lamp with its head. Tang Mo took the kerosene lamp and ran backwards. The light of the kerosene lamp flashed in the tunnel. Tang Mo ran faster and faster, while the chasing earthworm also became quicker. As the two of them ran to the place where Kavis was lying, there was a sound in Tang Mo's head. Ding dong. The time is up and the main task of Kill Bill has failed. Tang Mo's heart tightened as a white light filled the area. It was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. The white light gradually weakened and Tang Mo opened his eyes in the darkness again. The strong earthy smell and the sound of the large earthworm hitting the tunnel was gone. Tang Mo took a deep breath and suppressed the tension and fear in his heart. After a moment, he took out his flashlight and looked around. It was a wide underground cave with a 2-meter-tall tunnel. He had gone back to the beginning area. Tang Mo bowed his head and looked at his hand. He stretched his fingers and clenched them. This was repeated 3 times. I'm still alive. The mission failed, but there is no death or punishment. This is a S-type instance. Tang Mo whispered to himself. He checked his back and left arm. He had been inevitably hit when struggling with the big earthworm. The earthworm had high strength and could bruise the opponent, even without any teeth. Tang Mo's back and left arm had been directly hit by the head of the earthworm. But now he had no wounds on his body. Tang Mo looked at his right hand again. 3 minutes ago, he had been holding the wooden stick in his hand and hitting the earthworm again and again. The earthworm's shell was cracked several times by Tang Mo while Tang Mo was also injured by the strong shock. Now his hands were restored. Tang Mo's lips narrowed as he turned and rushed into the tunnel again. This time, he was very fast. He met the red-haired circus staff carrying a kerosene lamp in 3 minutes. My God, are you the colleague who was sent to take over? Tang Mo looked at the other person carefully. His expression wasn't very good because of the mission failure just now. The red-haired employee looked at him and asked, "What happened to your partner? Why did you come in at this time?" "Bill is crazy. Look at all my injuries. They are from Bill. I came to take over." "What happened to Bill?" Tang Mo looked down at the 2 wounds on the man's chest. Blood was coming from 2 shocking wounds. Fortunately, the wound wasn't very deep and didn't pierce the ribs. Just like Kavis could speak properly with a hole in his head, this red-haired man could run and jump. The man seemed to think of something terrible. Bill, how should I know what happened with Bill? He suddenly attacked me. Ah yes, if you came to take over, wait here first. I'll go and find someone. I will come back, I'll be back. Tang Yamo skillfully took the kerosene lamp. He didn't even look at the man as he ran into the tunnel at his fastest speed. A minute later, he saw Kavis. Kavis was still laying on the ground. His blonde hair was tinged with blood. Once he saw Tang Yamo, his first words were, "Go, go. The monster is terrible." "You." Tang Yamo interrupted. "I won't quit." Kavis gasped. "Da." Tang Yamo ignored him. He directly picked up the big stick on the ground and headed into the dark tunnel. However, only 3 steps were taken. Tang Yamo turned his head and looked at Kavis, lying on the ground and unable to move. Kavis gulped. "Companion. Why did you come back?" Tang Yamo calmly looked down at him. The next second, he leaned down and started taking the clothes. Kavis panicked. "See. Companion, I'm not gay." "You. What are you doing?" Tang Yamo ignored him and directly stripped Kavis of his uniform. Tang Yamo looked at the socks and white underwear left on Kavis' body. He hesitated for a moment but didn't take the 2 items of clothing. He held the uniform and turned away. You. Kavis' voice was choked up. He lay naked in the muddy tunnel and watched as the strange new colleague took his clothes and walked into the tunnel. Once Tang Yamo ran deep into the tunnel, he saw the cave that the big earthworm had broken out of. At the end of the narrow tunnel was a broad cavern. On one side of the cavern was a cupboard, a table and 2 chairs. There were still beer bottles on the table and many peanut shells thrown on the floor. The large earthworm's cage took up most of the space in the cavern. Once it saw Tang Yamo, the large earthworm rushed out of the broken cage, screaming as it attacked. Tang Yamo ran back into the tunnel. The earthworm immediately followed. Tang Yamo opened the lid of the kerosene lamp and set Kavis' uniform on fire. The weak flame hit the cotton cloth and it immediately burned. Tang Yamo didn't waste any clothes. He used every one of Kavis' clothing to the extreme. The shirt was burned and thrown to one side of the tunnel. The vest was burned and sent to the other side. Even the red bow tie was burned, as it was thrown into the center of the tunnel as a small fireball. The big earthworm had changed Tang Yamo into the tunnel and hadn't even touched him yet. Once it saw so many flames, it moved back, wanting to return to the underground cave. Tang Yamo directly took off his coat, lit it with the kerosene lamp and threw it behind the earthworm, blocking the way. The large earthworm was almost burned by this fire. It turned angrily and rushed towards Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo took off his thin white sweater and placed a corner of the sweater into the kerosene lamp, slowing igniting it. In the spluttering firelight, Tang Mo's face was very cold and indifferent. He threw his sweater to the left side of the big earthworm while staring at the earthworm in front of him. Now there is 15 minutes. We can play for a long time. The big earthworm screamed angrily while Tang Yamo rushed up to it with the wooden stick. The third rule of the game. Only the big stick could cause damage to the big earthworm. From the mission failure, returning to the starting point and going to the cave where the prisoner was held, it took a short 10 minutes. Tang Yamo triggered the main mission and rushed deep into the tunnel at the fastest speed, saving time. Meanwhile, he had thought about how to defeat this earthworm. Only the big stick could damage the earthworm, but it was afraid of light. Ordinary earthworms were afraid of the sun because they were invertebrates that used the skin to breathe. Their body surface must remain moist, and if the skin surface wasn't humid enough, they wouldn't be able to breathe and would eventually die. This was the reason why many earthworms were sunburned on the road after the rain. In fact, they weren't actually sunburned. Before they died in the sun, they died of suffocation. It was reasonable to say that the fire certainly had an influence on the earthworm. But the rule given by the Black Tower was that only the large stick can hurt it. Therefore, Tang Yamo couldn't use fire to deal with the earthworm. But he could use fire to limit the movements of the earthworm. There were too many fire groups gathered around its body. The big earthworm waved its tail and blocked the stick in Tang Mo's hand. It also wanted to use its head to extinguish the fires. However, these fires weren't the faint flames of the kerosene lamp. The earthworm strove hard to hit them, but it only made the fire smaller, not extinguishing them. The earthworm's screaming became more intense and it finally seemed to understand something. Rather than foolishly extinguishing the fire, it turned to the culprit. Hiss! Tang Mo sneered. Come, there are still 10 minutes. The thick wooden stick hit the earthworm's head. It was in so much pain that it screamed. The fires on the ground trapped the movements of the earthworm. It couldn't swing its big tail and make Tang Mo fly away like last time. Once its body touched a fireball, the flames didn't burn its body. However, its movements were paused for a second. Tang Mo found something out by chance and took advantage of it. During the fight, he noticed the conspicuous band on its body. The earthworm was symmetrical on both sides of its body and the length of the body from the back looked exactly the same. It was difficult to distinguish the position of each body section in a short amount of time. Only the nude pink band was very prominent. Tang Mo stared at only this place and struck it. Within 5 minutes, the band had a large gap and pink blood flowed from it. For a time, Tang Mo had the upper hand. But the flames on the ground were getting darker. The extremely high humidity of the air and the moisture in the soil made all the flames dim at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, until they were extinguished. Once the flames caused by Tang Mo's white sweater also died out due to the moisture, the big earthworm was freed and rushed angrily over to Tang Mo. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and he jumped into the air to escape the earthworm. The tail of the earthworm suddenly moved. Tang Mo was unable to change his direction while in the air and was caught unprepared by the tail. He gritted his teeth and stared at the big earthworm who had come alive again. The big earthworm also stared at him with small eyes. Tang Mo didn't hesitate as he took off his own pants and lit it with the kerosene lamp. Hiss! Hiss! It was only one fire but it was enough to make the earthworm angry. It rushed towards Tang Mo again. Tang Mo also rushed towards it with the stick. 8 minutes later, Tang Mo stood blankly in front of the tunnel and touched his clothes. The clothes that Tang Mo had taken off and burned were all returned to him. Then this game should be a full-fledged return with everything, a true copy as a security level. Tang Mo wondered, if I die while fighting the great earthworm, can I return? Tang Mo pondered the question before answering it. It shouldn't be. Tang Mo wasn't impatient the third time he entered the tunnel. He slowly walked through the tunnel as he pondered on everything he had seen. From meeting the red-haired man, triggering the main mission, meeting Kavis, acquiring the weapon, learning more rules of the game and fighting the boss in the end. If he used the big match, he would be able to kill the large earthworm. However, the Black Tower has set a rule in advance. Only the stick could hurt the earthworm. It wasn't enough to use fire to limit the movements of the earthworm. The earthworm was afraid of fire, the stick could injure it and the players couldn't use their abilities. These were restrictions given by the Black Tower but they were also hints in a sense. How could he use the wooden stick to kill the earthworm? Tang Mo's footsteps suddenly stopped. Wait, could that wooden stick really kill the earthworm? The stick was just an ordinary and hard stick. There was absolutely no special reinforcement while the earthworm's skin was as hard as thick ceramic. Tang Mo used all his strength and designed the fire to block the earthworm's movements, only managing to cause some bleeding. This was almost his limit. Was there really a player who could kill it with the stick? Jack couldn't do it or he wouldn't be challenging the S3 instance until now. Could Fu Wenduo do it? Tang Mo didn't use Momo to contact the other person but his heart already knew the answer. It couldn't be done. Not being able to use abilities and only using the stick whose physical quality was no match for poor weapons. It is forbidden to use abilities, the player can only use the kerosene lamp as a light and the wooden stick is the only thing that can harm the earthworm. Tang Mo read the rules of the Black Tower over and over again. Even the rats in the dungeon knows that Bill can't see the light. Can't see the light. Hurried footsteps were heard from the dark tunnel. Tang Mo stood still and watched the red-haired man walking towards him. My God, are you the colleague who was sent to take over? It was the third time he heard this sentence. Tang Mo didn't respond. Instead, he asked calmly, who is Bill? The red-haired man was confused. Bill. Bill is yes. Bill is crazy. Look at all my injuries. They are from Bill. The familiar words were once again heard. Tang Mo didn't listen this time as he seriously looked at the wounds on the red-haired man's chest. The red-haired man shrugged off responsibility and placed the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hands. Check what's going on. Don't let that monster out. I will come back, I'll be back. Tang Mo didn't look after him as he kept walking deeper into the tunnel with the kerosene lamp. He didn't walk fast this time. He was looking at the ground, as if he was thinking about something. He walked for 15 minutes when he heard a startled male voice in front of him. Ah! Where are my clothes? My clothes are gone. Tang Mo approached the man who spoke. The blonde Kavis was wearing only underwear and a pair of socks. He was staring at his bare body with horror. Then light came from the tunnel and Kavis turned to look. Using the dim lighting of the kerosene lamp, he clearly saw Tang Mo's face. Kavis looked at Tang Mo's unfazed demeanor and hurriedly cried out, Go! Go quickly! That monster is scary. You have to go. Tang Mo held the kerosene lamp in one hand and asked, Bill Kavis. Kavis asked with a strange expression, Do you know me? Why did you call my name? Tang Mo closed his eyes silently. The next moment, he picked up the wooden stick directly from the ground and slammed it into the bloody Bill Kavis' head. There was the crisp sound of the skull breaking as Bill looked up at Tang Mo in a panic. Why, Tang Mo threw away the big stick. I don't know, but the Black Tower wants you to die. I can only say that I'm sorry. Bill Kavis' eyes stayed wide open as he stared at Tang Mo with disbelief. Then his body fell to the right and he stopped breathing. At the same time, the Pudong district of Shanghai. As the sun was setting, a burly and foreign man suddenly appeared beside a manhole cover outside an old factory. He hadn't appeared for long when he saw a young woman waiting next to it. I was trying to clear the S2 instance nearby and decided to drop by and see you. How about it, Jack? Did you clear the S3 instance this time? Jack was depressed. Don't say it. As you know, my physical strength this morning was so strong that I could smash diamonds with my hand. I was so happy and came here to try and kill that annoying earthworm. But Tang Xiao, I really killed it this time. I tried it a total of 3 times. The last time, I used Dr. Luo's method and tied the stick to my hand and hit it. The third time I managed to smash it in the 19th minute that IT was dead. But I still failed the mission. Why is this? Tang Xiao was shocked. You failed. Did you make a mistake? You killed the big earthworm but still failed the mission. Jack nodded angrily. Is the Black Tower lying to me? I don't think so. Tang Xiao thought for a moment. Did you clearly explain this instance to Dr. Luo? Only you like to challenge this S3 instance. I'm not interested in this dirty place and other people in the organization weren't interested after challenging it once. Dr. Luo hadn't awoken an ability and he isn't suitable to fight this instance. Did you describe the instance incorrectly? Is the main mission not killing the big earthworm? Jack scratched his head. No, I made it clear to Dr. Luo. I first met a red-haired man. After that, I met a dying blonde-haired man and then triggered the main task to kill the earthworm. Tang Qiao was puzzled. Right now, it is past 18:00. The game time is over. Go back today and tell to Dr. Luo in detail about everything you encountered. Then you can try clearing it again tomorrow. Okay, that is the only method. In the dark and moist tunnel, Tang Yamo looked blankly at Bill's body on the ground and finally heard the Black Tower's voice. Ding dong. At 18:13 on November 30, 2017, the player Tang Yamo has successfully cleared the single-player instance, Kill Bill, and obtained the reward, Earthworm's Tears. The Earthworm's Tears. Tang Mo's face darkened after hearing the reward and he didn't respond. He stood in front of Bill's body for 10 minutes before giving up on the Black Tower, sending him out of the instance. Now he couldn't choose to leave the instance and Bill Cavis was dead, so the option to exit the instance wasn't possible. According to the Mario's Monopoly game last time, he would have to get the reward to leave the instance. Tang Mo was silent for a long time. At last, he quietly picked up the big stick and the kerosene lamp, walking deeper into the tunnel. This time it was very strange. He had been dawdling outside for a long time but the earthworm hadn't broken through the cage and headed into the tunnel. Tang Mo only saw the earthworm after entering the underground cavern. Far away from the light of the kerosene lamp, a strange hissing sound was heard. The hissing sound was no different from the previous 2 times. However, this time it entered Tang Mo's ears and became the voice of a child. Hey band, there is a lot of blood. Who hit me? Whimper. Why was I hit? Tang Mo. Baby is a good baby, baby never eats people. Baby only likes to eat leaves. Why do you want to catch baby? Whimper. Why do you want to hit baby? What did baby do wrong that it hurts a lot? All of a sudden, the child's voice sharpened. Ah! There is light. The hissing sound stopped and the earthworm circling the tattered iron cage no longer licked its wounds. It twisted its head and stared at the kerosene lamp in Tang Mo's hand. It hissed quickly. No light, no light. Then it rushed towards the kerosene lamp. It was so large that it looked like it was going to attack Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately smashed the kerosene lamp. The world once again became dark and the body of the large earthworm froze in midair. Tang Mo couldn't see it and didn't know what it was doing now. 1 human and 1 earthworm froze. After a few minutes, Tang Mo heard the sound of a heavy object being dragged against the ground. It seemed that someone was crawling on the ground, listening to the sound of any movements. It was moving cautiously towards Tang Mo. The sound came closer and eventually stopped. Tang Mo couldn't see it but he could vaguely feel this thing circling him a few times, like it was looking at him. After a few seconds, something slippery rubbed against the back of Tang Mo's hands. Tang Mo thought of the earthworm's big and sticky head and felt a bit disgusted. But the hissing voice was heard again. It is wet and sticky, like. Bill's blood was on Tang Mo's hand so it was certainly wet. Tang Mo sighed and endured his nausea, reaching out to touch the big head. He tried to make his voice sound less malicious. I'm sorry I hit you. The author has something to say. Big earthworm. Whimper, why did you hit baby? QAQ. Abilities book baby. Hey. Don't grab my baby status. Tang Tang. Shut up. Chapter 27. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Mo found out earlier that after the game was restored, the clothes on him were returned to their original state by the Black Tower. However, Cavis' clothes were gone forever. It appeared that the Black Tower could only return the information from when the player entered the instance. It couldn't control the life or death of the creatures in the instance. Thus, the injuries Tang Mo dealt to the earthworm during the second challenge of the instance hadn't healed. Of course, the big earthworm couldn't understand Tang Mo's words. You seem to be a good person. You wouldn't beat me like that man who drank alcohol. Suddenly, its back scraped a sharp point and the injured band was pierced again. The big earthworm started to cry. Tang Mo reached out a hand to catch the tears, but he discovered the big earthworm was just making sounds. There wasn't a single tear. Tang Mo's expression became very ugly. If this instance was the same as Mario's Monopoly game, he had to get the earthworm's tears in order to leave the instance. The kerosene lamp was broken and there was a flashlight on Tang Mo's body, but he didn't consider using it. He tried to overcome the feeling of nausea and made himself forget that the sticky thing rubbing against him was a giant earthworm. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the head of the giant earthworm. The big earthworm's injuries were really caused by Tang Mo. Now he was comforting it while feeling slightly guilty. This thought made Tang Mo's actions more natural. Before Tang Mo had entered the instance, his subconscious had a piece of information buried deep in it. The final boss of the S3 instance was the huge earthworm. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo's memory became excellent. He stayed at the entrance of the mall for over an hour and finally tracked Jack because Jack once said in the underground parking lot that he would try to clear the S3 instance and beat the big earthworm. Tang Mo remembered these words, so after entering the instance, his first thought was to defeat the big earthworm. The final form of the instance made him feel surprised. He thought it was simply beating the earthworm. He hadn't expected so many restrictions. Thus, with this preconceived idea, Tang Mo's first choice to pass the instance was to attack the big earthworm. The second time, he thought it was too difficult to defeat the earthworm. His mind was focused on ways to defeat it and he didn't pay attention to other key points. During the third challenge, he finally escaped from the misunderstanding set by Jack and found many doubtful parts. First of all, this tunnel was very long. Tang Mo had walked carefully the first time and half of the 20 minutes had passed by the time he got to Bill. This was his pace that didn't delay the time but also wouldn't be sneak attacked by a monster. Therefore, he only had 5 minutes left to face the big earthworm. If he had miscalculated, he wouldn't have seen the big earthworm and the 20 minutes would have been over. The time limit was a bit unreasonable, not giving the players a high chance of clearing the instance. Secondly, there were obvious doubts that could only be discovered with careful observation. For example, the wounds on the red-haired man's chest were obviously not caused by the earthworm. They were caused by a sharp weapon. There was also some ambiguous language. A few small language clues implied that Bill wasn't the earthworm. In addition, there were the hints from the Black Tower. The Black Tower said that only the big stick could harm the earthworm and then that Bill couldn't see the light. The Black Tower used two different nouns. If the earthworm was Bill, it wouldn't have used two different names. However, the Black Tower misled players. The earthworm was afraid of light and Bill couldn't see the light. Tang Mo couldn't explain why Bill couldn't see the light. But when he thought about it, he found that this wording was too ambiguous. You could say that Bill was afraid of the light like the earthworm, although he didn't react when seeing the kerosene lamp, or he was a man who couldn't see the light. An animal afraid of light couldn't see the light. A villain who did something wicked also couldn't see the light. This was a very deep loophole hidden in the language. The big earthworm was still not crying. Tang Mo kept stroking its head while thinking about how to get tears from it. This disgusting and ugly worm was lying in Tang Mo's arms and fake crying. Tang Mo comforted it for a moment while saying helplessly, "You can't completely blame me for hurting you. You must blame the Black Tower." It gave the players a time limit of 20 minutes. I did my best to run over without wasting a second and there were 15 minutes left. Normal people might not be in such a hurry the first time. But they would be anxious after failing. There is no time to pay attention to previous hints and vulnerabilities that is it hard to understand. It was reasonable to say that the earthworm wouldn't understand Tang Mo's words. It just cried louder. Tang Mo touched it, silently saying, "Forget it, it was his fault." Tang Mo touched it for a long time and the earthworm fell silent. Tang Mo was wondering why it wasn't making any sounds when he heard a loud snore. Tang Mo. It just escaped from the cage. Couldn't it be a bit wary? It was impossible to fully reproduce the scene of the earthworm's escape from the cage, but Tang Mo could guess some facts according to the red-haired man, Bill and the earthworm. The head of the circus caught the earthworm from somewhere and wanted to use it as a treasure to be appreciated by the audience tomorrow evening. The circus leader arranged for the red-haired man to guard the earthworm with Bill. But when Bill was drunk, he liked to use the stick to hit the big earthworm. The red-haired man said that Bill was crazy. He should be referring to the fact that Bill almost killed the earthworm. Thus, the big earthworm resisted fiercely. The cage must have broken when it resisted. The red-haired man couldn't just sit aside and watch Bill kill the leader's treasure. He certainly tried to stop Bill. Tang Mo's eyes looked elsewhere in the dark cave. When he entered the cavern the second time, he saw a table in the corner with beer bottles on it. There were also some wine bottles scattered on the ground. If the wound on the red-haired man's chest was made with a beer bottle after Bill was drunk, it would be understandable why he said that Bill was crazy. Bill had an injury on his head and his leg must have been broken by the earthworm. The cage was locked tightly, but it was broken by the earthworm. Bill said that he tried his best to escape from the earthworm's cave, but once he reached halfway, he found that his leg was broken too thoroughly and he couldn't walk anymore. The red-haired man naturally wouldn't care about him after Bill went crazy and wounded him. On the other hand, the monster broke away from the cage. The red-haired man abandoned his companion and escaped first. If you had broken the cage earlier and killed Bill, you wouldn't have been hit so much. In response to Tang Mo, the earthworm's snoring became louder. 20 minutes was the limit that the Black Tower gave to players. This led to the players having no time to pursue clues. But it was also for the players' protection. As long as they weren't too weak, a normal reserve player should be able to survive for 20 minutes. Then they could choose to withdraw from the instance. This was a S.type instance. In terms of difficulty, it was much lower than Mario's Monopoly game. Death wasn't possible without greed. Tang Mo sat on the ground and waited for the earthworm to finish sleeping for half an hour. Finally, the big earthworm woke up and Tang Mo heard it saying, "I'm hungry, so hungry. I miss my mother." It still wasn't crying. Tang Mo stood up and the earthworm immediately raised its upper body. Tang Mo couldn't see the big earthworm in the dark, but he felt that it could see what he was doing. Tang Mo touched the cave wall and walked into the tunnel. The big earthworm still hadn't moved. Tang Mo walked to the entrance and beckoned, "Come here." The large earthworm didn't respond. Tang Mo didn't know what method to use, but they had to leave first. Otherwise, the red-haired man might really call his colleagues, and Tang Mo believed that the circus leader wouldn't let him go easily. Tang Mo walked into the tunnel. He walked very slowly, stopping from time to time to make a waving gesture. He wanted the earthworm to follow him. It took him a minute to walk 10 meters and the big earthworm still hadn't moved. Tang Mo had just given up and was looking for other ways to collect the earthworm's tears when he heard the sound of a heavy object slipping across the ground. Tang Mo's lips slightly curved as he touched the wall and walked towards the beginning of the tunnel. The big earthworm followed him slowly behind him. In the beginning, it was still very far away. But by the time he walked 100 meters, the earthworm was right behind Tang Mo and even rubbed its head against Tang Mo's hair. Tang Mo wanted to hit this slimy thing, but fortunately he resisted. He took a few deep breaths and kept moving forward. As they walked by Bill's corpse, the earthworm hissed with fear, "Bad person." Tang Mo rubbed its head and continued walking forward with the big earthworm. They finally returned to the starting point. Tang Mo couldn't turn on the flashlight. Thus, in the darkness, he touched the head of the big earthworm. He felt that the big earthworm became very excited after reaching this place. It was hitting the ground impatiently with its tail. If you want to go, before leaving. Can you give me some tears? Tang Mo tried to discuss it with the earthworm. One drop is enough. Not a false cry. What do you think about really crying? The big earthworm shouted, I'm hungry. I will go home to see my mother, my mother. Tang Mo who painstakingly brought the earthworm here. The sound of the earthworm hitting the ground with its tail never stopped. Tang Mo initially thought it was so excited that it was expressing its delight this way. Suddenly, the tail smashed heavily into a piece of dirt and there was a click, as if a door had opened. Tang Mo looked with surprise in the direction of the sound. The big earthworm cried out, I'm going home. Then it moved in the direction of the door. Tang Mo urgently pulled at the earthworm's tail. Wait a minute, can you give me a teardrop? Tang Mo paused before attempting, hiss, hiss hiss. What is this strange man saying? Tang Mo. The large earthworm twisted its tail, broke free from Tang Mo's hands and headed towards the tunnel exit. Just as it was about to leave, the sliding sound stopped and it slowly moved to Tang Mo's side, rubbing its head against Tang Mo's face. It didn't know that why it was rubbing against his face. Tang Mo's right hand was on his left wrist as he stared indifferently into the darkness. Tang Mo couldn't leave this instance without the earthworm's tears. Now that the main mission was over, he could use his abilities and the big match. No matter what method he used, he had to get out of here. I want to go home. The hissing sound was heard again. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed and a big match suddenly appeared in his right hand. He raised the big match high and aimed it at the big earthworm's pink band. This shouldn't kill it, but it would make the earthworm stay. After the earthworm stayed, Tang Mo would have a chance to slowly find the tears. The match was just about to hit the big earthworm when the earthworm's voice was heard, you are a good person. As it spoke, a drop of moist liquid fell on Tang Mo's face. The big earthworm hissed and twisted its tail. The huge body slammed into the ground and disappeared from the cave in a few moments. Tang Mo was frozen. A moment later, he reached for the tears on his face and placed the match back in the tattoo. A white light flashed before him and once Tang Mo opened his eyes, he had returned to the abandoned factory in the Pudong district. Tang Mo had entered the instance when it was noon and the moon was already up. The rate of time flow in the instance wasn't the same as the outside world. Tang Mo vaguely estimated the time before quickly leaving the factory in case someone was in the vicinity of the instance entrance. He found an empty car repair shop and hid after closing the door. Tang Mo reached out and pulled the earthworm's tears from his cheeks. The tears had still been liquid when they landed on Tang Mo's face, but they quickly became solid after contact with the air. Tang Mo didn't turn on the lights of the car repair store. He lay on the floor and shone his flashlight on the tears. The crystal clear tears were like small diamonds in the light, a drop-shaped diamond. Tang Mo knocked on the tears 3 times and there was no response. He raised the tears above his head and nothing happened. Tang Mo tried to burn the tears and soak them in water. Once he wiped the tears with a rag, lines of words appeared on the tears. Prop. The earthworm's tears, owner. Tang Mo, quality. General, level. 1, attack. None, function. Wipe the tears on the wounds. It can quickly heal injuries and repair broken limbs. Restrictions. Can only be used 3 times. Note. I don't think Tang Mo is interested in remembering how he got these tears. Tang Mo thought for a moment. This time the abilities book was wrong. If he had to rub his face against the earthworm again, then he was willing to rub it once. The reward from this instance was far inferior in quality to Mario's hat or the turkey egg. It might be general quality, but for Tang Mo, it was an indispensable prop. In the past 7 days, Tang Mo had collected 6 abilities. None of them had a healing effect. Right now, his physical quality was very good. As long as he didn't break his leg, he could heal from wounds after a fight. But if he was injured while in a fight with someone, Tang Mo didn't have time for his injuries to heal. The earthworm's tears could immediately restore his combat effectiveness. At the same time, the earthworm's tears could repair broken limbs. It is a pity that it can only be used 3 times. The S.type instance is a lot simpler than other instances and it isn't too life-threatening, but the reward is worse. Tang Mo used his hands as a pillow and looked up at the ceiling of the car repair store. In Pudong, Shanghai, the underground parking lot of a mall. A muscular blonde man was sitting in a chair with a gloomy expression and spoke honestly about the strange things he encountered today. Jack said, "I didn't clear the instance after killing the big earthworm." Luo Fengcheng's expression slightly changed and he sat up. "Are you sure you killed it? The earthworm can have its body broken into 2 or 3 segments and it won't die. How did you kill it?" Jack felt wronged. "I really killed it. Dr. Luo, I did it according to what you said. I broke the stick into 2 pieces and used both hands to smash the earthworm. It wasn't hard but it was a bit difficult to do it in 20 minutes. I tried many times before I was successfully. But it died and my mission still failed." Luo Fengcheng stood up and paced around the room. He turned. "From now on, tell me everything you experienced in the instance. The rules of the Black Tower, the words of the 2 men, tell me clearly." Jack scratched his head and tried to remember. 1 hour later, Luo Fengcheng punched the table. He didn't look very good. "Bill isn't the earthworm. You have to kill the blonde man on the ground." "What? Originally, the S3 instance isn't as difficult as you say. It just gave you a trap of directional thinking. It made you sure that you have to kill the last monster that appeared." Luo Fengcheng rubbed his eyes wearily. "Tomorrow, go kill the blonde man and you will definitely pass the instance." Jack nodded happily and didn't ask about what he misunderstood. He turned away from the room. The next day at noon, Jack headed to the factory with 2 companions from the organization to enter the instance. "I thought this instance was my favorite fighting type instance and didn't expect to use my brain. I hate this type of instance the most. Later, I won't come back to this type. I will give it to you and Dr. Luo. You wait, I'll come out later." Jack stepped on the manhole cover. However, a long time passed and nothing happened. He stepped twice on it in case there was an error, then the other 2 people surrounded him. One person said, "It looks like someone has cleared it." According to Dr. Luo, this instance isn't difficult and the entrance is quite large. There are many people in the mall who know the location of the entrance. It isn't surprising that someone would clear it. Jack, you shouldn't be so reckless in the future and should think more. The second person said, "Forget about this instance. Let's try the S1 instance." Jack's depressed expression brightened as soon as he heard about the S1 instance. "Let's go. The S1 instance is interesting. I will go to the last gorilla." Tang Mo didn't know that his development made Jack miss the chance to clear the S3 instance. Even if he did know, he wouldn't change it. He followed Jack to quickly clear an instance. This was one of the reasons why he proceeded immediately against the earthworm without thinking, in order to earn the instance reward and increased his winning percentage in the tower attack game 3 days later. There were still 2 days left after clearing the S3 instance. Tang Mo stayed in the vicinity of the mall as he prepared to clear another S-type instance. However, he was following a member called Tang Xiao only to accidentally trigger an instance halfway there. This was a single-player instance and wasn't very difficult. It was simpler than the S3 instance with the earthworm but it was very time-consuming. By the time Tang Mo left the instance, it was the morning of the 10th day. At 17:00 on the 23rd of November, Tang Mo was informed by the Black Tower to participate in the tower attack game. The Black Tower's time was always in accordance with the human time system. The 3-day elimination period started at 8 a.m. on November 15 and ended at 8 a.m. on November 18. According to these calculations, there was 10 hours left before Tang Mo would be pulled into the tower attack game. Tang Mo checked his backpack and determined there was nothing missing. Then he headed to a hardware store. The store was turned upside down. It was apparent that people had come here to look for weapons after the game started. Tang Mo found a sharp knife in the rubbish heap. He went to a small room behind the hardware store, took out the big match and started sharpening the knife with the big match. The wooden handle of the match was rubbed against the sharp blade and didn't lost any sawdust. On the other hand, the blade was sharpened and revealed a cold, metallic luster. Tang Mo used the same method to polish 2 small knives and 4 small darts. He tied the knife to his right leg and the 4 small darts were hidden in his pocket. The big match was more powerful than the knife and darts, but it wasn't omnipotent. Sometimes a knife would play a greater role. Once his weapons were prepared, Tang Mo headed to a convenience store and found half a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits under the counter. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo's physical fitness improved and he found that his demand for food and water had become lower. This phenomenon became more apparent after Mario's Monopoly game. Tang Mo calculated that based on his need for food and water, the packet of biscuits and half a bottle of water was sufficient to stop him feeling hungry for 3 days. His physical fitness wouldn't be affected for 4 days. There was a chance that the instant's time might go for too long and he wouldn't have any food and water. Therefore, Tang Mo found several other convenience stores and supplemented his resources. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Tang Mo sat in a small restaurant and looked out the window calmly. It took around 5 minutes for someone to walk outside the window, but he watched silently for a long time. He didn't speak or move. He just sat there for more than an hour. 3 hours later, Tang Mo would participate in the tower attack game. Half a month ago, all Chinese players were pulled into the Black Tower by Fu Wenduo and forced to participate in the tower attack game. At that time, Tang Mo had participated in the mentally handicapped mode. This time, Tang Mo knew he wouldn't be facing the mentally handicapped mode. It would be the real tower attack game. The Black Tower had a total of 7 floors. On the first day when the game officially began, it announced the 3 major rules of the Black Tower. The third rule: all players please attack the tower. The attack tower games were absolutely not as simple as the S.type instances and would probably be harder than Mario's game. Tang Mo couldn't guarantee that he would survive. Every minute and every second was probably the final countdown of his life. This restaurant was located in a corner of a commercial street. There were a few pieces of plastic green leaves on the window edge and a few flower pots. It was a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. This store must have been a very quiet place before the Earth went online. Maybe the business wasn't very good, but there would be a few frequent visitors who enjoyed their time here, as if to escape from the world or to have a space to relax. Tang Mo slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. It was 3 in the afternoon. Tang Mo took out the turkey egg, knocked on it 3 times and whispered, "Mr. Fu." There was the strange sound of music in his ear and Fu Wenduo didn't reply immediately. After a few minutes, Tang Mo heard the scheduled task 2 has been completed. Then Fu Wenduo said, "What happened? Is there something?" Tang Mo asked, "Are you playing a game?" Fu Wenduo took a deep breath. "Yes, I was accidentally pulled into an instance and just completed the second branch mission." The original stowaway Fu Wenduo was also pulled into instances. There wasn't much of an expression on Tang Mo's face. He leaned back in his chair and spoke in a calm voice, "Mr. Fu. This is the situation. I will be entering the tower attack game in 2 hours." The sound on the other end of the turkey egg stopped for a few seconds before soon returning to normal. Fu Wei grabbed the main point. The tower attack game. You are going to attack the first floor of the Black Tower. Did the tower pull you in? Tang Mo's heart was calm now that he could speak about this matter. The Black Tower informed me 10 days ago that I will be playing the tower attack game at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I've done my best to prepare as much as possible. Before I attack the tower, I want to trouble you. Can you tell me a little bit about what you encountered while you were attacking the tower? His voice paused before Tang Mo continued again. You don't have to say it if you don't want to. Fu Wenduo responded quickly this time. After I entered the Black Tower, I got the main mission to steal a most precious turkey egg from a turkey. The turkey egg was our archiver. But once I entered the game, I had 4 other companions for a total of 5 people. They didn't know who I was, but they couldn't hide their hostility towards me. At the same time, their task was to protect the turkey egg. Tang Mo frowned. Your task was exactly the opposite. Yes, Fu Wenduo said. I hid my main task and entered the vast underground world with them. The people there are called the underground people. The dividing line between humans and monsters is clear. In the middle of their world, there is a pink river. The left bank of the river is the underground kingdom and the right bank is the monster world. The turkey was in the monster world. After saying this, Fu Wenduo stopped speaking and there was the sound of fierce fighting from the turkey egg. 5 minutes later, Fu Wenduo gave a little gasp and continued, we arrived in the underground world. In order to reach the monster world, we needed to cross the Pink River. I will call it the Pink River for the moment. There was a ferry boat on the Pink River. The only way to cross a river is to play a game. In order for the ferry to go forward, it must have a boatman. The boatman is an underground person. A maximum of 3 people can be on board every time, but there can't be less than 2 people. If the boatman is alone on board, he will go away with the boat. Tang Mo listened carefully to Fu Wenduo's words. His fingers tapped on the table as he thought carefully about the 3 games Fu Wenduo explained. Fu Wenduo's final fight with the turkey sounded the easiest. Fu Wenduo didn't introduce his ability. He just said that the giant turkey suddenly attacked them. 3 of his 4 companions died and only 1 escaped. His identity as a stowaway was discovered by the turkey. The turkey tried to eat him, so he fought it and finally succeeded in claiming the most precious archiver egg from thousands of turkey eggs. Thus, he cleared the first floor. Tang Mo thought for a moment. The 3 games that Fu Wenduo experienced weren't impossible, he just needed to spend more time on them. The hardest part was fighting the turkey at the end. Fu Wenduo didn't say it, but it was obvious that he had an offensive ability. The giant turkey shouldn't be weaker than the big mole. Last time, Tang Mo was unable to compete with the big mole and now he felt that he could escape from it. However, his chances of defeating the big mole was less than 20%. But he wasn't a stowaway. Fu Wenduo was a stowaway and all Black Tower monsters wanted to eat him. This was an advantage that Tang Mo had over Fu Wenduo. After listening to all this information, Tang Mo looked at the turkey egg on the table before saying, thank you. Fu Wenduo had already ended his instance game. Fu Wenduo whispered, if there is only 1 remaining turkey egg, I don't know if I can continue to save the game. I hope you can pass the Black Tower floor. I really need the save function of this turkey egg. Tang Mo knew this, which was why he came to Fu Wenduo for information. If Tang Mo wasn't going to attack the tower, Fu Wenduo wouldn't have easily said this. But now it was a moment of life and death. Tang Mo wasn't stupid enough to think that the Chinese stowaway would have a good feeling towards him after a few short exchanges. He felt that both sides didn't want the other to die. Once one of them died, there was no guarantee that the turkey egg could be used. Even Fu Wenduo couldn't easily give up on a legendary quality turkey egg. But Tang Mo still said, thank you. This was the second time he said it and Fu Wenduo stayed quiet, not responding for a long time. After a long time, Tang Mo heard a deep laughter. Fu Wenduo's voice was filled with laughter as he said, you are very strong. You will live. You aren't a stowaway and should have it easier than me. Tang Mo suddenly wanted to know how the other person had become a stowaway and who he killed. But he didn't ask. He just laughed. Rest assured, I don't want to die. The two people had a tacit understanding and no longer spoke. Tang Mo closed the turkey egg. Tang Mo put the turkey egg back in his pocket, carried his bag and walked out of the small restaurant. He returned to Jing'an district from Pudong and came near Nanjing Road. He was now in a very relaxed mood as he walked towards the black tower suspended above Huangpu River. His eyes were firm and calm. The sun fell slowly, the golden light shining on this oriental metropolis. On the west side of the city, there were two black dots. The black dots became bigger and bigger. Eventually, they reached the Shanghai toll station and rushed into the city with all their strength. They were two injured people. One person's left arm was broken and flesh was still clinging to the body where it hadn't been peeled off properly. The other person was covered with blood and every step was very hard, as if they would fall at any time. A middle-aged woman passing by on the street saw the two men and ran away with fright. A young girl emerged around the corner and was pulled over by one of them before she could run. The man shook as he pulled the girl's arm. He was almost crying as he asked, Shanghai. Does Shanghai have them? Is there any in Shanghai? Is there? The girl was frightened to tears. What are you talking about? Who are you? My friend is an official player. He has an ability. You don't want to harm me. If you harm me, he will get revenge. The man with the broken left arm spoke in a hoarse voice, stowaways. Are there any in Shanghai? Does this place have them? The girl replied, of course there are. The two men were filled with despair as they sank to the ground. Here. There is a stowaways organization here. The girl wondered, what is a stowaways organization? The stowaway organized a group. The broken-armed man shook and grabbed the girl's shoulder, no. Shanghai doesn't have an organization of stowaways. There is none. The girl was crying with fright and couldn't speak. At the same time, Tang Mo stood under the huge black tower and looked up at it. He listened to a cheerful music in his head followed by the clear and loud child's voice. Ding dong. The black tower's first floor, normal mode, is officially opened. The single-player game is loading. Sandbox is being generated. Sandbox loading complete. Welcome to the monster world. The author has something to say. Major Fu. Look, I haven't married my wife yet but I am so good to my wife. Tang, you don't want to lose an archiver. Author. It still feels good. Chapter 28. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Once the black tower finished its announcement, a glaring white light flooded Tang Mo's eyes, making him unable to open them. Tang Mo closed his eyes and waited to enter the game. 3 seconds passed and it wasn't the cheerful game music that entered his ears. It wasn't a strange child-like nursery rhyme but the bright sound of birdsong. Tang Mo opened his eyes with surprise. It was a vast forest. The sky was a scary blue, like it had been smeared with blue paint. A few marshmallow-like white clouds floated on the horizon. They looked like they had been made with a drawing tool and were painted one by one. The world was divided into the sky and the earth. The stout trunks pointed straight up at the sky, with no forked branches being seen. Tang Mo was startled as he stood in this fairy-tale-like forest. He soon calmed down and started to observe the surroundings. The trees here were very tall. The smallest trunk had a diameter of 78 meters. However, the flowers and plants were of a normal size. Tang Mo carefully avoided every flower, in case stepping on it would make a clear sound. He was wearing a pair of soft-soled sneakers and made almost no sound as he stepped on the moist soil. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo returned to his original point and checked what he was carrying with him. The backpack contained 2 bags of cookies, a bottle of water, a flashlight, a lighter and rope. Tang Mo's right leg had 2 small knives tied to them and 4 small darts were hidden in the inner pocket of his jacket. After checking everything, Tang Mo started to move forward. It had been 10 minutes since he entered the Black Tower's first floor. Unlike the last time when he was pulled in by Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo didn't receive his main mission. Other than the Black Tower's message that welcomed him to the monster world, nothing else was said. 10 minutes later, the Black Tower still hadn't released any games or tasks. Tang Mo couldn't sit still. He looked around warily, chose a direction and walked straight in that direction. It was the easiest way to get lost in this type of forest. Tang Mo hadn't prepared a compass since no one knew if a compass would have an effect in this world. Tang Mo's choice was to find the most obvious landmark and head there, so that at least he wouldn't circle around. The tall trees blocked the sun, making it impossible to rely on the sun for directions. But in the midst of the dense foliage, a knife-like peak stood straight. The mountain was like a kitchen knife. It was extremely thin but also extremely steep. A white layer of snow and ice condensed on the top of the mountain. Tang Mo used the mountain as his direction and planned to get out of the forest first. He walked for 1 hour. The knife-like peak was still far away and the bottom of the mountain was completely invisible. The trees in the forest looked exactly the same. Every 10 minutes, Tang Mo would find 10 pebbles and place them in the shape of a cross. In this 1 hour, Tang Mo hadn't come across any cross shapes that he put down. I haven't gone around but I still haven't walked out of this forest. Tang Mo's lips tightened as he sped up, wanting to find a way out of this forest. As Tang Mo was walking past a tall redwood tree, his ears moved as if he heard a sound. Tang Mo stopped immediately. He leaned against the redwood tree and focused on listening to the strange sound. He listened for 10 seconds. Apart from the sound of birdsong and the rustling of leaves, there seemed to be nothing else. Tang Mo carried his bag as his eyes narrowed. He leaned down, placed his hands on the ground, rested his ear against the ground and continued to listen. Slowly, he heard a strange sound. Boom. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound became more frantic, as if someone was pounding on drums, the thumping sound knocking at Tang Mo's heart. The sound was getting closer. Tang Mo jumped up from the ground, turned around and ran. He didn't care about stepping on leaves and making a sound. He just focused on escaping at his fastest speed. However, the source of the sound was faster than him. 3 minutes later, a white flash flew through the sky and landed in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. Hiss, hiss, a huge rabbit 3 meters tall stopped in front of Tang Mo, staring at him with bright red eyes. Its giant paws clawed at the ground and a soft-sized piece of soil was easily thrown to the rear, smashing against a huge tree and making a loud noise. Tang Mo slowly backed away, not blinking as he stared at the white rabbit. 1 man and 1 rabbit stood between thick trees and looked at each other. The next moment, the big rabbit's strong hind legs moved in a beautiful arc through the air towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo didn't hesitate to take out the big match from his wrist. He moved sideways to avoid the impact of the big rabbit while hitting the rabbit's back with the match. The match hit the fluffy rabbit's fur and sparks flew. The rabbit fur seemed soft but it was as hard as steel. The rabbit was pushed back by Tang Mo's match and slid 10 meters along the ground. Tang Mo was slammed into a giant tree but the huge rebound shock. He almost coughed up blood and barely swallowed it back down. The man and rabbit stared at each other across the distance of more than 10 meters before meeting again. The white rabbit wasn't clumsy because of its large size. It was extremely fast and formed phantoms in the air. Tang Mo was continuously forced to retreat. He blocked the rabbit's paws with the large match and was finally forced to a dead corner of a tree. There was a giant tree 10 meters in diameter behind Tang Mo and thick bushes to the right and left. He didn't hesitate to turn and run into the bushes. The big rabbit hurried to catch up. But then it saw that Tang Mo wasn't trying to run away. Tang Mo stood in the bushes with his hands on his hips. He glared at the rabbit and shouted, "Return my grandfather! My grandfather! Grandfather! Father!" A loud male voice echoed in the vast forest. Tang Mo opened his mouth and his lips made a rounded shape. The big rabbit's ears pricked as if it knew something was wrong. It turned and ran. The next second, a hot gas emerged from Tang Mo's mouth, followed by a hot fire. The flames were sprayed on the flammable bushes, which immediately ignited. The ability, Goblin, Return my grandfather, could only be used once a day. In order to use it, he needed to put his hands on his hips and shout, "Return my grandfather." Then he could spray out flames at 800 degrees Celsius for 30 seconds. Tang Mo sprayed flames for 30 seconds in an uncontrollable manner. Once he finished using the ability, the rabbit had disappeared and his surroundings had become an endless sea of flames. Tang Mo picked up the backpack that was thrown in the corner and ran away. Tang Mo hadn't wanted to use this ability in the forest at all unless as a last resort. The forest was rich in vegetation and once a fire occurred, it couldn't be controlled at all. The big rabbit was driven away but Tang Mo had to hurriedly flee as well. He also took a detour so his 1-hour walk before was wasted. The forest fire burned fiercely. Tang Mo ran dozens of kilometers. In the distance, he could see the fire that he had set. Giant trees were collapsing in the flames. The forest fire was spread at a faster rate, leaving less time for Tang Mo. He was running forward wildly when a child's voice was heard in his ears. Ding dong. Triggered Branch Quest 1. Disguise as Little Red Riding Hood and enter the Monster Valley. Tang Mo's expression slightly changed. He wasn't able to respond to the meaning of this sentence when he heard a surprised shout. "Oh my God, a fire! The monster forest is on fire. How can it suddenly catch on fire? I will go find the elephant grandfather in order to extinguish it." There was the sound of many footsteps coming closer. Listening to the footsteps, there should be at least 20 people. Tang Mo was only 100 meters away when he heard their voices. It was impossible for Tang Mo to run away. It was an emergency so Tang Mo climbed up a big tree and used the leaves to block his body. 5 seconds later, Tang Mo's heart suddenly stopped. He finally saw the things talking. They weren't humans but animals. Or were they monsters? The leader was a big man with a gorilla head. He had the head of a gorilla and the body of a human. He was dressed in a black vest and carried a room-sized tank of water in both hands as he ran towards the forest fire. There was a pig-headed man, monkey-headed man and giant snake crawling around with a water pipe with him. Some only had the head of an animal while some had the bodies of animals. Tang Mo held his breath as he clung to the big tree. He heard his heart thump but the only thing he could do now was reduce his sense of existence as much as possible and pray that the monsters didn't find him. Suddenly, a person with a dog head stopped and his nose sniffed twice. Then he looked up at the leaves hiding Tang Mo. Tang Mo became numb. His hand grabbed the small dart in his pocket but he didn't throw it. He just listened as the dog-headed man cried out, "An underground person. There is an underground person." All the monsters stopped and simultaneously looked at Tang Mo. "Catch the underground person. Capture him." Tang Mop crouched on the trunk and borrowed the force to jump to another tree. 2 giant monkey monsters climbed up the tree in order to catch Tang Mo. There was no time for Tang Mo to hesitate. He kept jumping through the tress with 2 monkeys behind him while the group of monsters followed on the ground. Damn! Shouldn't they be putting out the fire first? For the first time, Tang Mo wanted to curse. He could only think it in his heart. He didn't even have time to speak as he jumped to the next tree. The forest fire burned fiercer and was about to reach the big tree to the side of Tang Yamo. However, the group of monsters were still behind Tang Yamo. Their eyes were a bloody red while the two giant monkeys were dripping saliva from their sharp teeth as they stared at Tang Yamo. Tang Mo's physical strength was naturally inferior to the monkeys who were masters of climbing trees. His arm was caught by a monkey and the other monkey took the opportunity to hang upside down from a tree to grab Tang Mo's arms. The big match appears in Tang Mo's palm. He didn't waste any effort to wield the big match and hit the monkey's chest. The monkey was hit by him and flew back, but before that, he kicked Tang Mo's chest. Tang Mo's body fell and smashed into the ground. In the next second, he was surrounded by monsters. An underground person. The orangutan said while swallowing. I haven't seen a fresh underground person for a long time. The pig-headed man's eyes shone as he looked at Tang Yamo. Can we eat it? Eat. Eat the underground person. Eat it. Tang Mo's brain moved quickly as he thought about the abilities and weapons he had now. The big match didn't work. The match was a good weapon but Tang Yamo couldn't beat so many monsters by himself or escape. He could only curse a target with draw a circle to curse you and the effect was unknown. He had also used the return my grandfather ability. It was the only one that could threaten this group of monsters. There was also the ability to find the player type, spit out wind, defensive ability. Tang Mo's expression became uglier. His abilities couldn't deal with so many monsters. Should he save this point first? Save the game as soon as he entered. Damn, what if there was danger in the future? He had just entered the tower attack game and didn't even know the main mission. Main mission. There was a flash in Tang Mo's brain and he suddenly remembered that before his moment of crisis, the Black Tower had issued a branch mission. He hadn't had time to think about the mission while escaping. It was impossible for the Black Tower to not give him a way to live. Tang Yamo didn't miss anything since entering the game. He remembered every one of his actions and there were no mistakes or clues that he missed. He used the return my grandfather ability when dealing with the white rabbit as a last resort. If it wasn't used at the time then Tang Yamo certainly wouldn't have gone through the big rabbit. Then only. He pulled a beautiful ruby out of his pocket and raised it to his head. Suddenly, a smelly hat appeared on Tang Mo's head and he felt something grow under his nose. Tang Yamo suppressed the desire to vomit and spat out some words. I am Little Red Riding Hood. The monsters were surprised. Little Red Riding Hood. Who is Little Red Riding Hood? Have you ever heard of Little Red Riding Hood? Tang Yamo was surrounded by these monsters. He lowered his head and hid his expression under Mario's stinking hat. It was the only possibility that he could think of now. The Black Tower wouldn't give him a deadly situation without any solutions. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a game. But if Little Red Riding Hood didn't work or if Mario's hat couldn't disguise him as Little Red Riding Hood, Tang Mo could only use the save function and then desperately fight the monsters. Maybe the Black Tower was bad to this degree and wanted him to use the archiving egg. Ah, I remember. Isn't the grandmother's mixed daughter called Little Red Riding Hood? A parrot said slyly. Do you remember grandmother's daughter? She eloped with an underground person 10 years ago and gave birth to a mixed breed. The grandmother told me yesterday that her granddaughter is especially filial. The granddaughter must have come from the underground world to see her. Right. The giant gorilla pointed to the beard on Tang Mo's face. He is a male, not a female. Tang Yamo. Tang Yamo tore off Mario's mustache in an expressionless manner and rose from the ground. You saw wrong. The gorilla touched his head. Ah, I saw wrongly. You are the grandmother's Little Red Riding Hood. Why didn't you say it earlier? Hey, the rest of you go and put out the fire. Little Red Riding Hood, I will take you to your grandmother. The gorilla turned to escort Tang Yamo. There was a burning pain under Tang Mo's nose. With his current body, his skin wasn't torn when he ripped off the mustache. But this type of pain wasn't any less than what he would have felt before the earth went online. The gorilla asked, "Little Red Riding Hood, why are you so stinky?" Tang Mo replied coldly. "Us underground people don't like bathing." The gorilla nodded. "It is no wonder that below your nose was so dirty. Us monsters love bathing. You shouldn't learn from the underground people." Tang Mo touched his face and didn't speak. The gorilla led Tang Mo through this maze-like forest, and it took them only half an hour to reach a valley. The valley was in the complete opposite direction of the mountain that Tang Mo saw before. The gorilla accompanied Tang Mo to the village and said to him, "You are a really sensible Little Red Riding Hood. The crop season is almost here. This is the busiest time, but you actually came to help your grandmother." Tang Mo stood half a meter away from the gorilla and hummed. The gorilla said, "In the last 2 years, the Monster Valley hasn't been very peaceful." The gorilla pushed away a boulder and a burrow appeared in front of Tang Mo. The gorilla stepped in while Tang Mo froze. The gorilla looked back at him curiously. "Little Red Riding Hood. Sneak into the Monster Valley," was heard in Tang Mo's mind. He finally gritted his teeth and followed the gorilla into this hole. BVEC the boulder closed behind Tang Mo. Ding dong. Branch Mission 1 has been completed. The gorilla picked up a torch placed beside the boulder and illuminated the burrow. Tang Mo followed the gorilla as they walked deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel was very spacious and looked more like a huge cavern. Black stalactites were at the top of the tunnel and small beads of water drops formed on their tip. Tang Mo leisurely followed behind the gorilla as they got deeper and deeper underground. After 10 minutes, the tunnel came to an end and the gorilla pushed away the big stone at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, everything was cheerful. Tang Mo looked at the vast space hidden beneath the ground with wide eyes. "This underground belongs to the first floor of the Black Tower." The gorilla sighed. "I feel uncomfortable every time I go above." "Hey Little Red Riding Hood, how could you be in the forest that is the junction to the second floor?" Tang Mo hummed but didn't reply. The gorilla didn't speak again as they entered the valley. Before he saw this valley, he would never believe that there was such a huge world underneath the ground. The valley was surrounded by 3 pyramid-shaped underground hills. In the center was a clear pink river. The river entered one end of the valley and disappeared out the other end. Between the 3 hills were houses covered with thatch and mud. From far to near, there were more than 20 small houses visible to the naked eye. There was also a vegetable field in front of each house. At the moment, the vegetable fields were bare. The ground had been plowed but there were no crops. There was no one in the valley. It was estimated they went to put out the fire. The gorilla led Tang Mo to the depths of the last hill. Tang Mo walked slower, his hand on the match tattoo as he stared cautiously in front of him. A pink chimney stuck out from the hill and appeared in front of them. The gorilla pointed to the chimney. "Do you see it? That is your grandmother's house." Tang Mop nodded while touching the match tattoo. The gorilla couldn't recognize Little Red Riding Hood, but her grandmother wasn't necessarily the same. Tang Mo entered the Monster Valley in accordance with the requirements of the Black Tower. He vaguely noticed that the key to attacking the tower, or the main mission, should be in this valley. If the grandmother didn't recognize him as Little Red Riding Hood, the only option for Tang Mo was to immediately flee and hide in a corner of the valley, looking for opportunities to complete the main mission. After turning this corner, Grandma's house was in full view. A pink mud hut was situated between 2 very green trees in an abrupt manner. A golden fence encircled the vegetable field in front of the hut. In the middle of the vegetable field, a mirror-like stone was inlaid on the ground. A stone road was paved from courtyard to house. The gorilla knocked on the door. "Grandmother, grandmother, I brought your Little Red Riding Hood." Tang Mo was tense and highly focused as he prepared to run away. At this time, he heard muffled footsteps. It was as if a giant was dragging their feet along the ground. Every step shook the mountain. Creak. The pink door was pushed open. Tang Mo's right foot turned as he prepared to flee. A huge human animal wearing a white hat and a pink dress appeared at the door. She had strong muscles and had to stoop down to get out of the hut. The pink dress was strained on her, as if a muscular man was wearing a girl's dress. It was extremely ridiculous. Her face was covered by the huge hat and Tang Mo could only see hairy hands. She stepped like a lady from the upper class as she exited the house. Tang Mo's 1.8-meter height only reached her shoulder. She slowly pushed up the brim of her hat, revealing a prominent mouth and the eyes of a wolf. The gorilla smiled. "Grandmother Wolf, I brought your little Red Riding Hood to you." Tang Mo had turned to flee the moment he saw the wolf. However, the wolf grandmother's thick palm pressed on his shoulder. Tang Mo was horrified to find that he couldn't break free. Just pressing down like this made him unable to move. "This is my little Red Riding Hood. I will never forget her father's stinky hat." "Uncle Gorilla, you don't know how stinky her father's hat is. Look, it is a bit better than her." Grandmother Wolf opened her bloody mouth and smiled slightly. Tang Mo saw a human finger between her teeth. Grandmother Wolf directly pulled Tang Mo's arm and brought him into her yard. "My cute little Red Riding Hood must be hungry. Grandmother will take you home for dinner." The giant wolf dragged Tang Mo into the house with one paw and slammed the door shut. Outside the head, the gorilla scratched his head. "Grandmother is good-tempered today." He turned and walked down the hill. Tang Mo was taken into the house by Grandmother Wolf. Once the door closed, Grandmother Wolf directly threw him. Tang Mo turned 2 times and landed by the fireplace. He stood up awkwardly, but Grandmother Wolf no longer cared about him. She strode to the fireplace and grabbed the withered human arm. The 2 small clothes were ripped by the grandmother's rough actions. Grandmother Wolf cursed and tore off the dress, throwing it into the fireplace and burning it. "Take off your damn hat." Grandmother Wolf chewed on the wrist. "This stinky hat is the same as your father's. Don't think I will give you anything good. In these 7 days, you will only get 7 copper coins." Tang Mo relaxed when he heard this. A keyword flashed through his mind. 7 days. Tang Mo didn't want to wear this hat. But the moment he took it off, Grandmother Wolf looked at him viciously and snapped the arm she was eating at the elbow. The hair of an underground person is really the most disgusting thing in the world. Put your hat back on and don't let me see that hair again. Or else I will pull it out of your head. Tang Mo. Grandmother Wolf chewed all the meat, spat out the bone and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo wore the hat again and tore off the mustache that grew back. Grandmother Wolf glared at him before going back to eating her dinner. The pink room was full of pink furniture. This room was small and the small table was covered with fust. Tang Mo visually observed that the table hadn't been touched for at least 1 month. Perhaps the owner preferred to eat food on the ground. Underneath the sofa was a rug made of a pink fur that Tang Mo had never seen before. His eyes moved around the room before finally landed on the fireplace. His gaze moved upwards and looked at the head hanging over the fireplace. It was like every deer head set on the wall above the fireplace. However, this was a human head that had been stuffed and hung. The slightly curled black hair draped over the man's face. The middle-aged man had his eyes closed and mouth opened as if he had fallen asleep on the wall, except for the fact that his face was pale and bloodless like a corpse. Tang Mo glanced at it before turning away. Grandmother Wolf finally finished eating the arm and threw the remaining bone residue into the fireplace. The flames spluttered and the pungent smell of bones burning filled the hut. "Don't think that I prepared dinner for you." Grandmother Wolf wiped her bloody mouth with her hand. 7 copper coins is already giving you a big reward. From tomorrow, you will catch a golden hamster for me. If I don't see the golden hamster when I return 7 days later. Tang Yamo gazed coldly at the werewolf in front of him. Grandmother Wolf smiled, revealing the still unfinished finger stuck in her teeth. You will be my dinner. Bang! The room shook as Grandmother Wolf exited the room and forcibly closed the bedroom door. Soon, Tang Yamo heard a thunderous snoring sound. Tang Yamo started to walk around the room. He examined every table, chair and even the human hair hidden in the seams of the sofa. This house was no different from an ordinary human's hut, apart from the fact that a human head and not a beast was hanging above the fireplace. Tang Yamo couldn't lie under a human head to sleep. He walked to the table with his bag and lay on the floor. Tang Yamo stared up at the ceiling of the pink hut and remembered everything that happened after he entered the first floor of the Black Tower. The first floor of the Black Tower was underground and the forest was the junction between the first floor and the second floor. The gorilla, giant monkeys, Grandmother Wolf, Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood was here to see her Grandmother Wolf. 7 copper coins, 7 days. The mission was for 7 days. Tang Yamo clearly understood that he wasn't Grandmother Wolf's opponent. All he could do was wait for the main mission to appear. The Black Tower would surely issue the main mission. Tang Yamo stared at the ceiling with his eyes open and thought about it all night. At noon the next day, a loud noise was heard from Grandmother Wolf's bedroom. When Grandmother Wolf came out, she was wearing a pink lace skirt. The strong body was wrapped in a small skirt that seemed like it could explode at any time. She twisted and shuffled as she moved to the entrance of the hut. Tang Yamo didn't want to look. Grandmother Wolf picked up a pink umbrella and placed a black hand on the door handle. Suddenly, she turned to look at Tang Yamo. Do you know how to catch that disgusting golden hamster? Tang Yamo was silent for a moment. I don't know. Your mother didn't even teach you this. Damn, it is up to me to teach everything. Then I will only give you 6 copper. No. It is 5 copper and no a single one more. Grandmother Wolf dropped the umbrella and headed to Tang Yamo. She picked up a pink jar and threw it towards Tang Yamo. 7 days later, it is the season of sowing. I heard that the head of the circus got an interesting treasure and I have to go and see. I will be going to see it for 7 days. Meanwhile, you should take a good look at the land at the back of the hill. Grandmother Wolf walked to the window and Tang Yamo followed. Through the window, Tang Yamo saw a more extensive vegetable garden. The dark soil had already been turned over and was ready for sowing. The vegetable field was located at the foot of the hill. Tang Mo's eyes flashed as he saw 9 big holes in the all of the hill. Those damn hamsters dug the holes again. Grandmother Wolf gritted her teeth. Today is the first day. Every day at 6 o'clock, you have to put food in one of the holes and then hide in the hole. Once the golden hamster comes out to eat the food, catch it quickly. Tang Yamo immediately understood that this was his task. Can I put it in any hole? There are 9 holes. Grandmother Wolf replied righteously. Of course. As soon as you'll place the food in that hole and stand there, the stupid golden hamster will think you are feeding it. The golden hamster likes you underground people the most. As long as you and the food are standing in a hole, it will trust you. Of course, there is only an 80% probability that it will appear. There is a 20% probability that the black hamster will appear. Tang Yamo frowned and asked, what is the black hamster? The black hamster most likes to eat you underground people. Grandmother Wolf smiled maliciously. They rip off the heads of the underground people and dip it in fresh tomato sauce. Oh! It is the most delicious thing in the world. But I don't recommend you to catch the golden hamster on the first day. This is the season where the hamsters have finished hibernation and are going out to eat. The golden hamsters are lazier than the black hamsters and love to sleep for a while. A black hamster will often appear on the first day. There is at least a 50% probability. Tang Yamo stored these words in his heart and asked, "Where do I get food for the golden hamster?" Grandmother Wolf stared at Tang Yamo with a strange expression. "The jar in your hand. If you put anything that belongs to your kingdom in there, you will receive the favorite sweet potato of the golden hamster. God knows why the stupid golden hamster likes you underground people so much. Sweet potatoes can't be compared to delicious fresh meat of the underground people." Grandmother Wolf swallowed her saliva as she stared at Tang Mo's body. Tang Yamo already had a rough idea of the mission. He asked a final question. "Can I catch a golden hamster in 7 days?" "Certainly. But if I don't see the golden hamster when I come back in 7 days?" Grandmother Wolf smiled and picked up her umbrella, opening the door and leaving the house. The sound of her voice filled with emotions was heard through the door. "The meat of the underground people." Then there was a loud voice. "Ding dong. The main mission, the Monster Valley's Happy Hamster game, has been triggered. The rules of the game: first, there is only one golden hamster in the Monster Valley. Second, there are a total of 9 holes. Third, the 24 hours in a day is the same in the monster world as it is on Earth. Fourth, put anything that belongs to the underground kingdom into the pink jar and you can get the sweet potato that is the favorite of the golden hamster. This food must be placed in the hole at 6 o'clock or it will be invalid. Fifth, whenever the player and the sweet potato is present at the same hole, there is an 80% probability of a golden hamster appearing and a 20% probability of a black hamster. On the first day, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 40% and the black hamster is 60%. Seventh, players can only place food at once hole every day. Placing it at 2 or more holes, or the player and food not being present at the same hole means the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0%. Eighth, before the sowing, the hamsters are only active in the holes. Grandmother Wolf plants crops once a year and the hateful golden hamster always steals them. Grandmother Wolf had a headache wondering how to catch it until she suddenly thought that perhaps her lovely granddaughter would have a way. The author has something to say. Tang tang. I feel that I am still too weak. That Grandmother Wolf can bully me. Gorilla, Pig, and all the monsters in Monster Valley. She can also bully us QAQ. Chapter 29. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Yamo put the pink jar on the table and looked at the mouth of the jar. He planned to see what was inside. Bang! There was the loud sound of the door opening from behind him. Tang Yamo placed a hand on the match tattoo and turned back to look. He saw Grandmother Wolf walk into the house, taking a pink pouch from the sofa. She saw Tang Yamo looking at her and glared viciously, stating, "Remember the time. If I don't see the golden hamster when I come back 7 days later, you will be my dinner." The door closed with a loud sound and the entire house shook like there was an earthquake. Tang Mo's body also shook as he walked to the window. He saw Grandmother Wolf slowly disappearing into the hill and narrowed his eyes, turning towards the jar. Tang Yamo looked at the pink alarm clock next to the sofa. It is 12:30 on the first day. The main mission of this tower attack game gave Tang Yamo 7 days to complete it and Monster Valley's time was calculated in the same way as Earth. In this case, I entered the game at 5 p.m. on November 30th and if it is calculated according to the time, it should be December 1st right now. Tang Yamo carefully went over the rules that the Black Tower spoke in his mind again. He had 7 days to catch the golden hamster. He had to place food at the hole at 6 o'clock every evening in order to attract the hamster. If he missed the time, the food was invalid. Thus, there were only 7 chances. The probability of the golden hamster appearing on the first day was 40% and this doubled for the rest of the days to 80%. If he followed the rules correctly for the next 7 days and put food at a hole at 6 o'clock, the probability that the golden hamster wouldn't appear in these 7 days was 0.000192. Conversely, the probability of catching the hamster within 7 days was 0.99988. It was a big probability. Tang Mo felt that his luck wasn't too good, but it should be enough to catch the hamster if the probability was this high. Unless the game itself had problems. Tang Mo thought for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, he decided to look at the props he had currently. Grandmother Wolf wasn't present, so he sat on the sofa and put the jar on the coffee table. Anything that belongs to the underground kingdom can become a sweet potato. Anything. Tang Mo's gaze moved and found a person's hair in a gap in the sofa. Tang Mo took the slimy hair out of the gap. Then he put the strand of hair into the jar. For a moment, the jar didn't show any movements. Tang Mo looked down at it. The hair was still laying at the bottom of the jar and didn't become a sweet potato. It isn't enough. Tang Mo frowned and put a large amount of hair inside. He waited around a minute and then the jar shook violently. The pink jar flashed with a colorful light, like the neon lights of the old-fashioned karaoke places. They shone spots of color into every corner of the house. Tang Mo didn't blink as he stared at the jar for 3 minutes. The lights of the jar finally went out. There was a banging sound and then a foul stench. Despite Tang Mo already experiencing Mario's hat, he almost fainted when he smelled it. He resisted the stench and looked inside the jar. There was an invisible line drawn around the mouth of the jar. In the place where the straight line passed through, the pink jar became a thick black. At the bottom of the jar, all of the pink had turned black. Tang Mo was surprised. The task is this difficult. It is hard to obtain food. Tang Mo didn't have a chance to think as something black emerged from the jar and slammed into Tang Mo's legs. The black color of the jar slowly dissipated and turned pink again. Tang Mo made a startled expression as he picked up the black unidentified object that seemed burnt. Then he looked at the jar on the coffee table. Small lines of words slowly emerged on the jar. The rotten hair of an underground human, Ba. Tang Mo. The hair Tang Mo threw into the jar had been spat out as a dark, unidentified object with a terrible stench. Tang Mo pinched his nose as he examined it, cutting the object with a knife. Once the black object was cut open, Tang Mo looked down at it for a long time before concluding with a blank expression, "A burnt sweet potato that is like poo." As if it heard his words, the pink jar flashed again. Tang Mo didn't need to put this thing in a hole to experiment. He already guessed that it was absolutely impossible to attract the golden hamster with this. Tang Mo picked up the jar and touched the small words. The rotten hair of an underground human. It means that the hair is too old and can't be counted as something from the underground kingdom. It can't be transformed into food. If that was the case, this task was a bit more difficult. Tang Mo walked up to the fireplace and looked at the human head hanging on the wall. He watched it for a moment before finally taking out a knife and carefully cutting off the hair. After doing all of this, he went back to the sofa and put the hair into the jar. 5 minutes later, a dying man's hair, yuck. Tang Mo. Not even this. Tang Mo didn't try to cut out any other part of the skull to put into the jar. The requirements of the jar seemed very high. If Tang Mo really was Little Red Riding Hood, he would be an underground person and could easily use his belongings to transform into food. But he wasn't Little Red Riding Hood. Mario's hat should be considered as something from the underground kingdom. The turkey egg obtained from the big mole and the earthworm's tears both belonged to monsters. These 3 things were the reward items that Tang Mo got from the Black Tower games. The only one that could be useful was Mario's hat. But it was absolutely impossible for Tang Mo to put such an excellent quality prop into the jar in exchange for sweet potato. He already thought of a solution. Tang Mo took out the ruby from his pocket and raised it to his head, wearing Mario's hat. The stench wasn't inferior to that of the blackened sweet potato and Tang Mo immediately held his breath. He gazed at the fireplace of Grandmother Wolf's house. After 3 seconds, he shouted and suddenly slammed his head into the fireplace wall. Bang! Thump! The first was the sound of a head hitting the wall and the second was the sound of false teeth falling to the ground. This wall is too hard. Tang Mo rubbed his head and took off Mario's hat. He leaned over and picked up the dentures on the ground. The dentures were old and yellow, with a bit of chocolate sticking to it. Tang Mo wondered if this would turn into the blackened sweet potato like before. He sweated as he threw the dentures into the pink jar. A minute later, the pink jar radiated a colorful glow again. The colors disappeared and an invisible line was drawn from the mouth of the jar. The jar turned a faint yellow wherever the line was drawn. This wasn't the same as before, making Tang Mo's heart jump. Once the entire jar turned yellow, something yellow jumped out of the jar onto Tang Mo's legs. Dirty dentures used by a shoemaker for 70 years. The line of words appeared on the jar and the yellow soon fading, turning back to pink. The sweet potato on Tang Mo's leg was thick and long, approximately the size of an adult's arm. The sweet potato didn't look any different than those on Earth, but the smell was a bit lighter. Tang Mo hadn't eaten for a day but he didn't feel any hunger after seeing this sweet potato. He took the sweet potato, went to the kitchen to find a plate and put the sweet potato on it. It was only 3 in the afternoon when he finished all of this. Tang Mo thought for a moment before putting on Mario's hat again and slamming into the wall twice. A broken mirror fell out the first time and half an eaten chicken leg the second time. Mario's hat was an excellent quality prop. When wearing the hat and hitting a hard object, there was a chance to obtain a magical treasure. The highest drop probability was 10%. Tang Mo had experimented after receiving this item. While wearing Mario's hat, he must use a lot of strength to hit a hard object, such as a wall. An object would drop and the things that fell out were strange and there was never a fixed number. After being informed by the Black Tower that he had to participate in a tower attack game, Tang Mo didn't waste a day. Every night, he would wear the hat and slam his head against the wall to see if a so-called treasure would drop. The explanation for the hat didn't say how many times it could be used every day. However, Tang Mo's experimentation found that the hat would only safely drop 3 items a day. The force of 3 full impacts made Tang Mo feel dizzy and uncomfortable. If he hit his head a 4th time, he was sure that the hat would have a negative impact on his body. The more collisions there were, the greater the impact. Thus, this hat could only be used 3 times a day and the drop rate was appalling. Since getting the hat until now, Tang Mo had hit his head 34 times and now once had a useful item fallen out. Sometimes it was a dirty rag, sometimes a small stone that looked unremarkable. Once, it had dropped a delicate knife with 7 colored gemstones embedded. Tang Mo had blinked with surprise and hurriedly picked up the knife. He hadn't tried the knife when lines of words emerged on the handle. Prop. Snow White's apple cutting knife, owner. Tang Mo, quality. Rubbish, level. None, attack. Poor, function. Very beautiful, restrictions. No restrictions. Note. Snow White, do you want to eat peeled apples? Tang Mo, dot. He didn't want to peel apples. Tang Mo hadn't given up. Snow White's knife might have a small other roll apart from cutting applies, even if it was rubbish quality. Then his fingers accidentally touched the blade. Tang Mo's brain hadn't even registered the pain of the knife scratching him before he saw that the knife suddenly broke into 2 halves. This knife couldn't even endure the durability of a finger. Mario's hat had a lot of disadvantages. Tang Mo held the sweet potato plate and went to the 9 hamster holes. It was silent in the monster valley. Wolf grandmother lived in the deepest part of the mountain hillside. The other gorilla monsters and monkey monsters lived in the basin in the middle of the valley. They were far away from Grandmother Wolf's house and there was almost no communication. Tang Mo vaguely felt that the position of Grandmother Wolf in the Monster Valley was a bit unusual. Grandmother Wolf's garden was much larger than the other monsters. Tang Mo had seen a vegetable plot at the door of every household when he entered the valley. The small vegetable fields were very ordinary, similar to those found in rural areas where people randomly planted things to fill their stomachs. But Grandmother Wolf's vegetable plot occupied an entire hill. Only Grandmother Wolf lived on the mountain and the back of it was used as a vegetable field. Tang Mo walked 10 minutes down the hill and found 9 holes in the vegetable field. Looking down at it from the hut on the mountain, the 9 holes appeared suddenly in the smooth mountain wall. This was inconsistent with the environment of the entire Monster Valley. Now that he was at the foot of the hill, Tang Mo stood in the middle of the vegetable field. There were 9 hamster holes in front of him. The 9 holes with a diameter of 3 meters were lined up side by side in a straight line. They were embedded in the mountain wall from left to right. He looked into the hole and could see that it was a few meters deep. Then the cave was shrouded by a dim light and he couldn't see clearly. Rule 8. Before sowing, the hamsters are only active in the holes. Grandmother Wolf would only sow the seeds after she returned home, so the hamsters couldn't leave the holes right now. Tang Mo carefully approached the hamster holes. He placed the sweet potato outside a hole and walked from the first to 9th hole to observe the hamster caves. There were traces of claws on the ground. There were 4 claws with 5 nails, each nail having a width of 5 centimeters. There were deep digging marks on the ground caused by the claws. The deepest trace was half a meter deep. The monster hamsters are at least 2 meters in size and their claws are very powerful. Tang Mo looked at these traces and asked, "Are these traces caused by the black hamster or golden hamster?" There were a few gold and black holes near each hole. There was a bit more black hair but it was impossible to tell who caused the marks. The length and shape of the hair are the same. If so, the size of the golden hamster and black hamster might be the same. Tang Mo didn't enter the hole. He stood as closely as possible and observed what was inside. Assuming that both the golden hamster and black hamster can cause such traces, their attack power might not be inferior to the monkey monsters. They might be even stronger. Tang Mo pondered for a moment before grabbing the sweet potato dish and walking towards the 9 hamster holes. The probability of the golden hamster appearing on the first day was 40% and the black hamster was 60%. Tang Mo wasn't going to take any chances. He didn't know what the hamsters looked like and how strong their attacks were. He had 7 days and he would be able to catch the golden hamster in the next 6 days. For safety, there was no need to start the task on the first day. If the black hamster was attracted then Tang Mo would be passive. Knowing himself and the enemy was the key to winning the battle. The information he knew right now was too little. Tang Mo casually found a hole and chose the 5th one. He stood by the hole, raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. The second hand kept ticking. 3 minutes later, the minute hand pointed straight at 12. Tang Mo moved quickly to put the sweet potato in the hole before turning to run. He ran to a big rock 10 meters away at a very fast speed. Then he stared at the sweet potato in the 5th hole. Once 6 o'clock arrived, the Monster Valley was sunny 1 second and suddenly became dark the next second. There was no sun in the Monster Valley and Tang Mo couldn't find a light source during the day, but the Monster Valley was lit up. At 6 in the morning, the sun appeared on time and at 6 in the evening, the sun disappeared on time. It was 6 in the evening right now. Night had fallen and shrouded the quiet valley. The moonlight was dim, the breeze blew and there were no signs of movement. Tang Mo's eyes were fixed on the big sweet potato and his body was tense, waiting for the monster to appear. Rule 7 of the game. If the player and food don't stand at the same hole, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0%. So would it be the black hamster or nothing? 3 seconds later, there was a loud noise from the depths of the 5th hole. Tang Mo's eyes widened and he straightened his upper body as he stared at the hole. The next moment, a dark figure swayed softly in the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a dark paw shot at the golden sweet potato. The black monster's claws grabbed the sweet potato, its nails slipping over the plate. The plate immediately shattered into powder. It held the sweet potato and started eating. In the quiet of the night, the sound of chewing on the sweet potato was very harsh. Tang Mo held his breath as he carefully watched the unknown creature eat the sweet potato. Once it finished eating the sweet potato, it suddenly looked at the big rock where Tang Mo was hiding. Tang Mo's heart thumped, but he didn't run away. He stayed 10 meters away and stared at it from a distance. The black hamster stood in the cave, its body blending with the night. The small green eyes peered at Tang Mo. The eyes were cold and the green color hid a bloody light. One human and one hamster stared at each other across the hole. 5 seconds later, the black hamster kicked at the ground and ran back into the cave. It ran very fast. The heavy slamming sound before softer and softer, finally disappearing. Tang Mo stood still at the big rock, waiting 5 minutes to make sure the black hamster wouldn't come back. Then he walked cautiously to the 5th hole. The sweet potato was eaten cleanly without any traces left behind. The dish had been crushed by the black hamster, leaving behind a bit of white powder. The powder was mixed with the soil and couldn't be clearly seen without carefully looking. The probability of the golden hamster appearing was 0%, which meant it must be the black hamster. The black hamster was stronger than the 2 monkey monsters and might be even stronger than the big earthworm in the Kill Bill mission. Tang Mo came to this conclusion and walked calmly into Grandmother Wolf's cabin. The next day at noon, Tang Mo once again put on Mario's hat and slammed his head against the wall. All 3 items were still garbage. Tang Mo casually threw one into the pink jar and got a big sweet potato. At 5 in the afternoon, he ate a biscuit to replenish his strength and took the sweet potato to the 9 hamster holes. The dark hamster holes were deep and Tang Mo hid behind a big rock. He took out the big match and sharpened the 2 knives before tying them to his thighs. Once it was 5:59, Tang Mo held the plate and stepped towards the 5th hole. The probability of the hamster appearing at the 9 holes was the same, no matter which one he chose. Once it was 6 o'clock, Tang Mo bent and placed the sweet potato at the edge of the hole. Then he raised his feet and walked into the hole. His hands were seemingly inserted casually into his pockets, but he was actually firmly holding 2 small darts. He stared intently into the dark depths of the hole. His left foot was turned in the direction of the entrance, ready to flee. After 10 seconds, Tang Mo heard the familiar sound of something smashing against the ground. It sounded like a giant animal coming from a long distance, the sound of its limbs striking the ground constantly reverberating in this narrow hole and shaking the walls. Tang Mo stood straight and saw a dark shape appear 20 meters away. The small green eyes and horrible body. It was too dark to see if the fur was black or gold. Once it was 5 meters from the entrance, the moonlight finally shone on the fur and the black color filled Tang Mo's eyes. Tang Mo didn't hesitate to turn and run, but a sharp whistling sound was heard behind him. The black hamster didn't look at the sweet potato on the ground as it excitedly aimed a paw at Tang Mo. The response of the black hamster was too faster, much faster than Tang Mo. Tang Mo had only taken 1 step out of the hole before he was blocked by the paws. Tang Mo didn't hesitate. He squatted to avoid the paws of the hamster, pulled his hands out of his pocket and aimed 4 small darts at the hamster's eyes. Tang Mo wasn't specially trained in shooting darts. He had practiced after obtaining the small darts, but now he was in a rush. 3 missed and only 1 hit the hamster's right eye. The hamster turned sideways, giving Tang Mo a chance. Tang Mo pulled out the giant match and met the black hamster's large claws. The huge claws hit the match and Tang Mo was shocked. The black hamster didn't seem to think that Tang Mo would be so powerful. It took a step back as its nails were interrupted by the wood of the match. Scarlet blood flowed from the broken nails. The black hamster roared angrily and stormed towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo waved the big match while constantly evading. The hamster was very clever. It used its huge body to block the front of the hole, blocking Tang Mo's way out. The lighting in the tunnel was dim and Tang Mo was driven further into the hole. In this continued, he would go deeper into the hole and it would be impossible to escape. Tang Mo gritted his teeth. Once the hamster swung its claw again, he didn't dodge. The claw split through the wind and Tang Mo clenched the match tightly. As the hamster's claw fell, Tang Mo spotted a chance and hit a small crack between the hamster's nails. The hamster screamed with rage and anguish. Tang Mo didn't just intend to break the nails. He used the force of the match to jump over the hamster's body. The hamster ignored its aching nails and hurried to catch Tang Mo. Tang Mo ran at the fastest speed outside the hole while the hamster angrily tried to catch him. Tear. The sharp claws pierced Tang Mo's clothes, drawing shallow blood. Tang Mo jumped out of the hole, his whole body falling to the ground. The black hamster roared with rage from the big hole and refused to leave for a long time, standing at the entrance and staring at Tang Mo. Tang Mo sat on the ground and gasped. He examined the injury and saw it wasn't too serious. It was just a small cut. But his clothes were torn and his back was completely exposed. After resting for a while, Tang Mo used the big match as a crutch and prepared to go back to the cabin. He did not think his luck would be so bad. There was only a 20% chance to meet the black hamster, yet he met it instead of the golden hamster. The black hamster was indeed very strong. Its defense wasn't as high as the earthworm but its attack power was better. It also had a higher IQ and more means of attacking. Behind him, the hamster growled from the fifth hole. Tang Mo gasped for breath while walking. There is a 1.5 chance. The black tower wouldn't deceive me. This means my luck today is really too bad. He walked past the fourth hole. For 2 days, the probability of encountering the black hamster is 1.5. My luck tomorrow shouldn't be so bad. Tang Mo walked past the third hole. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped. He turned stiffly and looked at the third hole behind him. Tang Mo stared at the ground of the third hole for a full minute. Then he put away the big match and bent down in front of the third hole. In the dark valley, the night was deep and the black hamster's angry roars were endless. On the ground of the third hole, a bit of white powder was mixed in with the soil. The moonlight shone, reflecting the smooth color of the ceramic plate. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. Black Tower, you are too dirty. Major Fu. Hashtag my wife's clothes were torn. My wife's back is full of beauty but I can't see it. I have to keep smiling. Hashtag chapter end. Chapter 30. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Tang Mo directly pulled out a knife, not caring if entering the hole would call the hamster over and cause danger. He walked into the third hole and dug at the dirt containing the white powder. Fortunately, Tang Mo entering the hole didn't attract the hamster's attention. He took the dirty out of the hole, placed it on the ground and started to separate the dirt from the white powder. He picked out the white powder bit by bit. Tang Mo had never been as focused as he was now. His face was dignified as he picked out all the white powder, not letting a tiny one go. It took him 1 hour to completely separate the white powder and the soil. After finishing this, he immediately ran to the fifth hole. An hour had passed and the black hamster who fought with Tang Mo was no longer roaring. It already left and disappeared into the depths of the cave. Tang Mo looked down at the dirt of the fifth hole. Each hole was around 3 meters in diameter. Yesterday, Tang Mo had placed the plate on the left edge of the hole. At this moment, on the left side of the hole, white powder was mixed in and about to merge with the soil. The white plate he put today had also turned into powder a little deeper into the hole. The black hamster still ate the sweet potato today. If Tang Mo was there, the hamster wouldn't pay any attention to the sweet potato and would attack the person first. But without a person, it would continue to eat the sweet potato. Tang Mo walked in deeper, ears pricked as he listened for any signs of movement in the hole. At the same time, he dug up the white powder from today's plate. There were 3 piles of dirt and 3 piles of white powder. Tang Mo first compared the 2 white powders in the 5th hole, which was formed by the plate being crushed. Finally, he turned to the white powder dug up from the 3rd hole. He compared the 3 powders. Exactly the same. Tang Mo clenched his fingers tightly as he looked at the 3 piles of white powder on the ground. These powders were formed by the white plates being crushed. The white powder at the 3rd hole was definitely not there yesterday, not it was present before 6 o'clock today. Yesterday, Tang Mo had carefully looked at the 9 holes. Before 6 o'clock, he checked the 9 holes again and confirmed that they hadn't changed, apart from the powder of the plate he placed near the 5th hole. Then he casually chose the 5th hole again. I fought with the black hamster for around 5 minutes and rested outside the hole for 3 minutes. From the 5th hole to the 3rd hole, it was half a minute. Tang Mo started calculating. If I add the time when I checked the 3rd hole, it was 5 or 6 minutes before 6 o'clock. At most 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, someone had placed a plate in the 3rd hole and it was crushed to powder. There should have been a sweet potato on the plate and it should also be crushed by the black hamster. Tang Mo placed a hand on the match tattoo as he looked around. There was a vast vegetable field at the foot of the mountain. In the dark night, dim moonlight shone on the 9 gloomy hamster holes. The night wind blew and stones rolled lightly on the ground. Nobody. There was not a single person. But in the 15 minutes around 6 o'clock, someone had placed a plate in the 3rd hole that was crushed by the hamster. If so, this explained why there was a black hamster instead of a gold one in Tang Mo's 5th hole, despite the 80% probability. Rule 7 of the game. If food is placed at 2 holes or if the player and food don't stand at the same hole, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0%. Food was placed in 2 holes and the 2 players didn't stand in the same hole. How could the golden hamster appear? Tang Mo gripped the match and suddenly waved it. The match hit the big rock in front of the hole. Cracks radiated from the place where the match hit and a muffled sound echoed across the valley. Tang Mo seemed crazy as he vented his anger towards the black tower. But in fact, his attention was focused all around him. If an unknown enemy, perhaps another player or black tower monster, appeared, he would attack. But 5 minutes passed and nothing happened. Tang Mo put away the match and frowned as he started thinking. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and quickly ran back to Grandmother Wolf's cabin, entering her kitchen. On the kitchen table, there were 7 white plates stacked up. Grandmother Wolf had taken them from the cupboard before leaving. Tang Mo saw her actions and combined with the rules of the game, he thought these 7 plates were for him to put the food on. Now 2 days had passed so he should have used 2 plates. Tang Mo rushed to the table and started counting the number of plates from the bottom up. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. None were missing. Tang Mo looked at these 5 plates, grabbed the match again and left Grandmother Wolf's cabin. He didn't go to the mountain in the back. Instead, he followed the mountain road that the gorilla took when escorting him. Once he reached a corner of the mountain road, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of him. It blocked one side and didn't allow him to move forward. Ding dong. You have reached the border of the game instance. Tang Mo held the big match and turned in the opposite direction. There was only one road down the mountain, but what if he jumped straight down from the other side? With his current physical fitness, jumping from the slip of this low mountain wouldn't kill him. He would at most break his legs. But then he could get in touch with the outside world and gain more information. However, Tang Mo was just about to jump when an invisible wall once again appeared in front of him. Ding dong. You have reached the border of the game instance. Tang Mo. Since the official start of the game, his range of activities was limited to Grandmother Wolf's mountain. Then who was the other person who placed the plate? The mountain was shrouded by the thick darkness of night. Despite anxiously suspecting there was no way, Tang Mo calmed down. He first thought about the 8 rules that the Black Tower gave him from beginning to end. It didn't say there was only one player. Yes, whether it was Grandmother Wolf's words or the Black Tower rules, there was never a sentence saying that only Tang Mo would catch the hamster. Grandmother Wolf really wanted her granddaughter to catch the golden hamster, but apart from Grandmother Wolf, there might be other people wanting to catch the hamster. Tang Mo didn't know who the other party was. It might be a player, it might be an underground person, or it might be a monster. But he couldn't find this person. Grandmother Wolf lived on a small mountain. Standing on top of the mountain, he could see everything on the mountain as well as the 9 hamster holes at the bottom of the mountain. The biggest possibility was that it was impossible for Tang Mo to see this person. Tang Mo needed a good understanding in order to complete his game mission. Right now, he was carrying out a single-player game, making it impossible for him to have teammates. But no one said that there could be no other players attacking the tower at the same time or playing the same mission. They also put a plate in the hole. Their method of catching the hamster should be the same as mine. I can't see them, so they can't see me either. Or else they would have seen me place the plate at another hole. If food is placed at 2 different holes, the probability of the golden hamster appearing is 0. Only the black hamster will appear. Tang Mo was completely calm at this moment. He walked into Grandmother Wolf's cabin while thinking. He also used the plate to hold the good. Tang Mo stood in front of the cabin door and felt that something was wrong. An invisible companion. Both sides must catch a hamster so they could temporarily be identified as companions, using the same method to catch a hamster. The food wasn't necessarily the same. Tang Mo only found the powder of the white porcelain plate at the 3rd hole, and the food was eaten by the hamster. It might be a sweet potato or something else. Tang Mo suddenly had a thought. What if they are trying to catch the black hamster instead of the golden hamster? But he quickly denied this speculation. The black hamster likes to eat the underground people the most, not the sweet potatoes. If you want to catch it, you can stand in the hole without needing to use food. In addition, Tang Mo felt that Grandmother Wolf didn't hate the black hamster based on her tone. This monster didn't hate the black hamster, only the golden hamster. Tang Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he opened the door to the cabin. There were 3 questions in front of him. First, who was the invisible person who placed the plate in the 3rd hole? Was it a player, an underground person, or a monster? Second, what did this person want to do? Was it also to catch the golden hamster? Third, how could he get that person to place the plate at the same hole? If the other person wasn't a monster, Tang Mo needed to make them stand at the same hole as his. The Black Tower didn't say there was only one food or one player. No matter how many foods and players, they must be at the same hole or else the golden hamster wouldn't appear. Tang Mo couldn't figure out how to answer these 3 questions. An invisible companion he couldn't communicate with and didn't know anything about. This situation didn't give Tang Mo a chance to find a solution. It shouldn't be that hard. This is a game. There must be a strategy to clear it. There must be. Tang Mo closed the door and paced back and forth in the cabin. I can't see the person and the person can't see me. But it is 80% likely their mission is the same as mine. I have to find a way to contact them. I have noticed the situation, but have they noticed? How can I contact them and make them notice me? Tang Mo's footsteps paused. He suddenly felt as if he had forgotten something very important. From the moment he was pulled into the library game by the huckster, was forced to participate in the tower attack game and then to the Monopoly game with a large number of deaths, Tang Mo had never been as passive as he was now. He couldn't find a way to pass the game. However, this was still a game. There would definitely be a way to clear the game. Tang Mo's expression changed. He calmed down and sat down on Grandmother Wolf's sofa. He looked at the pink jar on the coffee table calmly. The ceramic texture of the jar was exactly the same as it was when Tang Mo left in the afternoon. There were no signs of anyone moving it. Tang Mo's gaze moved to the bottom of the jar. He looked at the rounded body of the jar and the pink color that shone in the moonlight. He was watching the round jar for 2 minutes when his eyes suddenly widened. Draw a circle to curse you. Tang Mo almost jumped from the sofa. He finally remembered that he had such an ability. The draw a circle to curse you ability. He could curse any object once a day. The probability of success was 30% and the effect was unknown. He didn't need to know the specific appearance and name of the object to be cursed. He just needed to know who would be cursed. For example, Tang Mo knew that this person was the one who placed the plate at the third hole at 6 o'clock this evening. Then he could use this ability. Tang Mo leaned over and started to draw a circle on the coffee table with his right hand. He started the stroke from the upper right corner and followed the direction to the lower right corner. However, his fingers started to tremble once he began drawing the circle. From the first stroke to the completion of the twisted circle, Tang Mo spent a whole minute. In the underground cave of the Big Mole, Li Bin drew 2 circles to prove his ability. The 2 circles were extremely neat, as if they had been drawn with a compass. In addition, the size was exactly the same. After copying Li Bin's ability, Tang Mo only used it 4 times. One was to curse the stowaways attacking Shirbei Middle School, once was to curse Mario, and he used it twice to curse 2 stowaways he attacked on Nanjing Road. Once he started using the ability, his finger would draw a regular circle without him controlling it. Tang Mo looked at the twisted circle he drew this time with heavy eyes. He seemed to perceive something and took out his abilities book. Tang Mo turned the book to the first page. Ability. I have a worse spiritual field than a protagonist. This was used a long time ago to store the big match and couldn't be used again. The second page. Ability. Draw a circle to curse you. It was the ability he just failed to use. The third page. Ability. Try and find a friend. Tang Mo turned to the 5th page and saw the Goblin, Return My Grandfather ability. He walked out of the cabin and looked at the silent and dark valley. Then he placed his hands on his waist and shouted 4 words into the empty valley. Goblin, return my grandfather. In the cold night, Tang Mo's voice echoed through Monster Valley for a long time. Unfortunately, there was only sound and no fire. Tang Mo's heart immediately sank. He didn't give up and started to use other abilities like swallow energy from far away like a tiger. But no matter what he tried to use, there was no obvious effect. Abilities with specific performances didn't work. They all failed. This instance prohibits the use of abilities. Tang Mo's lips tightened as his heart gave him the answer. No, he could use his ability to take out the big match. The act of taking out the big match from the wrist tattoo was in itself using the, I have a worse spiritual field than a protagonist, ability. This ability was available yet he couldn't use any of his other abilities. In addition, Tang Mo didn't use any abilities when he fought the black hamster. He realized now that he seemed to have forgotten about his abilities. He fought the black hamster with simple physical strength and the big match. Maybe this instance only allows the use of spiritual field abilities. Tang Mo thought of a temporary explanation. He threw the abilities book back into the air and took out a crystal tear from his pocket. This was the earthworm's tears. Tang Mo decided to test if he could use props. The tears were consumable items that could only be used 3 times to repair wounds. Tang Mo didn't intend to cut off his hand. He took out a knife and made a sharp cut on his left arm. Blood immediately flowed down the moment the knife touched the skin. The sharp pain caused Tang Mo's brow to slightly furrow and he placed the tear on the wound. 5 minutes later, Tang Mo's powerful physique as an official player automatically stopped the blood. The earthworm's tear was still quietly placed against the wound and didn't do anything. Tang Mo put the earthworm's tear back in his pocket and pulled out Mario's hat. This afternoon he had hit the wall 3 times with this hat and obtained 3 things. He threw one into the pink jar in exchange for a sweet potato for the hamster to eat. Mario's hat could only be used safely 3 times a day. Once it was used a 4th time, the user would feel dizzy and there would be a negative impact on the body. But Tang Mo didn't hesitate. He put on the hat and ran towards Grandmother Wolf's fireplace. Bang! An old and blackened silver ring fell to the ground. Tang Mo held the wall and rested for a while, before bending down to pick up the ring. Mario's hat could be used. The last prop he had was the rare quality turkey egg. Tang Mo took out the turkey egg and looked at it with a dignified gaze. After a long time, he knocked on the turkey egg 3 times and asked softly, "Mr. Fu." The evening breeze blew towards the window of Grandmother Wolf's cabin, causing the glass to creak. There was no sound from the turkey egg. Tang Mo's grip on the turkey egg tightened as he shouted again, "Mr. Fu." 3 minutes passed and still no sound. Tang Mo raised his right finger and drew a S on the turkey egg. The S character he drew on the turkey egg didn't emit the dazzling white light it did every other time he used it. But Tang Mo didn't seem to see it. He shouted out a name, Fu Wenduo. The only response was the wind whistling through the window. 10 minutes later, Tang Mo put away the turkey egg. He walked to Grandmother Wolf's window and looked at the 9 hamster holes at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the pink alarm clock next to the sofa emitted a beep and the hour hand pointed to the number 12. It was the 3rd day. This is a single-player game. Tang Mo looked at the 3rd hamster hole in the distance and spoke calmly. He came to a final conclusion. The other person is me. The author has something to say. Tang Tang. Fu Wenduo. QAQ. Going to cry, Major Fu. I want to return my wife's words too.